SCP-1730 is one of the biggest threats the Foundation has ever faced. SCP-1730 does not exist. It was June 5th when the compound was first discovered, a large complex of structures in rural Texas, about 15 kilometers northwest of the Mexican border, located in Big Bend Ranch State Park. It was easily the biggest structure in the area, but there was no record of any such structure ever being built. A massive network of power stations, containment facilities, and research buildings, SCP-1730 looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. The exterior was degraded, but the building was still operating. A power generator had been running for an indeterminate amount of time. Even as the infrastructure degraded, power flickered through the site and fuel leaked frequently, but there was one detail that attracted the attention of SCP brass. SCP-1730 bore identifying markings linking it to Foundation Site-13, a research facility that was marked for construction near Nome, Alaska. But Site-13 had never been built, having been abandoned in the planning stages. So why is it in the middle of Texas, fully constructed and long abandoned? The Foundation needed to know more, and they needed their best to investigate. It was time to call in the Game Wardens. Apollo 3, the mobile task force used to investigate dangerous sites, was brought in, and 5 elite agents were briefed and sent in: Ross, Houston, Noah, Ohalo, and Vigo. It didn't take long for them to discover that something was very wrong with the site of SCP-1730. The facility was located in the middle of South Texas, but the local flora surrounding it was native to Nome, Alaska. Something had transported a building that shouldn't exist to another place and time. Commander Ross ordered his men to enter, with Houston taking the lead. They discovered that the entry led down a long staircase. They descended slowly, following a strange light that no one could identify, but had a sudden shock when they discovered that the basement of the staircase was missing. The light suddenly stopped, and it became so dark that it was impossible to see what lay beyond the staircase. Upon probing the inky black void at the base of the staircase, they determined it wasn't a fog or shadow. It was a liquid, and it was rising. Ross ordered the men to pull back, but Houston was in too deep. He couldn't break free from the inky black liquid. The men pulled him away and got him free, but his legs were gone. Not ripped off because there was no blood anywhere, smoothly cut off, as if they were never there. And as they put Houston down, he stood up on phantom legs. He didn't feel any pain, but everyone could tell something was very wrong with this place. And the messages they started seeing on the wall made clear they weren't the only ones who knew it. What happened to Site-13? Death here. Not my body. Bleed. There had been other people or things inside SCP-1730, and they wanted anyone who entered to know that this was a very dangerous place to be. As they advanced down the hall back toward the entrance, they saw what looked like a person in the distance, but as they approached, it became clear it wasn't another explorer. It was an old, horribly disfigured corpse, seemingly attached to the wall, not by chains, but fused to the wall in unnatural ways. At first, the team seemed unconcerned, recognizing the corpse as someone named Zachary. Fortunately, command back at the base realized this as the effects of some sort of cognito hazard, a mental infection in the base. They uploaded a filter to their helmets, and the team recoiled in horror at the sight in front of them. But the horrors were just beginning. They turned around to see a shimmering humanoid entity in the hallway behind them. As it approached, its footsteps distorted the hallway around. It pulled AP3 Noah toward it without touching him, and as the soldier was pulled into its clutches, his body started to distort. Vigo was next, being grabbed by the arm by a long appendage, and his arm started to change color and distort. But the Foundation sent Apollo 3 in prepared. Houston produced a portable reality anchor designed to handle reality warping entities, and with a flash of red light, the creature was revealed. It was a horribly elongated humanoid that only existed for a second before the reality anchor erased it and restored the hallway to its normal state. Vigo would recover, with the strange red color in his arm fading eventually. Noah wasn't so lucky. He was already dead and had been fused into the wall just like the unfortunate corpse. These horrors had been encountered just by trying to return to the entrance, so it was clear the only smart thing to do was to descend further into the facilities and get some answers. As they advanced, not encountering any other supernatural entities, they saw more evidence of the dark things that had occurred in Site-13. The infirmary had been torn apart, a cafeteria had been melted into slag, and a large group of containment cells ended with a section called Olympia Class. But while most of the other cells were standard-sized, These were over 100 meters high. What had the Foundation, or whoever ran this place, been keeping in these cells? They would get more answers as they made their way down the hall, where they saw a single television still working and illuminating the hallway. At first, the television flickered, but the image soon cleared, and the agents were able to see what it was broadcasting. It was the interior of a containment cell, and there was someone in it, and they recognized them as one of the most dangerous beings contained by the SCP Foundation, Bobble the Clown, a predatory supernatural clown that inhabits a children's TV show. Bobble the Clown was broadcast by an unknown source and could only be seen by children under 10. Originally seeming to be a normal kids show about a clown, every episode eventually devolved into the murderous Bobble teaching kids how to do horrible things like arson and torture. The Foundation eventually captured and isolated Bobble's broadcast, but the clown remained hostile and vicious. But not here. As the team talked to the Bobble trapped in the mysterious Site-13, it became clear that this clown was broken by whatever it had experienced. It rambled, it hid from the camera, and it was clearly terrified as it told the team about the horrors of the site, and it seemed to recognize the agents as something familiar, but not completely familiar. It claimed to be able to smell them, and it said they smelled different. As Bobble rambled on, the agents learned about a man named Emerson who ran the site. Like the Foundation, he was obsessed with containing the strange and dangerous entities in the world. But unlike the Foundation, he didn't just want to protect the world from them. He hated them. The entities in Site-13 didn't even have numbers. Emerson wanted to use them up however he wanted and to dispose of them. And something Bobble called the meat grinder. Entities that outlived their usefulness were taken down below and none were ever heard from again. It was directly counter to every SCP Foundation policy, but this site had clearly been performing these horrible experiments for years. How? And why hadn't anyone heard of it? The team continued to make their way into the facility, but their signals were lost as they entered the cryogenics unit. By the time contact had been restored, they were no longer alone. There were survivors, both agents of the Foundation and survivors of the facility, and they were angry. With no way out and massively outnumbered, they called for backup. Mobile Task Force T5, also known as Samsara, was reserved for the heavy-duty missions. They're an elite group of practically immortal cyborgs fashioned from the flesh of a god and equipped with further cybernetic enhancements to eliminate Keter-level threats and to protect themselves from cognito hazards. They were sent in through a drainage gate to look for survivors and neutralize whatever lay within. They didn't know what to expect, but they knew one thing: no one who had been sent in had come out. It wasn't long before they realized how dangerous this mission would be. As they came across some large gated drainage pipes, they could see at least 20 charred bodies of humanoids pushed up against the gate, some reaching their hands through. Whatever had happened in Site-13, these unfortunate beings had been desperate to escape. As they made their way down the drainage pipe, they could feel it getting hotter, as if they were nearing an energy source. And there was one other odd thing about the pipe. It was draining inward, not out. They made their way into a control room where many of the consoles had been destroyed. Looking through a window, their view was obscured by a mysterious black mass. On the control panels, they could read terms like incinerator and body pit access. They split up trying to find answers, but found many of their accesses blocked by the black mass. As the T5 task force argued over their next move, they were startled by a sudden jolt. The giant mass had started moving. The team watched as the mass spun, revealing a giant turbine, which turned the inky substance into a fine slurry that was then scorched by giant streaks of fire. One of the T5 shot open the glass chamber, allowing the team to get closer and blasting them with a wave of heat. As they descended into the chamber, they could see a massive plant-like structure overhead, which started to shake. Suddenly, thousands of glowing pods were released from the massive plant, and each one lit up and let the team view the chamber more clearly. But it was what was inside the pods that was more disturbing. Each pod had a humanoid shape inside, seemingly reaching toward the team until they hit the slurry below and the shadows went dark. The team descended to investigate the slurry when something started to leak out of the walls. Looking at it, they could see something moving within. One of the team members picked up the wriggling object out of the black liquid and it took a bite of his hand. It was a leech, and there were thousands more of them moving toward the slurry, consuming it. and as the leeches ate, they started growing. They seemed to be moving in unison, communicating with a larger being lurking at the base of the slurry. A larger leech, a queen, or something else. The team wasn't sticking around to find out. They beat a hurried escape from the leech room, finding themselves in another hallway. Whatever the black substance was, the entities who had been here had used it, scrawling blood on the walls over and over again. Occasionally, they would come across a drained corpse covered in the black fluid. Had the leeches bled them dry? The facility was so sprawling that the team knew if they wanted any chance of navigating it safely, they needed to get the lay of the land. They needed to find the control center. The door read stairs to cryonics, and the leeches were nowhere to be found. It seemed like a safe path, but as soon as the team entered, the temperature dropped drastically to well below where it would be safe for a human to survive. The team's internal heating system kicked in to save their lives, but it wasn't the only threat. The team was about to encounter exactly what Site-13 was keeping locked up. As soon as they entered the room, sound ceased to work. The filters in their gear were overloaded, and the team saw warnings around the room. Silence. Don't look. A massive, multi-limbed figure emerged, with each of its 60 arms moving independently. The creature had no head, but a large circular structure covered with ancient glowing symbols. Whatever it was ancient, all-powerful, and deadly. The team scrambled to get away as the glyphs on the creature burned white-hot. Anyone who touched it was burned. Anyone who looked too long at it felt their optical implants burn out. The symbols on the creature were indecipherable, but one word was clear and printed in English: Emerson. Site-13 was from another world, another timeline where the SCP Foundation evolved into something horrible, ruled over by Elliot Emerson. It tortured and captured its beings and eventually killed most of them in the horrors of the incinerators. When an escape threatened to destroy the facility, Emerson successfully activated a device that removed the facility from their world into ours. Of course, as any avid follower of the SCP Foundation will know, there's far more to the story than this. Emerson may have been the start of Site-13's problems, but he was far from the end. It's the mission of the century, a daring rescue into the depths of one of the most dangerous locations in the multiverse, Site-13, otherwise known as SCP-1730. When the impossible Site-13 was first discovered, multiple mobile task forces were sent to plumb its depths, and none returned. They were greeted to a labyrinthine nightmare, littered with deadly cognitohazards, escaped SCPs, and mysterious, murderous leeches. Some were trapped along with the civilians they were sent to rescue. Others were killed or changed in unimaginable ways. Mobile Task Force Apollo 3, also known as the Game Wardens, had been sent in on a rescue mission when they encountered a horrifying sight: the captured broadcast of Bobble the Clown, a dangerous SCP known for corrupting and destroying children through its deadly messages. But this Bobble was different. Much like everything from Site-13, this Bobble came from an entirely different dimension, and he had terrifying information to relay. In the universe where Site-13 originated, the site's psychopathic director, one Elliot Emerson, had struck a deal with the Global Occult Coalition, a controversial government group who intends to protect humanity by killing anomalies rather than containing them. Emerson had converted his site into an unethical, unrestrained slaughterhouse and was incinerating SCPs by the hundred in a so-called body pit. But Emerson's game of death came back and bit him, snapping the threads of reality and turning the entire site into a dimensionally displaced super anomaly. The Game Wardens realized they were in way over their heads. Their chances of surviving this place were dropping by the second, and if they wanted any chance of succeeding in their mission, they needed backup. So Site Command called in MTF Tau 5, aka Samsara. Calling in Samsara for a run-of-the-mill collection mission is like using a bazooka to kill a housefly. But for a case as severe as 1730, their skills were not only nice to have, but vital. Samsara are among the best of the best, immortal cybernetic clones forged from the flesh of a god, equipped with weaponry and technology that could surpass even that of other elite Mobile Task Force units. The 4 members of Samsara are so adept at what they do, they earned the nickname Power Rangers among their peers. The remaining Game Wardens knew that with Samsara on the case, they may actually survive this thing after all, and they just needed to hold out. Samsara arrived on site not long after, packing some serious technological heat, including arm-mounted incendiary cannons, shock-absorbing leg extensions, heat-resistant plating, and built-in scramble adaptations within their eyes to ward off the deadly cognitohazards. Everyone involved was in for the fight of their lives. The 4 Samsara agents, Irantu, Nanku, Munru, and Onru, entered via a drainage gate in one of the office buildings above ground and began their descent inside. After observing numerous charred bodies, they deduced that there must have been a massive incinerator somewhere on site. Emerson's incinerator. Theorizing that this was connected to the body pit they kept hearing about, they descended further, feeling the temperature rise as they did so. Due to the anomalous nature of 1730, nothing inside made any kind of logical sense. Caused by a reality-warping machine known as Thresher, the internal geography of Site-13 was subject to constant shifts. The team then split up to cover more ground. Munro and Nanku continued to follow the pipes and the heat toward the furnace, while Irantu and Onru broke away to explore what lay beyond a weak wall. After busting through the wall, Irantu and Onru explored several empty office blocks before finding their way into a control room with a glass observation deck. While the window was obscured by garbage and human corpses, signage indicated that the incinerator and the body pit were directly below them. The team once again reconvened and managed to activate the incinerator, which shredded the mass stuck inside with several large turbines before burning the resulting slurry, the same process that had happened to so many anomalies under Emerson's watch. With the path cleared, Samsara decided to descend via the incinerator, using the drainage pipe as a kind of makeshift tunnel. Eventually, they happened upon the leeches, large, black, and hungry. These creatures seemed to infest 1730 by the thousand. Anywhere that blood or drainage runoff could be found, the leeches could be found too. They didn't appear to have any connection to an anomaly previously secured and contained by the Foundation. They squeezed and wriggled through the cracks in the walls, searching for fresh blood. Onru detected that the leeches all moved with a kind of collective purpose, suggesting a telepathic hive mind. Onru was able to tap into this hive mind using her cybernetic enhancements and map the chaotic geography of 1730 through the leech colony's collective knowledge. With this new advantage, they could add a second goal to this rescue mission: find the Thresher device causing all the instability and potentially reduce power to it if possible. But they were on the clock to save the other survivors, as those leeches were sure to get hungry for warm blood soon. They followed the leeches down the most direct path toward the survivors. On the way, they encountered a horrifying creature, the many-limbed humanoid nightmare that functions as Emerson's eternal punishment, his charred body tied screaming and alive to the platform where the monster's head should be. They managed to make it past the monster before finally rendezvousing with Captain Hollis of Mobile Task Force Zeta 9, otherwise known as the Mole Rats, as well as the Game Wardens and the other survivors. There were 27 surviving members of Site-13 staff, many of which had severe injuries, making it even harder to transport them back to safety through the hazardous terrain. And to make matters worse, the leeches were back. The team quickly decided that the best route out of here was directly past the Thresher, where they could reduce power to the machine for just long enough to create a stable path of escape. Nanku opened fire on a horde of approaching leeches with a flamethrower, and everyone began running for their lives. It was a final make-or-break dash to safety. However, their advance was soon stopped by a strange robed creature drawing a cognitohazardous meme on the wall with its claws. When the team attempted to engage, it attacked, exposing additional deadly memes and the dangerous effects of its single white eye. And we're not talking about internet memes here. These are symbols and information that are often deadly to even bear witness to, and for you or I, this would be a real threat, but not to a team equipped with goggles containing cognitohazard filter technology. The battle was cut short when the floor collapsed underneath them and the creature was devoured by something even larger and more monstrous, a gigantic black leech covered in huge red eyes. Its entrance caused thousands of leeches to spill out into the hall as the monster screeched and slithered its tentacles after them. Allow us to introduce you to Elijah, also known as the Leech Boy, and a pivotal component of the very existence of SCP-1730. He was a boy with the mind of a toddler, but he had the strange ability to absorb blood through people's skin, hence his nickname Leech Boy. One of the doctors in Site-13, Dr. Hadley, took pity on Elijah. After all, he didn't choose to be the way he was. Director Emerson didn't share Hadley's sympathy. His orders to exterminate all anomalies included humanoids like Elijah. When Hadley protested, Emerson had her beaten within an inch of her life while other dissenters were shot. Dr. Hadley, disgusted by the inhumanity of her superiors, devised the perfect revenge. She sabotaged the incinerator and the body pit, allowing a mass containment breach that flooded the site with deadly anomalies. Young Elijah ended up consuming the slurry of the other shredded anomalies, causing him to mutate into a powerful monster, a behemoth of a leech who gave birth to and controlled all the others. It was Hadley's revenge that caused Emerson to panic and activate Thresher, leading to a rift in reality and the creation of 1730, and by extension, all the problems faced by our heroes today. Samsara and the others fled Leech Boy and began taking a different escape route. However, while en route, they encountered the dreaded crystal butterflies, a dangerous SCP capable of destroying organic matter with a mere touch. Irantu stepped up to bat, roasting the creatures with his arm-mounted incinerator and taking extreme damage to his body in the process. But they didn't have time to rest. With the butterflies disposed of, they kept moving, heading toward the Thresher. But not all the SCPs were necessarily working against them. Bobble the Clown came in handy at the next checkpoint, manifesting in the monitor of an electronic door and opening the way through. As they continued on their journey, they had to fight off frequent attacks from leeches, losing some of the task force members in the process. They were also forced to face off against a number of other anomalies in order to survive, such as SCP-2316, manifesting as floating bodies beneath them, and SCP-1370, which used a huge mechanized body to attack the team of survivors. That was all just a warm-up for the true final battle, though. The floor shattered beneath them, and out of an impossibly huge chamber, the monster that had once been Elijah wriggled free, reaching for them with huge tentacles and shrieking from its thousand-toothed maw. It was at least 200 meters tall and barely reacted to any amount of firepower. It seemed like they were all doomed until Captain Hollis had a truly crazy idea. With the help of Samsara, she led the bloodthirsty abomination down through the cryonic center and into an Olympia-class testing chamber. There, as the Leech Boy was bearing down on them, Hollis opened the gates to two adjacent containment cells, and something beyond incredible happened. Two of the most powerful SCPs ever known, a giant sword-wielding gate guardian and the reality-bending cosmic deer, SCP-2845, entered the arena. What followed was one of the most epic showdowns in the history of the SCP Foundation, as the deer and the gate guardian went to battle against the all-devouring leech. While the monsters fought, Hollis ordered her team to get the rest of the survivors to safety. She and Munru of the Samsara team remained behind to prevent any of the anomalies from escaping, as the entire base began sinking into the ground from the combined forces of the battle raging around them and the Thresher's continued onslaught on reality. Even if the survivors escaped, would the anomalous developments inside Site-13 escape and wreak havoc on the world at large? That's when Hollis received a vision. A horrific, charred, post-apocalyptic world roamed by inconceivably powerful entities and nightmare gods. It was a vision so horrific that just seeing it nearly broke her mind. She knew what she had to do. The only way she could truly defeat this terrible place and ensure safety for mankind. While Leech Boy, the Gate Guardian, and the Deer continued their battle for the ages, Hollis ran to Thresher and forced the machine into overdrive. Up above, the remaining members of Samsara, the Mole Rats, and the Game Wardens escorted the survivors to safety. Downstairs, Thresher emitted a blinding white light as the system began overload. In her final moments, all Hollis could do was laugh. Perhaps it was a laugh of pure insanity, of a mind broken by the horror she witnessed. Or perhaps it was a laugh of victory, knowing that in spite of the immense powers all around her, she had won the day. She had saved not only the survivors and her teammates, but possibly all of humanity. And all it cost her was everything. Outside, the survivors had reached a safe distance away when the entirety of Site-13 imploded in a final brilliant flash. When the dust cleared, SCP-1730 was gone. All that was left was an immense crater where the impossible base should have once been. Captain Hollis had done it. Through overloading the Thresher machine, she'd taken this anomaly out of the world the exact same way it had entered. It was torn from its moorings on our Earth and kicked into the infinity of space-time, perhaps never to be seen again, along with everything it contained. SCP-1730 was reclassified to neutralized. Of course, the Foundation would have plenty of other anomalies to pursue soon after, but the nightmare of Emerson's Site-13 was over once and for all. A light shines above a metal table with a chair positioned on either side. This is the isolated, hermetically sealed interview chamber of Provisional Site-23. Outside the room waits two shell-shocked human mobile task force members, another with invisible ghost legs, three powerful cyborgs, and a scientist from another dimension. They're all here to talk about one thing: the nightmare that unfolded at Site-13. Also known as SCP-1730. Everyone thinks they know the story. A mysterious site suddenly appears in Texas, seeming to exactly match the blueprint for an abandoned site that's supposed to be in Nome, Alaska. What started as a simple anomalous location turned out to be an epic horror from another dimension. The task forces sent in by the Foundation were either massacred or trapped inside, and those who survived reported seeing unspeakable carnage inside the base, including a death machine designed to destroy anomalies. And that's not all. As a result of the mysterious Thresher machine, the entire location had been transformed into a shifting spatial anomaly filled with creatures straight out of a nightmare, from giant telepathic leech monsters to huge multi-limbed demigods that would eternally punish the site's murderous director, Elliot Emerson. It was only through the combined might of 3 different mobile task forces, including the legendary Samsara and the sacrifice of brave Captain Hollis, that the cursed location was finally flung into a different dimension, neutralizing the threat it posed to our reality. But for the SCP Foundation, the story doesn't end with neutralization. There's still plenty more questions that need answering, and that's why today we're going to tell you what they found out after the neutralization of SCP-1730. Not only will we discover what's become of the many people involved, we'll learn about what happened in the last moments before the neutralization took place, and perhaps most importantly of all, for the sake of our universe, we'll find out how Site-13 came into existence and how Site Director Emerson went down such a dark path. It's time to get some answers. Welcome to the final part of the SCP-1730 saga, as we close the book on one of the most deadly locations in the Foundation multiverse. First to sit down in the interview chair was Captain Ephraim Ross, leader of the Mobile Task Force Apollo 3, also known as the Game Wardens. He was a shaken man, looking far older than his 35 years, his eyes heavy with the weight of the horrors he'd seen. And he and his team were among the first to venture into the bowels of Site-13 and witness the atrocities that had gone down there, like the body pit full of fleshy slurry, or the countless containment chambers that marked their occupants for vivisection and termination. Captain Ross was haunted by the things that happened to his team under his watch, as the anomalous transformation of Houston's legs and the nightmarish warping death of Noah at the hands of a stretchy, reality-bending anomaly. He compared the state of chaos going on down there to something like Jurassic Park, where all hell had broken loose and the monsters ruled. He also remarked on the Olympia containment cells, each the size of a football stadium, capable of containing things far beyond the scope of this universe's SCP Foundation. His interviewer was the hard-nosed Dr. Peter Vincent, who thanked Captain Ross for his contributions and called in the next interview subject, Agent Liam Ohalo, a Game Warden's task force member working under Captain Ross. He had a 1,000-yard stare, and even the untrained observer could see that Agent Ohalo had left some parts of himself back in Site-13. When Dr. Vincent attempted to interview him, he mostly remained silent, only volunteering one grim statement: "We should have died in there. This isn't real. This isn't real. We were supposed to die in there." Next to be interviewed was Captain Irantu of Mobile Task Force Tau 5, aka Samsara. His interviewer, Dr. Isha St. Clair, questioned him about the nature of the mission, and the cybernetic soldier was even keeled about the matter. He said that in spite of regrettable losses of life, he was still satisfied with the outcome of the mission overall. The high-value targets were rescued, the anomaly was for all intents and purposes neutralized, and the degree of loss was actually better than their pre-mission predictions. It seems that the weight of death doesn't weigh quite as heavily on those who will probably never have to experience it, as the Samsara team are capable of simply being rebooted into new bodies if terminated in the field. People like Captain Hollis weren't as lucky. Next, Agent Cotter Houston of the Game Wardens was both interviewed and medically evaluated by Dr. Ian Harris. Agent Houston had his legs dematerialized after he tripped into a rising tide of anomalous liquid, which he described as looking like a moving physical computer glitch. However, in spite of this, Agent Houston is still able to stand and move of his own free will. It seemed to Dr. Harris that Houston's legs were somehow trapped between dimensions. Houston told Dr. Harris that he didn't experience any kind of pain when his legs were removed, but to this day he occasionally feels something furry brushing up against them. Perhaps wherever his legs are, they aren't alone. Next, the stoic Agent Munru of Samsara was interviewed by Captain Elliot O'Neill of Mobile Task Force D-26, also known as Time Cops. Captain O'Neill had a bone to pick with Munru, namely that he'd allow Captain Hollis to run off and sacrifice her own life despite having a clear directive to prevent the human task force members from endangering themselves at any cost. Munru deflected, claiming that when Hollis separated from the group, he assumed that she ran off with intentions that never included her own demise. O'Neill and the Foundation found this answer unsatisfying and decided to move on to their next interview with Onru, the last person with Captain Hollis before her death. The interviewer, Dr. Darian Arnold, probed the elite Samsara operative on why she turned off her camera before she and Hollis reached the Thresher, the machine that Hollis overloaded to annihilate Site-13 from our dimension. She gave a more compelling answer than Munro. When she and Hollis entered the server room on the way to the Thresher, they encountered what might have been the ultimate cognito hazard. It was a vision of a terrifying alternate dimension with billions dead. A poisoned star like the biblical wormwood fell from the burning sky, A nightmare god like the one torturing Elliot Emerson wandered along the fields of crucified people, covered in deadly cognitohazardous runes. Just looking at it burned the scramble technology out of Moonru's eyes, and she quickly turned off her cameras to avoid potentially frying the brains of Mission Control. Hollis wasn't so lucky. The things she witnessed broke her sanity, and when she finally overloaded the thresher machine, she was laughing and crying. Finally, in perhaps the most enlightening debriefing interview of them all, Site Director William Vesterlin interviewed Dr. Muhammad Scott, the highest-ranking researcher of Site-13 and confidant of the now infamous director Elliot Emerson. The question was simple: just what had happened for Site-13 to become so messed up? And Dr. Scott answered in detail with a tale of corruption, alternate realities, and the perils of unchecked power. In his home dimension, Site-13 was originally created in Nome, Alaska to house the corpse of a giant sea creature that beached itself on the border of India and Bangladesh in 1964. It became the largest and most secretive Foundation containment facility in the latter half of the 20th century. However, disaster struck in 1994 when a Marxist extremist used an anomaly to level the Willis Tower in Chicago. As a result, the Foundation lost a lot of its funding and international support, leaving it in dire financial straits. Enter the true villain of the Site-13 story, Paul Manafort. If that name sounds familiar to you, it's because he was an associate of President Trump in our universe who got into legal trouble for shady international dealings. However, in Dr. Scott's universe, he was a powerful staffer for President Bob Dole, who in that reality had beaten Bill Clinton in the 1996 presidential election. Manafort was made the new Secretary General of the Global Occult Coalition, the UN's answer to the SCP Foundation, and one of their leading competitors, with an ethos geared toward killing rather than containing anomalies. Manafort and the GOC co-opted the struggling Foundation, providing them with money in exchange for control. The Foundation had no choice but to accept the deal with the devil. Slowly, Manafort replaced the Foundation old guard with toadies and loyalists. The Ethics Committee and the O5 Command were dismantled. Dissenters were dragged out of their offices and shot point-blank in the head execution style. Site-13 had originally been directed by Dr. Bright, but Bright was arrested and contained under false pretenses, so Manafort could install a new director, a mid-level researcher by the name of Elliot Emerson. Emerson is often painted as a sadistic monster who took pleasure in torturing anomalies to death and flushing them down the body pit. The reality is both simpler and more grim. Emerson, it turns out, was just an eager yes man. He was put into his position to follow Manafort's orders to a T, and those orders were simple: kill. In a perfect example of the banality of evil, Dr. Emerson converted Site-13 into a brutal slaughterhouse, just as his overlords at the GOC had ordered him. But things were quickly getting out of hand, and one of the most vocal critics of the new regime was one of Emerson's old lovers, one Dr. Vera Hadley, Assistant Director of Anomalous Biology. Dr. Hadley was disgusted by the inhuman acts Emerson was carrying out and couldn't stay silent, and for this she faced horrific consequences. Corrupt guards stripped her and beat her to within an inch of her life in front of her co-workers. In that moment, she swore her revenge. She sabotaged the containment procedures and had the engineers rig the already unstable thresher device to overload. As Emerson watched the anomalies break containment, he began to fear for his life, both from the anomalies themselves and from the punishments of his superiors at the GOC. Dr. Scott revealed that Emerson was no evil mastermind. He was a lapdog for the GOC, a dirty coward all the way to the very end, and he was desperate. He held Dr. Scott at gunpoint and ordered him to activate the thresher or die, and the rest is history. There would be no redemption for Dr. Scott's former friend, as Emerson ended up chained to the rune-covered platform head of a nightmare god for all eternity. So ends the debriefing of the Site-13 survivors, and closes the book on that terrible place, for now anyway. The story of SCP-1730 is anything but simple, and there are so many angles from which this dark tragedy of cruelty and corruption can be approached, and ultimately, it was all for the same two things at the root of every evil: the desire for money and power. But the pursuit of these base desires can lead to some truly nightmarish consequences, and nobody knows this better than former director Elliot Emerson, who will be paying for these sins until the end of time.
A swarm of bloodthirsty entities waits outside the protective boundary that surrounds the solar system. They surge through the vacuum of space looking for vulnerabilities in the force field that protects us from their destructive powers. The creatures ran themselves against the barrier again and again, trying to break through. Upon impact, the force field shimmers a golden color and displays a series of thaumaturgical symbols, but it holds. Suddenly, something flies through the protective shield from inside the solar system. It leaves a hole. 2 creatures enter our solar system before the shield closes. This may be the end for humanity. The 6th Overseer sits at a computer terminal massaging the bridge of his nose. He has just logged into the Foundation database to gather information on an anomaly whose intentions are still unknown. The O5 Council wants him to vote on an extreme measure, but he requires more information first. There is something coming. He can feel it, and he thinks it has something to do with SCP-1548. O5-6 straightens his back and sits up in his chair. He logs back into the Foundation database and brings up the entry for SCP-1548. He knows that this SCP has been connected to some odd occurrences recently, but what are its true intentions? Is SCP-1548 trying to help save the universe? Or is it a malicious entity hell-bent on destroying it? O5-6 must find out. He scrolls through the first few entries. SCP-1548 itself is a series of solar phenomena that occur at the south pole of the sun. During these events, the sun's plasma morphs into different thaumaturgical symbols. Each symbol is tens of thousands of miles across. The symbols themselves have not all been classified by the Foundation yet, but there are 3 that have been observed multiple times. The first is an unnamed symbol that, when inscribed on a telescopic device by a person with thaumaturgical abilities, can identify psionic entities with malicious intents. The second symbol is known as the Calphastian Isle, which when displayed on a material, strengthens it immensely and gives it the ability to absorb kinetic and electromagnetic energy. The final symbol is the 12 Holy Owls of Cerinthium. When this symbol is affixed to an object, any entity that is killed by it will immediately annihilate and take everything in its radius with it. O5-6 jots a note on the pad of paper sitting on his desk. He has seen some of these symbols before. They are connected to the Ortuthan mythology. The practitioners of this religion are known as the Church of the Second Hytoth, and are a mix of human and alien entities whose main purpose is to aid the guardian deity of the universe, Rakmu-Liusen, in combating any threat that may try to wipe out this existence. There must be a connection between the Church of the Second Hytoth and SCP-1548, O5-6 thinks. He scrolls back through the SCP-1548 file to the entry logged on May 17, 1983, the first time an event connected to SCP-1548 was recorded. A probe picked up the manifestation of thaumaturgic symbols on the south pole of the sun. It was odd, but nothing other than the manifestation of the symbols seemed to occur. This event was recorded as Extra Normal Event 9008 and logged into the SCP database. The event was all but forgotten until December 23, 2016, when the activity of SCP-1548 really began to pick up. On that day, SCP-1548 began manifesting protection symbols in rapid succession. Over the next few months, a dense cloud of ionized gas formed around the solar system. This ionized wall of radiation surrounded the heliopause, the boundary where the sun's radiation gives way to the vacuum of space. Over time, this cloud became thicker, until no light from outside of the solar system could enter. Foundation censorship protocols were quickly used to disseminate false data, suggesting that the solar system was passing through a dense cloud of cosmic dust, and that was what was altering the night sky and causing the stars to disappear. But as O5-6 continues to scan the files, he knows what the true cause of this phenomenon is. It must be SCP-1548. But why? Is the anomaly trying to protect us from something outside of our solar system? Or is it trying to trap humanity within, with no means of escape? O5-6 stands up and stretches. That's enough for today, he says out loud to the empty room. He walks towards the door and reaches for the handle. All of a sudden, sirens start going off and red lights begin to flash. O5-6 spins around and runs back to the computer terminal. An emergency alert begins coming through. The Falcon Light 5 rocket that launched earlier in the day to bring supplies to the International Space Station has spontaneously lost 50% of its mass mid-flight. O5-6 frantically begins typing. He brings up videos from surveillance satellites. The Overseer watches in horror as pieces of debris and bodies of the crew float through the silence of space. The rocket looks like it has been cut directly down the middle, and half of the structure has vanished from existence. What is happening? Suddenly another alert comes in. All communication has been lost with the International Space Station. Without warning, the space station begins broadcasting a series of cognito hazards. O5-6 quickly changes the channel to stop the signal from transmitting through his computer. Reports start coming in from around the world that anyone who continued listening to the cognito hazard signals began entering trances. Then their brain completely evaporated from their skulls. There is a surge of thaumaturgic particles in orbit around the Earth. O5-6 traces the particles back to their source. They came from SCP-1548. The signal from the ISS stops abruptly. The entire space station changes course. It is on a trajectory to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. The friction and heat will rip the space station apart. O5-6 can't believe what is happening. It seems as if SCP-1548 helped humanity in a way by stopping the signals from the ISS. But how can he be sure that SCP-1548 wasn't responsible for the cognito hazards in the first place? He needs more information. O5-6 searches for answers as more anomalies connected to SCP-1548 start occurring around the world. During a political demonstration in Berlin, a thaumaturgic way opens up that leads to a pocket dimension. Soon after, the appearance of the portal, Koru Archpriest Farah Atanus, the leader of the Church of the Second High-Toth, makes an announcement. He claims that the way leads to a shelter, which will protect people from the coming doom of the universe. The people in the area, along with the members of the Church of the Second High-Toth, make their way into the portal. 2 undercover Foundation agents follow the group. After everyone has entered, the way immediately closes, and there is no further contact. What does the Church of the Second High-Toth know that we don't? O5-6 wonders. He continues monitoring the situation and looking for answers. Suddenly a message comes through all Foundation channels. It is coming from the sun. It is not SCP-1548. Instead, it is SCP-179, the humanoid permanently in space near the sun. 179 sends out one clear word in its signal: defend. Who is SCP-179 talking to? O5-6 thinks. What needs to be defended? Is it humanity? Our solar system? The universe? Another alarm begins to go off. What now? O5-6 screams. He brings up the alert. The screen flashes to the moon. O5-6 focuses in on where the alert is coming from. It is a Foundation base called Area 32. What remains left of the base is reporting that SCP-2821 suddenly expanded in size, formed a wormhole that led to another region of the universe, and then vanished through it, taking 38 Foundation members and 10 anomalies with it. Sirens continue to go off. Distress signals are being picked up on every channel. It seems as if the world is coming to an end, and everything that is happening is somehow connected to SCP-1548. A static-filled transmission begins coming in from SCP-3417. The words are urgent. All Artothans here. All Artothans must listen now. The stars are lost. Static breaks up the transmission for a few moments before it resumes. Ago the first invasion occurred. The gods were unprepared, never comprehending the fragility of the universe after its creation. The worlds must fight. The transmission cuts off. Everything goes silent. A pulsating SCP icon appears on the screen of O5-6's computer. It is the part of the puzzle he has been waiting for. In 1999, the O5 Council unanimously voted to launch a mission called Seraph-1 to explore beyond the heliosphere. And the mission's true purpose was to explore the plausibility of extraterrestrial SCP objects in space. The message that O5-6 just received is from Seraph-1. It is relaying information back to Earth. The video shows the barrier of ionized radiation that SCP-1548 had created glowing orange at the border of the heliopause. The radioactive wall seems to be made up of complex geometric patterns, around 6,000 miles across. Seraph-1 accelerates towards the barrier. It smashes through the protective shell. The probe has entered interstellar space. O5-6 knows that everything he is seeing is on a delay, as the information being sent back by Seraph-1 needs to travel vast distances, and it takes significant time for signals to reach Earth. After passing through the ionized barrier, the connection to Seraph-1 is lost. Over the next few days, O5-6 tries to link the anomalies happening in the solar system to SCP-1548. The Foundation still hasn't concluded if 1548 is harmful or trying to protect the solar system in some way. Then a message comes in from Seraph-1. It has briefly regained communication with the Foundation. Most of the probe's instruments have been destroyed, but its rear-facing camera is still broadcasting. 05-6 pulls up the feed. He stares at the screen in horror as the images unfold before him. The camera captures swarms of unknown entities surrounding the heliopause. The bodies of the entities are asymmetrical, with countless appendages and unknown structures jutting out from their cores. They seem to range in size from 10 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers across, although some seem so large that their size can only be hypothesized. The swarms crash into the protective barrier that SCP-1548 has created around the solar system. Each time part of the swarm rams the barrier, thousands of thaumaturgic symbols and solar flares appear at the point of impact. Two entities that are later classified as 1548 Omega-1 and 1548 Omega-2 are captured entering the solar system by Seraph-1's camera. Video from Seraph-1 shows that as the probe exited through the protective barrier, it created a hole that remained open for a few moments. During the time that the shield of ionized radiation was vulnerable, 1548-Omega-1 and 1548-Omega-2 entered through it. They are now inside the solar system. SCP-1548 launches countermeasures in the form of glowing red sigils that create shockwaves to slow down Omega-1 and Omega-2. Omega-1 is shaped like an eel with 5 contorted arms radiating from its body and a mouth made of impossible geometric shapes. Omega-2 has a tetrahedral structure that leaves a trail of black rocks in its wake. As the two entities move towards the sun, SCP-1548 becomes more active. It closes the hole in the barrier before any other creatures of the swarm can enter, and then launches hundreds of concentrated blasts of thalmic energy at Omega-2. The flares vaporize the entity in seconds. The last thing the video feed of Seraph-1 captures before it cuts out is Omega-1 disappearing from view as it creeps towards the center of the solar system. It has escaped the protective measures of SCP-1548. After the O5 Council reviews the footage, they decide to deploy the SCPS Cortana to intercept Omega-1. The orbital vessel is fully equipped with experimental anomalous weapons and propulsion systems. The Council is sure that the Cortana will be able to destroy Omega-1. Data coming in from other satellites indicate that Omega-1 has destroyed Pluto and other Kuiper Belt objects. It is slowly making its way to the center of the solar system, annihilating everything in its path. The Cortana intercepts Omega-1 near Jupiter and engages the creature. After 10 minutes of battling, communication with the ship is lost. Probes in the area capture footage of the Cortana and Omega-1 in mid-battle, when they are suddenly surrounded by a black substance and both vanish from sight. O5-6 and the other council members watch in anticipation, unsure of what has just happened. Then the black substance dissipates. The SCPS Cortana sits motionless in space. The entity is nowhere to be seen. A cheer erupts from the Overseers and Foundation members in the room. It seems the entity has been defeated. Then, without warning, the Cortana accelerates rapidly. It is on a collision course with Mars. As the ship hurtles past one of the probes in the asteroid belt, the Foundation members see an organic mass resembling that of Omega-1 attached to the hull of the ship. The Overseer Council watches in horror as the SCPS Cortana smashes into the red planet, leaving a crater 250 miles wide. The energy released from the impact instantly ionizes the thin atmosphere of Mars, causing the surface to turn into molten rock. From the epicenter of the impact crater, a black organic mass begins to crawl across the planet. The Overseers are frozen in fear. But SCP-1548 immediately deals with the entity that is devouring the surface of Mars. From the sun comes the largest SCP-1548 instance ever recorded. A solar flare is jettisoned towards Mars. The impact causes a fusion reaction so intense that for a moment, Mars shines as brightly as the sun. The planet explodes. Its debris is cast across the solar system. Over time, it will create a second asteroid belt in the orbit that Mars once inhabited. The Overseer Council is now convinced that the threat has been dealt with. SCP-1548 is holding the swarm at bay outside of the solar system, at least for the moment. O5-6 returns to his office. He brings up the file on SCP-1548. He is still unsure of this SCP's true intentions. It seems to be protecting humanity, but why? 05-6 sits back in his chair and scrolls to the end of the file. There is an update to the file by 05-3, something that wasn't there before. 05-6 opens the new entry and reads the caption, "All that's left of our infinite, ever-expanding universe." 05-6 scrolls down. The image is a picture taken by Seraph-1 before contact was lost forever. It is a picture of all that remains of the universe. There are 2 dots of light, and nothing else but blackness. The swarm has destroyed everything in the universe except for those 2 faraway stars and our own solar system, which was protected by SCP-1548. But how long can it hold out against a universe-destroying force? Only time will tell. Dr. Dan anxiously paced in his cell. It was the only way he'd been able to occupy himself for the past 6 months, save for pouring through files and, when he was lucky, being able to oversee another failed termination attempt. He only stopped pacing when, for a brief and horrible moment, he realized that monster was probably doing the exact same thing in its big metal cube at this very moment. That horrible creature that he'd thrown away his life for a futile shot at killing. Perhaps the whole thing had been a fool's errand. After all, he was formerly a researcher under the employ of the SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, protect. They had truly sadistic beasts like SCP-106, the Nightmarish Old Man, and SCP-352 Baba Yaga in containment cells, and there was no plans to terminate either of them. They weren't the Global Occult Coalition for 343's sake. Why did Dr. Dan even want to terminate SCP-096 in the first place? He tried to explain it to them again and again, but his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. In his mind, the impetus for destroying the Shy Guy was terrifyingly clear. It was a monster that killed anyone or anything that looked at its face, even a photograph of it, even a tiny collection of pixels. When its rage state was induced, it seemed that nothing would stop it. It would have an intuitive psychic link to its victim, charge at them at breakneck speed, and only find its zen again once all of them were dead. And if a picture of SCP-096 was leaked onto the internet, it would cause a chain reaction that triggered an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. There were plenty of creatures and entities that the Foundation knew about that could theoretically bring about the apocalypse, but to him, 096 was the most realistic. It preyed upon the inherent curiosity and thirst for knowledge seated in every human heart. The same drive to simply know that led to the creation of the SCP Foundation would be humanity's doom in the face of an SCP-096 outbreak. And if such a thing happened, the Foundation would need to break the masquerade of secrecy to have any hope of saving humanity. In his many feverish nightmares, Dr. Dan had seen it all so clearly. The first photographs of SCP-096's face would be leaked online. Perhaps a few hundred people across the globe would look, in disparate enough locations that it would be almost impossible for the Foundation to detect and save all of them, as SCP-096 went on its bloody rampage. Of course, as the image proliferated, as images on the internet often do, the purview of 096's violence would only grow. People across the nation would start to take notice, and soon after that, across the world. Mysterious creature causing mass casualties would be the headline on every news desk, because why would anybody want to talk about anything else? Perhaps some foolish reporters would take video footage of the creature. Everyone has a phone these days with high-definition cameras. Pictures would be taken and posted. More and more of it would flood the internet. Too many simultaneous moles for even the SCP Foundation to whack. The news would spread. Panic and hysteria would spread. People wouldn't even know what's triggering all this horror if the Foundation didn't go public and tell them that it was the pictures that was killing everyone. And by then, wouldn't it already be too late? The antidote to fear is knowledge. It's why when anything goes wrong, we're refreshing timelines and feeds and news websites for any kind of information. And if you were told an unstoppable monster was killing scores of people and might be coming to a neighborhood near you sometime soon, wouldn't you want a good look at it? Wouldn't you want to know your enemy? Having no idea that the mere act of knowing was what sealed your horrible fate. By Dr. Dan's bleak estimations, if only several million people died as a result of this kind of scenario, it could be considered a positive outcome. He'd seen it all, but no matter how many times he tried to articulate this to his superiors, he wasn't listened to. They didn't take him or the threat that SCP-096 posed seriously. Every time he warned of the apocalyptic potential of SCP-096, he was simply told to get back to working on those goggles. It was why he needed to give those naysayers a demonstration. It was why a certain photograph needed to show up in the home of a certain mountaineer. It's why all those people had to die. There was no other way. The deaths of the civilians and the researchers and the mobile task force members were, of course, regrettable, but it was the only way to prevent the deaths of so many more. They gave him what he wanted, permission to put this gangly time bomb in the ground, even if the beast's death was inextricably tied to his own execution at the hands of the very employers who authorized him. The world was full of funny little ironies like that. Another one is that even though Dr. Dan now had the authorization and funding to terminate SCP-096, he was discovering that he lacked another important factor, the capability. They tried incinerating it, exposing it to massive amounts of radiation, exposing it to an insane degree of kinetic trauma, the equivalent of being hit by an out-of-control bullet train. They tested every kind of experimental, off-the-books weaponry that they had access to through various research projects. Proton blasts, lasers, high-intensity energy beams. Nothing. Even when they fried off every scrap of flesh on the monster's body, its unbreakable skeleton still remained, and in what seemed like no time at all, it'd be back in action. Its very existence seemed to mock him. A guard opened his cell door, staring disdainfully at the disgraced researcher. That same guard had slammed his head against a wall a month earlier. One of his friends had apparently been killed in the legendary 096 containment breach that set this whole sordid thing in motion. "Up and at 'em, scumbag!" he said in a gruff, surly voice, training a handgun on the doctor he knew wouldn't fight back. "They need you in test chamber 6. Dr. Dan allowed himself a small grin, imperceptible to the guard who clearly hated his guts. They'd approved his 096 versus 682 cross-test. Marvelous. How marvelous. To all the others, it would seem like just one more entry in a long line of 682 cross-tests. He thought it darkly funny. In his eyes, the Foundation had no hope of ever killing SCP-682. Its defining quality was being impossible to kill, and it didn't present nearly the threat to the entire world that 096 posed. Their futile attempts to murder the lizard were little more than a money sink to justify the site's exorbitant funding. But perhaps he could turn this to his benefit. Maybe SCP-682 would hold the secret to actually killing off his nemesis. Within 30 hours, Dr. Dan had his disappointing answer. Both anomalies had undeniably done a real number on each other, and Dr. Dan did take a kind of sick amusement in the mental trauma that SCP-682 had induced in 096. But ultimately, it was all for nothing. 682 had skinned 096 alive and melted off its flesh with acid, but once again, that indestructible skeleton stood firm. This had been the 27th termination attempt since the incident. The 27th failed termination attempt, Dr. Dan mentally corrected himself. 096's skeleton kept defeating them. Even their most ardent attempts to penetrate the bones and destroy the creature within had failed. During a previous attempt, they tried to access the brain by putting a diamond-hard drill into its eye sockets. Of course, it was the drill that actually broke, much to Dr. Dan's seemingly tireless frustration. Needless to say, in the debriefing interview with Dr. Carver, a researcher who once would have considered him a colleague, he wasn't in high spirits. If he managed to kill this thing, then he would always be the hero who made a terrible sacrifice in order to save many more lives. If he didn't kill 096, he was little more than the monster who murdered all those innocent people for nothing. Though you'd never hear him say it out loud. If it wasn't for that damnable, indestructible skeleton, this monster would be long dead already. If only there was some way to break the creature's bones. That's when it hit him. SCP-1730, the sculpture. A Site-13 icon often overlooked because of its more silent but deadly style, but undeniably one of the most frightening and dangerous anomalies out there. It had racked up a truly shocking body count since it was first interred at Site-19 in 1993, one broken neck at a time. And it's one of the few creatures out there that even the hard-to-destroy reptile himself is utterly terrified of. Perhaps a monster that practically has a PhD in breaking bones would be the ideal candidate to vandalize the Shy Guy's vertebrae. Once his proposal was greenlit for initial testing, Dr. Dan arranged for the Shy Guy, with a bag over his head of course, to be brought into a testing chamber with the ever-stoic SCP-173. When all of the researchers and guards were safely outside, all it took was a single blink to make all of Dr. Dan's darkest dreams come true. In the nanoseconds his eyes were closed, he heard the most beautiful sounds in the world. A loud, fleshy crunch and a pained howl from 096. He opened his eyes to an equally wondrous sight. 096 doubled over at an unnatural angle. Its spine snapped between the fourth and fifth vertebrae, spinal fluid leaking down the creature's flank. That freaky little sculpture had done it. It had actually damaged the integrity of the Shy Guy's skeleton. It was at that moment that Dr. Dan knew he could kill this thing. Admittedly, there was a containment breach shortly after that when the bag slipped off of 096's head, and it charged through the nearby steel wall, killing multiple people before being subdued and recontained. But when it comes to projects involving Dr. Dan, a mere handful of innocent people being killed sits comfortably within the acceptable margin of error. A day later, Dr. Dan was standing before a crowded boardroom, with agents, researchers, and even a few members of the O5 Council in attendance. He explained his findings to them, and the fact that, even more importantly, they may have a way to bring the wretched existence of 096 to an absolute halt. His plans were approved. Not long after, he was putting them into motion. Dr. Dan was surrounded by researchers and heavily armed guards as 173 was escorted into the test chamber with a forklift. 096 was there, still bagged. Off to the side was a giant tub of hydrofluoric acid connected to a hose and injector attachment. If this didn't work, nothing would. Everyone stood back in a safe zone as 173 was released to do its thing. Crunch. Just like the previous time, 096's spine had been successfully snapped. Spinal fluid dribbled down its skin. Everyone had rushed into the chamber. One group kept 173 isolated with their stares. The other, headed by Dr. Dan, prepared the acid injector and shoved it into the breach in 096's spine. As the acid was pumped by the gallon into 096's bones, the creature let out the most horrifying wail. It kicked and bucked as more acid was pumped in, melting those indestructible bones from within. The creature even began to vomit acid as it panicked, melting the bag off of its own head. Some panicked and averted their gaze. Dr. Dan didn't. He stared directly at the creature's face for the first time as it melted in front of him with nothing short of pure elation. Had he won? Had he actually won? The creature let out a gurgling shriek and the guards opened fire. Their bullets splattered into the monster's melting flesh and bones as it hollered and shrieked. They didn't let up, firing up and down its body, spraying it with white-hot lead. It began to melt and bubble away, expanding into a great, gruesome puddle on the floor beneath them. Dr. Dan laughed like a madman. Even as the guards grabbed him and dragged him away from the foul-smelling, greasy mess, bubbling with chemical life, he just kept laughing. Even though he knew the death of 096 meant an equally swift death of his own, it didn't matter. It had all been for something. The world was saved. It was over. He'd finally won.
On an ordinary day in 1991, a young man known by the initials JS went on a hike with 4 of his friends on the wooded outskirts of their small town. Everything seemed perfectly normal until JS began to feel a strange sense of familiarity, like he had been in this spot before. He couldn't shake this weird feeling, but thought nothing more of it. Little did he know that this was a sign of deadly things to come. Several hours after first experiencing that sense of deja vu, JS was found by the side of the road, covered in cuts and scratches, with his friends nowhere to be found. This is the story of SCP-939, an unforgettable monster that you'll never remember. There was no way for JS to know that the unsettling feeling he felt and the horrors that followed it were the result of an experiment conducted by the SCP Foundation, an experiment with deadly unforeseen consequences. JS and his friends were exposed to a substance known only as AMN-C227 as part of a series of tests performed by the SCP Foundation, intended to determine the effectiveness of this substance as a deliberate amnestic. Dealing with as many mysterious, secret creatures and objects as they do, the SCP Foundation has long needed a way to tamper with the memories of those exposed to the Foundation's various prisoners and test subjects. And when the Foundation discovered AMN-C227, it seemed like it might be perfect for this purpose. So where did AMN-C227 come from? Over a year before the incident with JS and his friends, the SCP Foundation captured SCP-939. SCP-939 is a species of endothermic predators that live and hunt in packs. They are designated Keter class and regarded as highly dangerous and hostile to human life. Native to caves, they have no eyes, translucent red skin, and stand at an average of 2.2 meters tall, with an average weight of 250 kilograms. They have 4 limbs, each ending in 3 fingered claws and a 4th opposable digit resembling a thumb. In addition to their sharp claws, their mouths are filled with red fang-like teeth that reach up to 6 centimeters in length. In place of their absent eyes, they have light-sensitive spots running along their backs, which are covered in spines believed to detect changes in air pressure and flow. In addition to their many other terrifying attributes, the internal anatomy of SCP-939 poses a biological mystery. These creatures have no circulatory system and no digestive tract. That's right, in spite of being predators seemingly acting on a need to feed, they have no stomach. Instead, when they eat, their food builds up in their respiratory system until its presence inhibits function, and then it is regurgitated. In spite of being a creature that should not, under any logical conditions, be able to live, SCP-939 continues to persist, and is even capable of giving birth to live young after a gestation period of 12 months. The SCP Foundation was able to study a litter of these young that were born in captivity in September of 1992, though the creatures remain just as much of a scientific mystery as they were upon first discovery. Everything about them seems to defy the logic of the natural world, which, to be fair, is really nothing new for the Foundation. The respiratory system of SCP-939 was found to exhale small traces of an airborne amnestic substance, given the name AMN-C227. This compound blocks the formation of memories for the duration of exposure to it, plus a 30-minute period following the exposure, give or take a few minutes. It is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and completely undetectable in the bloodstream after only 60 minutes. AMN-C227 was approved for use as a Class C amnestic by the SCP Foundation in 1990, following some initial tests. However, after one particular incident involving a young man and his friends, the official use of AMN-C227 was suspended. JS and 3 of his 4 friends were previously given a dose of AMN-C227, though the details of why they were given the amnestic has since been stricken from the record. Several months after being exposed to AMN-C227, JS and his friends went out on their ill-fated hiking trip. While hiking, JS was suddenly overcome with a sense of deja vu. When he mentioned it to his friends, 3 of them agreed that they had felt it too. One of the group, another young man who had not been exposed to AMN-C227, was uncomfortable and decided to go home. JS and the remaining 3 members of the group made the choice to stay in the woods and try to determine what was triggering the unusual feeling of familiarity. As they got closer and closer to a large cave near the hiking trail, the sense of having been there before grew stronger and stronger. Armed with only one flashlight and a foolish curiosity, the 4 went inside the cave. They made their way deeper and deeper and deeper into the darkness, not knowing why they felt this way or what they might find inside. None of the group could explain just what felt so familiar, only that the further they made their way into the cave, the more pronounced the feeling became. It was getting late, and they knew they should have been afraid to venture so deep into a cave with only one light source and no knowledge of what lay inside. But still, they pressed on. One of the group remarked that they should turn back, but the others refused to listen. They wanted to know what they were getting close to, what was drawing them deeper and deeper into the cave. Unfortunately for them, they would get their answer. In the heart of the cave was a pack of SCP-939, waiting patiently for their prey to wander into their domain. There are no witnesses to account for what exactly happened to JS and his companions, but we can reasonably piece the events together from what happened after. Once the friends reached the heart of the cave, the creatures were on them in seconds, raking them with their sharp claws and biting with their fangs. SCP-939 are larger and stronger than most people, so it was probably not much of a fight. However, while his friends were being devoured, JS was somehow able to scramble out of the cave and make his way into the woods in search of help. Under the influence of the AMC-227 that had built up in the cave from the presence of the pack of SCP-939, JS lost a large portion of his memory of the event. He found himself on the side of the highway late at night, seriously injured and his clothes ripped. An officer found him there and asked him to stay still and remain calm until an ambulance could arrive. JS was still in a panic and attempted to run away from the officer, begging to be released so that he could get away. He babbled incoherently about the color red, screaming over and over again about the red, though when prompted, he could not explain what the red he was screaming about referred to. His friends were not with him. Just as the officer managed to calm JS, the ambulance arrived. Its flashing red lights sent him into another frenzy, and he attempted to escape custody, claiming that the red lights were going to get him. The official police report described JS as perhaps being under the influence of a powerful hallucinogen, that he was just having a bad trip, but the SCP Foundation knew better. The Foundation conducted an interview with JS about his experience, and determined that SCP-939 was certainly involved. As part of their cover-up effort, they strongly implicated JS in the disappearance and the death of his friends. He was convicted of manslaughter, though the bodies of his friends were never found. It is rumored that the SCP Foundation hired him on a prison work release program, and that he now works as a member of the janitorial staff at one of the Foundation's facilities. This incident led to the suspension of the use of AMN-C227, as it revealed some vital and disturbing information about the compound's side effects. After the exposure to AMN-C227, a person who found themselves exposed to it again would experience a sense of familiarity and felt compelled to investigate the source of this feeling. Essentially, anyone treated with AMN-C227 are not made aware of the existence and danger of SCP-939 would become a perfect victim, primed to be attracted to dens of SCP-939. It is likely that this side effect is not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate hunting tactic designed to attract prey that had somehow managed to escape. With no memory of their attack at the hands of SCP-939, this previous intended prey would find themselves drawn to the same den or even a new one, not knowing that they were walking back into near certain death. While the SCP Foundation suspended the use of AMN-C227 as a Class C amnestic, they did recruit a team of SCP field operatives to take advantage of this side effect. This team of operatives were deliberately administered a dose of AMN-C227 and briefed on its effects, as well as the dangers of following the feeling of déjà vu should it surface in the field. These infected officers were essentially used as bloodhounds, relying on any sense of unusual familiarity to sniff out new dens of SCP-939 so they could be captured and contained by the Foundation. As far as we know, this operation is still ongoing today. However, now that the Foundation has a sufficient number of specimens to study, additional dens of SCP-939 that are discovered are ordered to be immediately destroyed. As for the SCP-939 still in captivity, they are contained in environmentally regulated and negatively pressured cells with walls of reinforced concrete. The doors to the cells are airtight to prevent the leakage of any AMN-C227, and any personnel that interact with one of the creatures is required to wear level C hazmat gear to avoid exposure and follow decontamination procedures upon exiting the cell. All SCP-939 have subdermal tracking devices implanted to find them in the event of escape. Only one SCP-939 has given birth in the time that the creatures have been in captivity. Strangely, SCP-939 young look indistinguishable from human infants and change their physical appearance at some yet unknown point as they age. If any more offspring are produced, they will immediately be separated from the parent and studied. All that we know is that they are found in caves in the woods outside of a small town. It could be any town, even yours. So, if you're ever out hiking and struck with a sudden feeling of déjà vu, don't investigate. Don't get curious. just go home. It might just save your life.
The SCP Foundation has faced a number of wide, potentially apocalyptic threats in its mission to uphold normalcy and save humanity. We know the SCP Foundation could be ruthless in this mission. The events of SCP-5000 before Agent Pietro restarted the universe show what happens when the Foundation is pushed to its final decisions regarding normalcy being upheld. In SCP-5000, it seemed that the SCP Foundation decided to cease research further into the anomaly they needed to neutralize. But what would have happened if they didn't? In any case, we know the SCP Foundation is dedicated to normalcy and the containment of the anomalous. But what happens when the SCP Foundation is faced with a dire decision: uphold normalcy or destroy their universe? The multiverse is a concept in science fiction that has gained mass amounts of popularity over recent years, especially recently thanks to a certain wall crawlers movie. Multiverses are parallel universes that are similar or extremely different from the main ones. Scientists have pondered over the existence of a multiverse for hundreds of years, with the most popular being the many worlds interpretation, a theory of quantum mechanics that states there are many worlds that exist in parallel at the same space and time as our own. Some interpretations even state that every decision a person makes causes a branch in reality where the person made the other decision. We're familiar with the SCP Foundation's run-ins with the multiverse, from SCP-2935-O Death, a cave that allows the Wanderer to enter a parallel dimension that's fully and completely dead, only for the same thing to happen to their own world once they return through the cave, or SCP-1437, a hole that allows the Foundation to send, receive, and read parallel dimensional documentation from other multiversal SCP Foundations. Combine those two concepts with an SCP-001 proposal. The importance of an SCP-001 proposal is not lost on the Foundation. Researchers of the SCP Foundation saved the SCP-001 slot for only the most dangerous, apocalyptic, or widespread anomalies that could affect the Foundation itself, humanity, and normalcy. Arbalic's SCP-001 proposal and the research within its file found the answer to the question we posed above. When the SCP Foundation is faced with a dire decision, do they uphold normalcy or destroy their universe and all the people who live in it? The file begins somewhat different from what we're used to with SCP Foundation files. Instead of an item number or containment procedures, we begin with a yellow notice from the Records and Information Security Administration, or RAISA for short. The notice states that the following file was received in 2026 from Dimension R42. Is Dimension R42 potentially the cause of SCP-001? Could they be attacking this version of the SCP Foundation? The notice continues with a description of the file that follows it. It states the file below describes an anomaly threatening all members of humankind in all of the multiverse. This file had been emitted to this version of the SCP Foundation for 8 minutes as an extremely dangerous cognitohazard, classified as a Class 5 cognitohazard capable of easily destabilizing and penetrating this universe. However, it was found to not be dangerous, only reading as a danger level 0. While this Foundation was unable to quickly counteract this cognitohazard, it appeared to not pose a threat to the affected universe's humankind. Part of this notice is crossed out, indicating that it is no longer true. There is a high threat of repeated cognitohazardous or other forms of attack from Dimension R42. Instead, this part has been replaced with the following fact: Dimension R42 no longer exists. Did this version's SCP Foundation fall to SCP-001? Their entire universe no longer exists, so perhaps this file that this dimension's SCP Foundation received could be a potential warning. Under this RAISA notice, the reader is not greeted with the standard Foundation documentation yet again. Instead, it seems that the original senders of this file left a note for the readers of this file. It says, "Greetings. You are reading this dossier in a paradimension of the relict dimension R42. Due to the colossal size of your world's address, for your convenience, your dimension will be hereafter referred to as PD. Paradimensions. It seems as though we're reading this SCP-001 file through the eyes of the SCP Foundation in this so-called paradimension. So if the original SCP Foundation and their universe, R42, is now destroyed, what does this mean for us? The note continues. The following message has been constructed by the SCP Foundation of the Relic Dimension R42 and is addressed to the SCP Foundation of Paradimension PD. Enclosed you will find information about SCP-001, which is a threat to the multiverse. Here we go. SCP-001 is definitely the cause of R42's destruction, but how can we be so sure of this? Maybe SCP-001 caused the Foundation to destroy their universe. The note also includes the following statement. As you may have noticed, this message was preceded by a burst signal containing a non-dangerous cognito hazard. The burst signal was constructed in such a way that minimal change to the signal would have caused indiscriminate and overwhelming casualties among the denizens of PD. As you can see, R42 is capable of eliminating the absolute majority of PD denizens, but has not exercised this capability. In the context above, we ask you to consider this action not as an act of aggression, but as a demonstration of the fact that R42 has no pretension for conquest or other forms of aggression towards PD. Take the following information in earnest. Well, at least this version of the SCP Foundation is being somewhat friendly with the Paradimension. If R42's SCP Foundation needs to quell this multiversal threat though, why are they leaving it up to an SCP Foundation that may not be so inclined? The SCP-001 file begins with the object class. This anomaly is of the joint class of Paradox Apollyon. We know from SCP-001 When Day Breaks or SCP-3999 that Apollyon-class anomalies are extremely dangerous, posing an immediate and almost unstoppable threat to normalcy, the SCP Foundation, all of humanity, or even the universe itself. The paradox part is interesting. What exactly is paradoxical about an Apollyon-class anomaly? A footnote explains this for us. This anomaly's distinguishing feature is that, in order to eliminate the anomaly that will inevitably eliminate mankind, it is imperative to eliminate mankind or release another K-class event. Oh boy. It seems that the SCP Foundation of R42 was not eliminated by SCP-001. They eliminated themselves to contain SCP-001. Is this Paradimension faced with this decision now? The containment procedures of the SCP file continue on this note. The only way to contain SCP-001 and prevent a ZK-class cross-reality failure event is the annihilation of humankind. K-class scenarios are not a concept used lightly by the SCP Foundation. We're familiar with the Omega K-class scenario when we are completely rid of death, or XK-class end-of-the-world scenarios, so we know the danger these anomalies hold to humankind, normalcy, and the world. The SCP Foundation will do anything to prevent these scenarios from occurring, apparently even including the elimination of all humankind or entire universes. The description goes more in depth on the SCP-001 anomaly. SCP-001 consists of all living members of the Homo sapiens species living within Dimension R42 and the Paradimension, or PD for short. It seems as though this anomaly was created out of a mistake from Dimension R42 and PD. As the description states, the anomaly first came into existence and developed in the Relic Dimension R42 and later activated in PD by accident. How could this have happened? Are these dimensions linked much more closely than we first thought? Let's continue with the description to find more information. Scarily, this portion of the description contains a note that states that unchecked growth of SCP-001 will cause the annihilation of the entire multiverse. The SCP Foundations of Dimension R42 and PD are not met with this decision, as now the entire multiverse is at risk. The R42 SCP Foundation has done immense research on the topic of the multiverse of their universe. After the Big Bang, a finite number of universes were created, only 57 to be exact. However, only one dimension was able to form humanity, Dimension R42, and it's unknown why this happened. But all we know is that with the destruction of R42 and the potential annihilation of PD, humanity will cease to exist in the multiverse. The danger of SCP-001 is that it has the anomalous capability for wide-scale replication of paradimensions. We are reading this article from one of these paradimensions, so this SCP Foundation is technically an anomaly that must contain itself. A paradimension is defined as a parallel reality that has an extremely small deviation from its parent dimension. In this case, PD is a paradimension of R42. It seems that these paradimensions form as a result of human decision-making. So if you've ever been between a type of shirt to buy or were confused on an exam and guessed a question, a paradimension could have formed from this decision, where the paradimension has you take the other choice. Because of this, dimensions housing living instances of SCP-001 uncontrollably grow a colossal number of minimally differing paradimensions every second. No sign of paradimensions have been found in the other 56 parent dimensions. The picture on this file shows how PD has branched from R42, but at this point, it seems that millions, if not billions or trillions of paradimensions now exist. The real problem of paradimensions is that the multiverse has a limit on the number of paradimensions that can exist, and once that is crossed, the ZK-class cross-reality failure event will begin, and the multiverse will be destroyed. The R42 Dimensions SCP Foundation has also discovered that once humankind emerges in the paradimension, they can begin to have paradimensions themselves. The ZK-class cross-reality failure event can be expected to begin between 4 to 2 months from the PD receiving this message. To summarize, SCP-001 is humankind, specifically its decision-making. When a person makes a decision, a paradimension may be created. The multiverse has a limit on the number of paradimensions it can have, and since paradimensions can have paradimensions, they are quickly approaching the ZK-class cross-reality failure event. The SCP Foundation of R42 is approximately 17 years ahead of PD, which allowed them to research and develop containment procedures to contain the anomaly and save the multiverse. R42's SCP Foundation discovered SCP-001 5 years before writing the file we're reading now. Aside from that, they developed 2 operations, Castling and Minimal Gain, to slow paradimension creation and prevent the ZK-class cross-reality failure event. In Stage 1 of Operation Minimal Gain, the Foundation began with neutralizing and decommissioning all of their contained anomalies under the classification of Euclid or Keter, specifically those that were expensive to contain or requiring high levels of personnel and researchers. Stage 2 saw Operation Castling be commenced. The R42 SCP Foundation launched rockets with variant C global amnestic dispersing warheads and took control over all countries in order to hold power over all humankind. In Stage 3, the Foundation began to move their world to a more natural state, destroying all hazardous, radioactive, chemical, and bacteriological objects, removing dams, and stopping oil extractions. During Stage 3, Stage 4 began. The R42 SCP Foundation began eliminating humanity in third world countries by use of viral and biological attacks. Stage 5 was a wider spread attack on humanity, where the SCP Foundation added deactivation-resistant viral agents to water treatment and collection plants, food products, medication, and household items of developed countries. By Stage 6, only 0.1% of humanity remained, and they were targeted with drone strikes or put into concentration camps for elimination. Stage 7. Of the remaining survivors, the Foundation sampled them to find the fittest of those left to preserve humankind. Stage 8 saw 15,000 of these people put into indefinite cryosleep, and the remaining survivors were eliminated. Stage 9 saw the destruction of the remaining SCP Foundation personnel. We move on to a list of proposals that were made before or during Operations Castling and Minimal Gain. Proposals rejected include the use of SCP objects or other technologies to eliminate derivative dimensions, the development of nanobots with the capability to control human decision-making capabilities and eliminate variability, full replacement of humanity with bionic hybrids acting explicitly within standard behavioral models, unification of humanity into a neural network with control given to an AI control unit, and the destruction of Earth and/or all of its inhabitants. While most of these seem like clear solutions that would prevent the elimination of humanity at the SCP Foundation's hand, These proposals were all rejected for one reason: the SCP Foundation did not have enough time. One proposal was accepted, however: the use of SCP-0000. This appears to be the solution the R42 SCP Foundation concocted to fight SCP-001 and potentially save the multiverse. It poses the question: if the R42 SCP Foundation used this same anomaly to contain SCP-001, as proven by the fact they no longer exist, will PD do the same? The file explains that the R42 SCP Foundation opened a dimensional wormhole into PD, as they do not know at the time if paradimensions could cause the creation of more paradimensions. In doing this, the SCP Foundation seemingly infected PD with the ability to create paradimensions. The author of this file goes on to explain that the R42 SCP Foundation had plans to attack PD and use Operations Castling and Minimal Gain in the dimension. However, they could not access the dimension again, and they believe that the Foundation personnel of PD would have made use of Thaumiel-class anomalies to save themselves and their world. A note from R42's Overseer Council is left for PD. If the Apollyon destruction was not enough, the Overseer Council is involved. The importance of the neutralization of this anomaly cannot be forgotten, so the Overseer Council explained to PD: "The world has existed before us and must remain after us. Our multiverse is ill, and the name of the illness is humanity, SCP-0001. The only way out is SCP-0000 will cease to become a threat with its help. It is in our power to leave a chance for other sapient species that perhaps will not be affected by the same anomaly, or will find a way to get rid of it before it's too late. We, the O5 Council, and other survivors from R42 have chosen our fate. We hope you will do the same." What is this SCP-0000? How did the SCP Foundation of R42 find this solution? The file for SCP-0000 is placed within this SCP-001 file. SCP-0000 is a Paradox Thaumiel-class anomaly without any containment procedures. SCP-0000 is a device that, once activated, will destroy the universe it was activated in. It will also destroy all paradimensions that are not creating other paradimensions. As such, PD would not be destroyed. However, the billions or trillions of other paradimensions the R42 parent dimension created will be destroyed. PD is left with the harrowing decision to continue living or destroy itself to save the rest of the multiverse. In the file, a note from R42's Jones Simpson is written for an SCP Foundation Overseer, 05-1. As part of Operations Castling and Minimal Gain, the remaining Foundation employees were allowed one family member to uphold morale. Joan is not writing for R42's 05-1. Instead, she's writing for PD's 05-1, this dimension's version of her father. She begins with wondering whether she can call this version of 05-1 her father, as her version of her father recently passed away. She remembers the day the Foundation employees were allowed to choose that one family member they would save for the time being. Her father was opposed to allowing two family members, as he claimed it would cause unnecessary stress and schisms among the remaining few hundred Foundation staff. 05-1 chose to have Joan over her mother, and she understood everything by the look in his eyes, and grew angry, but that feeling is long gone now. She began to work with her father and the remaining Foundation personnel that called themselves hostages behind the backs of those higher up the ranks. On days she felt sad, Joan and her father would go up to the surface of the earth in hazmat suits, sitting on the grass and watching over the empty city at the bottom of the mountain. No humanity remained, with the only life she could see being birds. Her father promised her that they'd return there and build a giant monument to humanity at the center of the city. She knew this was a lie. Joan remembers when someone proposed that they should open a portal, the one that opened to PD. This was their fatal mistake, as after that the paradimension began replicating paradimensions. The countdown went down to months again, and the promise he made to his daughter became impossible. 05-1 died and left the position vacant. Jones says to the PD's 05-1 that she doesn't care whether they destroy their world or not, or whether the universe will continue to exist, or if there will be new life in it. Her world was crushed long ago. The note also reads the following: "It's good that this message is encrypted with your key that was passed on to me, or these lines would have been deleted. Everyone wants to save the world, but who needs it like this? Empty and cold, without those to appreciate its beauty, without humanity. Do whatever you think is right. I truly feel better now. Love you. Faithfully yours, Jones Simpson." We're not too sure if PD went through with destroying their universe to save the multiverse, but it seems that whatever decision was made would cause the destruction of that universe, whether that be through the use of SCP-0000 or the ZK-class cross-reality failure event. Humanity will cease. But maybe if they make the decision to use SCP-0000, sapient life can begin to exist again, and hopefully, no paradimensions will be made from their decisions. Decisions are an extremely innate part of humanity. You decided to get out of bed this morning. You decided to open up your computer or phone, and you decided to watch this video. Who knows the amount of paradimensions we may have created today? But in our world, we're not at risk. But in the SCP Foundation's universe, anything can be anomalous, even humanity. Some things are best kept contained. After all, this is the founding principle behind the SCP Foundation themselves, to secure and contain the most dangerous anomalies in order to protect human lives. But within the Foundation itself are things which should never be uncovered, secrets that must never be told. Secured behind multiple layers of containment like the 7 Seals of Revelation is a threat so high level in its nature that it can't even be given a class. SCP-5999. But in order to truly understand this late series SCP, we have to go all the way back to one of the earliest. Anyone looking for SCP-001 will quickly realize that there are several different entities and anomalies that share this designation. Many reasons have been given for this classification quirk. Perhaps they were all discovered in the early days of the Foundation, before the current numbering system was introduced. Others have suggested that many different SCP-001s are an intentional misdirection by the Foundation to keep the nature of the true first SCP a closely guarded secret. One of the many entities, and the one we'll be referring to as SCP-001 to understand SCP-5999, is otherwise known as the database. Information about the database is kept a secret to the entire SCP Foundation, apart from the Overseer Council. The reason behind this? Well, that would be because this SCP-001 contains details of the very nature of the Foundation itself, including its creation. Not how the organization was founded, mind you, how it was created, and by whom. We're about to break the most powerful layer of containment of all, the fourth wall. You see, to you or I, the SCP Foundation and its vast catalog of user-generated articles on the creative and the creepy are nothing more than a source of entertainment. It can be fun to study the lore and the nuances of different SCPs, appreciating the imagination and hard work that the authors put into writing them. It can even inspire us, fuel our own written endeavors, whether that takes the form of fan fiction, independent stories, original SCPs, or even a YouTube series. But when all is said and done, we all know that the SCP Foundation is fictional, and they know it too. Pieced together from various fragments of information within their own archives, the database contains everything the Foundation knows about the real-world authors of the SCP Wiki. Just like we told you, it's time to weigh a fond farewell to the fourth wall, the metaphorical barrier that separates what we know to be real from what we know to be purely fiction. The fact that they exist in this fictional capacity is something the Overseer Council hopes to hide from the rest of the Foundation's personnel. But they also have plans in mind for the SCP Wiki writers responsible for creating them and expanding the roster of anomalies they keep contained. The SCP Wiki entry on SCP-001, the database, closes with a proposal, a plan from the O5 Council to reach the Wiki's authors in the real world, through mimetic kill agents that will put them to sleep and then kill them.
With that important background context in mind, now let's go all the way back to the other end of the SCP Wiki and take a look at SCP-5999. When first accessing the file, you, the reader, will notice a few format differences between this entry and others within the SCP archive. Each section of SCP-5999 is hidden behind an encryption, and accessing these will reveal the different levels of this entry. Remember how we mentioned the 7 seals of Revelation at the start of this video? That wasn't a coincidence. In the Bible's Book of Revelation, there are 7 symbolic seals securing a book that John of Patmos saw in his vision of the apocalypse. When these 7 seals are broken and the book is opened, this symbolizes the second coming of the Messiah and marks the beginning of the biblical apocalypse. In much the same vein, SCP-5999 is sealed in 7 different parts, each behind its own encryption, culminating in one apocalyptic ending. So at this point you're probably thinking, what actually is SCP-5999? What could be so dangerous that it has to stay hidden in multiple segments? Well, on the surface, SCP-5999 is just a story. It details one of the SCP Foundation's many investigations into an anomalous object. Nothing too strange about that. But there's something more to it, since with the Foundation there always is. And it has something to do with the images at the header of each section of the entity. At the top of each part of SCP-5999 is a picture of a group of candles, 7 to be exact. But the further down you read, one by one the candles start to go out, until you reach the end of SCP-5999. Delving into the first of these sections, the SCP-5999 entry describes a corpse that seems to be cursed with multiple anomalous properties. After the assault and murder of one Miss Jacqueline Hallcroft, her remains were scattered. According to this entry, any person coming into contact with a part of Miss Hallcroft's deceased body, or anyone who learns about what caused her death, will experience anomalous effects. These manifest in various ways. For example, subjects may hallucinate that they see a disheveled woman with wounds similar to Miss Hallcroft's before her dismemberment. This sight is sometimes accompanied by sounds of whispering, and even begging that calls the subject seeing and hearing things by their name. Others have reported hearing an unknown song set to the tune of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. The anomalous influence of Miss Hallcroft's dismembered remains is known to continue until a subject's death, with many reporting seeing the woman's deceased body lurking in their old photos, or suffering sleep paralysis as they feel something being forcibly removed from their guts. Some subjects even report discovering body parts and organs, anything from fingers to eyes to teeth to hair, and finding it at random places, such as when opening a drawer or in their food. Finally, a number of subjects affected by the remains of Miss Hallcroft have reported a specific irrational fear, the fear that the chains are weakening. Even after the Foundation recovered Jacqueline Hallcroft's bones and her remains were buried in a proper funeral, the effects that her dead body parts had over living subjects did not stop. Subjects reported their children went missing, and the attendees at Miss Hallcroft's funeral were somehow spontaneously disemboweled after the ceremony. To keep these effects to a minimum, the Foundation apparently has a containment procedure in place. The SCP-5999 entry details something called Procedure Sevenfold, wherein the SCP Foundation gathers 7 civilians and brings them to a location called Albright Manor. On October 30th, these 7 people are sedated and awake on the night of October 31st. All entrances to Albright Manor are sealed, trapping the civilians inside. Observed via a network of surveillance devices throughout the manor, Procedure Sevenfold always results in the deaths of the 7 civilian witnesses brought in by the Foundation. Whether they are told to perform a ritual or offered as a sacrifice is unclear. The following morning, Foundation cleanup crews will remove the remains of these people, disposing of their bodies with an incinerator. For the rest of the year, until Procedure Sevenfold needs to be conducted again, Foundation personnel on site at Albright Manor are instructed to be careful around any surfaces that contain the phrase, "This is where I died." By now, you are most likely wondering what the remains of Miss Hallcroft and Procedure Sevenfold have to do with anything we've talked about so far. What is the connection to SCP-001, the database? Is there something linking an anomalous corpse with the Foundation's knowledge of its own fictional existence? What does a fear of the chain's weakening mean? And why do none of these questions seem to acknowledge what those 7 candles represent, or why they're still gradually going out? Scrolling further through SCP-5999 doesn't seem to yield many more answers though. In fact, the more of the sections you look into, the less it seems to be about Ms. Holcroft or even make any link to the database. And the deeper you go, the fewer candles remain lit. The next few portions of the SCP-5999 entry are dedicated to completely different investigations that have little to nothing to do with Procedure Sevenfold. Ms. Holcroft's corpse and the anomalous effects it creates are also absent in later segments of this entry in the SCP archive. So if the cursed body parts of Jacqueline Holcroft are not SCP-5999, then what is? One report details the fates of a mobile task force trapped in a fog-shrouded town. Here they encounter a lamb that appears to be undead and evolves into an ungodly winged beast before the MTF team's very eyes. Another that follows is a transcript of an exorcism. During a classified Foundation operation, one Agent Grace was possessed by a demonic entity and sent to the Department of Demonology. Specialist in demonic psychology Dr. Peter McNeil attempted to remove the demon inhabiting Agent Grace. However, after trying to intimidate the demonic entity with various passages from biblical texts, it appears as though maybe the demon was able to spread its influence to both Agent Grace and Dr. McNeil. Of course, neither of these reports seem to answer any of the pressing questions or explain the exact nature of SCP-5999. As you go further into the entry, you can't help but notice how often chains are referenced. In fact, that seems to be the only thing constant in all these disjointed segments. Mentions of a failure of the chains to hold what lies beneath, and chains that have become too few in number to hold it, all create the sense that something once was locked up, sealed securely away, is managing to break free. Then finally, as the last candle goes out, you are literally brought face to face with the horror of SCP-5999, and its true nature is revealed to you. A decaying, desiccated corpse stares out of the screen at you. Its eyes are sunken deep into its skull, lips shriveled almost completely away, exposing rows of rotten teeth. Could it be Miss Holcroft's body? You aren't sure. What you are sure of is the corpse's face is getting closer to the screen, and now it's smiling at you. You can feel your heart pounding, beating against your ribcage. As the world around you begins to fade and your life slips away from you, the last thing you see is the grim face of the corpse staring out at you with its dead, sunken eyes. The truth of SCP-5999 is that it has been specifically designed to kill whoever reads it. By whom, you may be asking? By the SCP Foundation themselves. Cast your mind back to the database and remember that the Overseer Council are aware of their own fictional existence. They know that they aren't real and plan to use a memetic kill agent to take out the SCP Wiki authors that created them. SCP-5999 is that kill agent, an entity created by fiction to kill those living in reality. SCP-5999 works by drawing a person in, offering disjointed and disconnected horror stories as a means of grabbing a reader's attention. Further and further down through the entry, that person will go, searching for the meaning behind these chilling tales, and therein lies the trap. Each layer, each section of SCP-5999 that you read is another candle extinguished, and with every flame that goes out, a seal is broken, a chain becomes unbound, allowing the entity contained within the archive entry itself to get closer. Its sole purpose is to fulfill the proposal laid out by the O5 Council after learning that they were fictional, along with the entire SCP universe. By pulling you in with the mystery and intrigue of the confusing, convoluted stories, SCP-5999 is able to deploy, jumping out of the screen towards you, condemning you to a dark and grisly fate. Or maybe that's just what the O5 Council and the SCP Foundation wants us to think. Either way, it might just be safer to get your SCP knowledge here at SCP Explained. And speaking of, you're right in the middle of one of the hottest summers on record.
The days are filled with bright, scorching sun and searing heat, and you've been laying around with your air conditioning on full blast just to try and cool yourself off. Sadly, it's not really working, and the heat is becoming way too much. But then you remember there's this married couple that lives near you, with no kids, and they happen to have a swimming pool in their yard. Normally they keep to themselves, they'd never let you use their pool, but they've gone out of town for a few days. Besides, the heat is killing you. You're sure that the neighbors wouldn't mind if you just took a quick dip, as long as you clean up after yourself. They probably wouldn't even notice you were even there. Cautiously, you make your way to their house. It's an unremarkable place similar to most of the other houses in this suburb of New Mexico. After checking that there's nobody else around, you climb the 2-meter-high cinder block wall that stands around the back garden. As you drop to your feet, sweaty and panting from the unrelenting summer heat, you see it. The pool. Your salvation. Water never looks so appealing. Immediately, you step barefoot across the sun-scorched tiles and sit on the edge, legs in the water. It's cool and refreshing, perfect for a day as hot as today. You're already changed and wearing your swim trunks, so it doesn't take long for you to paddle out to the middle of the pool, letting that chilled, clean water cool you off. As you're taking a dip, you notice the pool's jets turning on automatically. It's a little bit odd, but you shrug it off. That couple clearly shelled out for a pool with a lot of fancy bells and whistles. But extra features aren't why you're here. You came because if you didn't, then you could have melted under all that sunlight. Floating on the surface of the water, you relax with your arms behind your head and close your eyes. You don't have time to realize that coming here was a mistake. Instead, you start to feel relaxed, so calm, so tranquil. You're one with the water around you now. It's almost as though you could just disappear. So, you do. The police never find any trace of you. Everyone else simply writes it off as a random disappearance. There's not even so much as a scrap of your body left in the pool, just the clear, clean water. Why? Because the swimming pool you decided to take a cooling dip in wasn't an ordinary pool. It was SCP-242. But don't worry. You won't be the last to make that costly mistake. What you didn't know is that the married couple who live in that house are secretly a pair of SCP Foundation doctors. The house isn't even theirs. The Foundation procured it after the former owner, a retired out-of-state landlord, strangely vanished. He had been struggling to find anyone to rent the place, so he eventually decided to give up on the property game and move in there himself. After 3 days, he was never seen again. Now that house has only one rule that must be followed above all else. Do not swim in the pool. SCP-242 is, at least to the untrained eye, just an average swimming pool. A decent 9 meters in length, 4.5 wide, and it holds around 53,000 liters of sterile pool water. Like we mentioned before, it's even got some nifty features like water jets, a dual waterfall, and a built-in vacuum unit for sucking out any impurities. And we mean any impurities. You see, SCP-242 does go by another name, the self-cleaning pool. And while that might not sound as foreboding or dramatic as the Scarlet King or the Wendigo Skull or the horrifying nasty dude of ultimate badness, okay, we made that last one up, we can assure you that you don't ever want to suffer the fate of taking a swim in this pool. There was an incident a while ago, recorded by the Foundation through a secret hidden camera. The house where SCP-242 can be found had been left vacant for a time, and once again some opportunists decided to take advantage of the empty swimming pool. This time it was a couple, a man and a woman in their early 20s. They climbed up the back wall, undressed, and even stole a couple of plastic inflatable rafts from a shed in the house's backyard. The water jets switched themselves on, startling the girl, but her boyfriend told her not to worry. The filter to clean the pool was probably just on an automatic timer, right? Surely it wouldn't have been anything to worry about. After swimming together for around 24 minutes, the couple both agreed that the water felt warm, tingly even. Both of them climbed onto their rafts, eventually falling asleep while still holding each other's hands. But almost half an hour after the jets had started, something caused the 2 rafts to burst.
The couple awoke, startled by the loud pop of the splitting inflatables and being plunged back into the water. The pool around them immediately began frothing violently, deep red streams of blood swirling through the water as the couple screamed in fear and agony. Both of them tried to desperately swim to the edge, hoping to leave the pool and get to safety. But unfortunately, that plan didn't work. Before they could reach the edge, the man and the woman were pulled under the surface of the raging water, their limbs thrashing as they still tried in vain to escape. Eventually, they vanished under the crimson, bloody water. The frothing slowly began to calm, and the red in the pool dissipated, once again becoming clear after 48 seconds. The couple were never seen again, and a cover story was leaked to the press by the SCP Foundation 2 weeks after they went missing. According to them, the pair had eloped together somewhere in Mexico. If only. That sounds a lot nicer than what actually happened to them. So this swimming pool clearly has some anomalous properties, that much is obvious. But what exactly are those properties? How exactly does SCP-242 work? Is it an interdimensional gateway that drags people to a nasty alternate universe if they spend too long swimming in it? Or is the swimming pool itself a sentient carnivorous creature that lures humans in only to devour them? Maybe the water is teeming with invisible flesh-eating piranhas that can strip the meat from the bone in a matter of seconds. Well, good guesses all around, but actually, it's none of these. It's unclear what causes the pool's anomalous effects. It could be a property that is completely unique to the water contained in SCP-242. Or maybe it's down to the exact shape and measurements of the pool itself. It could even be a combination of both. But whatever the cause, the result is always the same. When any object, substance, or even living organism is placed in SCP-242, it will be entirely rewritten on a molecular level. The genetic and atomic structure will fall apart, and the subject will be transmuted into sterile water. In fact, not just clean water, but water that remains sterile even when removed from the pool. If you took a cup of SCP-242's water and mixed something like food coloring into it, the food coloring would not be absorbed into the water, instead staying as one non-miscible bubble. This process doesn't happen instantly, though. It can vary depending on how contaminated or complex the substance placed in SCP-242 is. For example, water sampled from a nearby river was sterilized and purified by the pool in about 7 minutes. A sample of stagnant pond water riddled with various diseases and germs took 11 minutes longer. What about 50,000 liters of coal tar? Well, that one took a little longer, 12 long days to be exact, but was still turned into pure sterile water. And as for a living human being, maybe ask that couple that took a dip in the self-cleaning pool. The Foundation is naturally fascinated with the pool, and after extensive examination, they have determined that SCP-242 doesn't seem to have been intentionally designed for the specific anomalous function it performs. The components of SCP-242 beyond the pool itself, the filter, the vacuum, the pipes, none of these parts nor anything about the swimming pool's design appear to be responsible for disintegrating matter until only water remains. You might have noticed that in the case of the ill-fated couple who took a swim in SCP-242, the water jets and waterfall features switched themselves on automatically before the pair's grim demise. Somehow these features are able to activate without the need for electricity, as disconnecting the pool from a power source will not stop the jets and waterfall from coming on once a non-water substance is placed into SCP-242. The same goes for the pool vacuum, which apparently cannot be jammed or malfunction, even when the bottom of the pool is awash with viscous liquids like that coal tar. The vacuum will continue to operate as normal, scrubbing away at the floor of SCP-242. The one part of the self-cleaning pool that doesn't work as you would expect is the water filtration system. There is never any water being cycled into the pool nor out of it. As a matter of fact, the pipes connecting to the filtration system have all been removed. Then again, who needs a filtration system when your backyard swimming pool can just spontaneously reduce anything to clean water? But that raises another frightening thought. Everything that the pool has ever taken and converted is still in there. Animals, objects, people, just swimming around you. Perhaps if they could still think, they'd scream and shout and tell you to get away, to run while you still can. But the second your skin touches the water, you're destined to be with them forever and ever and ever. It's enough to send a liquid chill down your spine. Okay, so if it's not the actual physical pool that causes these anomalous effects, that must mean it's something in the water, right? Perhaps some microscopic flesh-devouring microbe, or some ancient curse that was placed on the water before it was used to fill up the pool. Surely if you took a cup of water out of SCP-242, it would still break down structures on a molecular level, leaving only more sterile water. Well, the researchers working at the SCP Foundation thought much of the same and conducted a series of tests to determine the exact properties of SCP-242's water. One test involved submerging 2 D-Class test subjects, each wearing an atmospheric dive suit, into SCP-242. The goal was to determine if it was safe to consume the water from SCP-242 while both inside and outside of the pool. Test Subject A was lowered into the water and instructed to drink from a metal straw by their mouth. The eyepieces of their goggles were blacked out, so they couldn't see what they were drinking from. Subject B filled a barrel with the same water from SCP-242 and then was made to put on an atmospheric dive suit, but instructed to stay out of the pool. Test Subject A was told to drink directly from the pool, remarking that the water was warm and had a bit of a noticeable chemical aftertaste, but was otherwise normal. Then Test Subject B drank some of the same water from the barrel. Apparently it was cool and tasted of, well, nothing, just like water usually does. After a moment more of drink, Subject A began belching, finding that they had uncontrollable gas. The water had begun to feel warmer, stinging the subject's mouth, while for Subject B, the water from the barrel stayed cool and refreshing. The Foundation doctors overseeing the experiment instructed Test Subject A to keep drinking, which they did until it felt even hotter to the taste. One of the D-Class's fillings even fell out, and eventually the structural integrity of Subject A's dive suit failed, presumably disintegrated by the water from SCP-242. After a few muffled screams and gurgling noises, Test Subject A wasn't heard from again, and we can all probably guess why. As for Subject B, they kept drinking from the barrel, suffering no adverse effects, even after 17 long hours. There were no noticeable psychological or physical changes. Even their urine showed no traces of abnormality. The water from SCP-242 left in the barrel evaporated as normal, leaving behind no residue or any indicator as to why taking the water out of the pool made it safer to drink than the same water in the pool. Perhaps the moral of the story is to just be careful where you choose to take a swim. Otherwise, it could be your last.
Growing up in a small Virginia town near the mountains right on the border of West Virginia, Zane heard all kinds of stories from his grandmother. Tales of mountain lions who could transform into ghostly women, the Talipo, a fluffy rodent-like creature on an endless quest to get its tail back from the hunter who took it, the Mothman that appeared with glowing red eyes to warn of impending tragedy. Most of all, she warned him about the deer. "Sometimes," she used to say, "when you're out in the woods late at night, you'll see a deer acting a little bit funny. Maybe it's making strange sounds. Maybe it's standing up like a man. Maybe it's staring at you from the shadows and won't look away. If you ever see one of these deer, promise me you'll get away from it as fast as possible. Don't look at it, don't talk to it, just get far, far away." He promised her every time, but as he got older, he started to forget his grandma's stories, letting them fade away with memories of the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. He didn't think about the stories again until he was older, a junior in college and embarking on a camping trip with his roommate Josh. They were both staying with Zane's family for the summer and had been enjoying the sunshine and fresh air. They'd gone hiking, picked blackberries, and gone fishing to their heart's content. After a while, they got sick of sleeping in the cramped house and decided to have a proper camping trip out in the mountains. Campsites were crowded this time of year, but Zane knew a spot just isolated enough that they could kick back, enjoy nature, and relax in peace. They packed their supplies and headed out into the forest for a weekend they would never forget. By nightfall, Zane and Josh had pitched their tents, built a fire, and were starting to make some dinner. They roasted hot dogs and heated cans of beans over the fire, and decided to start telling some classic scary stories. Sitting by the crackling fire, listening to the rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and the chittering of animals all around, Zane couldn't help but remember the stories he had almost forgotten. All of the strange, inexplicable things that came out after the sun went down and the forest went quiet. He thought he could hear the footsteps of something walking by their campsite, circling them. But it was probably just his imagination. As Josh told stories about babysitters stalked by killers and drivers picking up ghostly hitchhikers, Zane was thinking about the deer. He shuddered but shook it off, and after some more stories and a few too many s'mores, the two friends decided to get some sleep. After several hours, Zane woke to the sound of Josh unzipping his tent. He sat up, ready to yell at his friend for waking him up, but the sight of Josh's pale, frightened face stopped him. "There's something here," was all Josh could say. His hands, Zane noticed, were shaking. "Hey man, it's okay, let's check it out." Zane patted Josh on the shoulder. He was pretty sure his friend just wasn't used to camping in actual nature, but reached for his hunting knife just in case. He grabbed a flashlight and switched it on, following Josh out into the darkness. He swept the beam across the clearing, and it illuminated a pair of orange eyes staring directly at him from behind a nearby tree. What the? He approached the shape, trying to get a clear look at it. As it became more illuminated, his stomach dropped. It was a deer, but something was wrong with it. Its mouth was wide open, its jaw working up and down like it was trying to make a sound, but nothing came out. But that wasn't the worst part. As the flashlight beam illuminated the animal's body, Zane realized that somehow its head was on backwards. What the? Josh appeared behind him, gasping. "Shh!" Zane shushed him intensely. He suddenly remembered his grandmother's warnings. "You know what? I don't feel so great. I think we should go back to the car and head to my place." He gave Josh a look, shaking his head as if to say, "Don't say another word." By the glow of their flashlights, the two packed up their campsite, all under the gaze of the misshapen deer. They drove home in silence, Josh only speaking once to ask, "What was that thing?" Zane shook his head. "I don't know, but it wasn't a deer." They crept back into the house and went to bed. They knew they would never speak of tonight ever again. As Zane began to drift off to sleep, his last conscious thought was to glance out the window. There in the yard, not 5 feet away, was a deer, watching. He didn't know it, but that night Zane encountered an instance of SCP-6448. SCP-6448 is an anomalous species of creatures that appear to belong to the Cervidae family, nicknamed the Not Deer. They are highly intelligent and can be distinguished from ordinary deer by unusual behavior and physical deformities. Some of these have included legs that bend backwards, the eyes of an animal other than deer, forward-facing eyes, jerky movements, lack of fear towards humans, and walking on 2 hind legs. Most notably and most frightening, SCP-6448 instances will watch and stalk humans for a duration of hours or even days. They will follow humans home and steal items from their domains, including weapons, food, and other personal items. They're most frequently found in the deep woods at night when a person is completely alone. If someone encounters an instance of SCP-6448, if they acknowledge any of the creature's anomalous traits, it will attack. In order to limit the loss of life and ensure that the SCP Foundation employees exercise the utmost caution when dealing with SCP-6448, the Cryptozoology Division issued the following guidelines. If you notice a deer that seems off, look away and ignore it. If it knows that you've noticed it, it's too late. If you hear your name, whistling, or something else in the woods calling for you, don't acknowledge it. Never acknowledge it exists. Don't respond. Don't go looking for it. Don't call back to it. If you're walking at night and you feel something breathing on your neck or whispering behind you, the key to your safety is pretending that everything is normal. Your survival is dependent on your ignorance. Whatever SCP-6448 is, they appear to be intelligent enough to understand when they are being studied, and they don't seem to like it very much. On January 11, 1994, a group of 3 SCP-6448 instances broke into Site-41 in North Carolina, using a tunnel they had carved over a long period of time. At the time, there was an instance in Containment, but in all of the chaos of the breach, the specimen was lost. Every time an instance was captured and contained near SCP-6448's habitat, it would later escape via similar tunnels. SCP-6448 was officially classified by the SCP Foundation in 1980, but those from the Appalachian region have known about these strange creatures since at least 1947. From folktales and campfire stories to secondhand and even first-hand encounters, the locals are aware of the Not Deer's existence and are largely familiar with the precautions necessary to avoid them. Though many of the civilians that encounter SCP-6448 avoid notifying the authorities, there have been several recorded 911 calls involving the Not Deer since 2000. The following is a log of those calls. February 1, 2000. Victim, age 41 female, dialed emergency services after hearing their name being called from the woods near their home. The victim recounts the vocalization being likened to a scream in a voice that they do not recognize, and requested assistance in locating the source. Emergency personnel requested the subject place their phone on the floor outside the home to listen for the alleged sounds. After 2 minutes, a vocalization was heard that was calling to the subject by name, emanating from the nearby forest. The subject was instructed to investigate the disturbance themselves and keep services updated on the situation. The victim then began to walk into the woodland, getting about 50 meters into the underbrush before inexplicably stopping. They claim there to be a noticeably large deer standing in the way of the path. She begins to walk closer, though states it does not move. Subject diverts from the path and begins walking in a different direction. After 30 minutes, no source of the voice is determined. The caller returns to their residence. June 13, 2002. Victim, age 28 male, calls 911 regarding a home break-in. The caller notes numerous items to be missing from their residence and requests an investigation. Operators dispatch 2 investigators to visit the home and pertain a potential perpetrator. The pair note that based on earlier CCTV images, all cutlery, sharp objects, firearms, light bulbs, and a single copy of the novel The Day After Roswell are missing. Also noted is that there is a complete lack of any fingerprints at the scene, with no doors or windows having been broken into. Analysis of the home's CCTV footage revealed there to be a 2-hour period of missing film, with the exception of a single frame containing a Servus nippon on its hind legs reaching towards the camera. Its frontal hooves have been warped to resemble fingers. No footage of the entity exiting the home was discovered. November 19, 2005. A cattle farmer, age 54 male, reported to local authorities the sudden disappearance of over 30% of his largest herd. Response teams searched the nearby area for 4 hours, though found no trace of his cattle. The victim was recommended to set up trail cameras and note any unusual activity overnight. At 1:11 a.m., 2 SCP-6448 are seen walking through the field before fleeing. One places an object into the ground, later discovered to be a single fork. A week after this discovery, 200 discarded bovine hooves appear at the location. March 4, 2009. Victim, age unknown, gender unknown, dials 911 to request assistance from animal services. The victim is standing within a forest in front of a Servus elephas, which is violently contorting. The victim attempts to state, "You better get a vet or something, I don't think it's well," before a piercing screech is heard and the line falls silent. Recovered footage depicts the aforementioned animal squirming, seemingly in pain. A vicious churning is audible as a black mass erupts out of the instance, and the video turns to static. October 11, 2012. Victim, age 23 male, is a junior wildlife officer at the Cherokee National Forest, Tennessee. They radio their supervisor in the early morning regarding a herd of Odicoleus virginius within the reserve. Supposedly, there is a single animal that, upon first glance, appears average, though possesses divergent attributes, including backwards joints, enlarged abdomen, and forward-facing eyes. Upon stating this, a distant whistle is audible, and the victim stumbles slightly. They begin to say, "What the? Did it just whistle at me?" before the sound of hooves rapidly getting closer is heard. Notably, the hoofsteps did not sound to be in the traditional gallop of a cervid. October 12, 2012. The former victim's supervisor calls authorities following the victim's absence from the reserve night shift. Following this, their radio begins to crackle. The victim's voice can be heard on the other end, and he requests the supervisor's attention.
He calls regarding a herd of Odocoleus virginius within the reserve. They claim there is a single animal that upon first glance appears average, though possesses divergent attributes including backwards joints, enlarged abdomen, and forward-facing eyes. Suspecting the creature to be a rare genetic malformation, the victim requests their supervisor to come to the location. The supervisor questions the victim about what happened the night previous. There is no reply. Upon the supervisor's and law enforcement's arrival at the site, a herd of approximately 80 Odocoleus virginius was present. A single entity is in the field's center and appears to be standing separate from the rest of the group. It flees the scene upon realizing the law enforcement's presence. Where it formerly stood lay a standard two-way radio. April 8, 2016. Victim, age 35 female, dials 911 using a satellite phone distressed. They state they are in redacted county woods and are being followed. She claims that despite seeing no one for the duration of her hike, she, quote, feels as if she's being watched and has heard someone walking behind her at various points in the trip. The victim is unable to give an adequate description of their location, but knows the route to return to her residence. Operators request the victim to return to a point wherein she can provide a sufficient geographic description of her position. The victim remains on the line for the duration of the hike back to a readily used portion of the wilderness trail. Along the journey, various unnatural sounds can be heard. These include footsteps, rock slides, coughing, whispering, and whistling. Nearing the main trail, all woodland noises such as birds and wind cease suddenly, and the victim states she can see a malformed deer carcass coated in a thick layer of black slime. At this time, human screams can be heard in the distance. Operators request the victim continue and ignore the other stimuli. Agents embedded in local law enforcement, suspecting SCP-6448 involved, notify Gamma 4 to the situation. 20 minutes later, the victim returns to the main trail. Gamma 4, now operating the 911 call, informs the victim not to respond to any further unusual activity and briefly outlines service protocol. For the duration of the victim's journey to her home, 2 sets of breathing are audible. The victim successfully returns to her residence and shuts the door behind her. Now out of sight from SCP-6448, agents inquire of the victim's address, and the victim promptly complies. Operatives instruct the victim to have possession of all firearms and weapons on the premises and to barricade herself inside a safe space with one exit point. The victim swiftly begins grabbing all available weapons and throwing them inside a wardrobe. It is at this time there's a knock on the front door. The victim does not respond and continues to hoard sharp objects from kitchen drawers. The knocking becomes more violent as the handle is jostled and is shaken incessantly. A voice on the other side repeats the phrase, "Hello, it is me. Hello, let me in a calm manner as the door begins to shake. The victim retreats to her wardrobe, armed with a small firearm. Upon sealing herself in the space, the knocking ceases, and footsteps can be heard becoming further away. The sound of galloping is audible as the front door caves in. Hoofsteps can now be heard inside the home. The entity continues to repeat, "Hello, it is me. Hello, let me in," as it searches the small building. A bright light flashes overhead, seemingly circling the house. Eventually, the entity enters the victim's bedroom. Through a small slit in the wardrobe door, the victim can see a Cervus canadensis standing on its hind legs and surveying the room. Its movements are crooked and stiff, seeming to struggle to stand in a bipedal fashion. It slouches down to a quadrupedal crouch, similar to the stance of an arachnid. It inhales heavily, and its head locks on the view of the wardrobe. It is noted as possessing human eyes. It scampers towards the subject and opens the door. A single gunshot is heard. Responders found no trace of either SCP-6448 or the victim. Containment of SCP-6448 is focused on the investigation of any deer exhibiting anomalous traits in and around the Appalachian area. Any civilian sightings of SCP-6448 are to be handled by Mobile Task Force Gamma 4 or the Green Stags. Any possible deaths resulting from SCP-6448 will be blamed on hiking accidents, and any reported sightings can be explained away with chronic wasting disease. CWD, occasionally referred to as zombie deer disease, is a prion disease affecting members of the Cervidae family. Symptoms of the illness include loss of motor function control and damage to decision-making, as well as gradual degradation of all mental faculties. It is 100% fatal. However, though the disease does exist, Most recorded cases of it in the Appalachian region can actually be attributed to instances of SCP-6448. Any captured instances of SCP-6448 should be transported to Site-14 for the Cryptozoology Division's containment and study. On November 29, 2019, they finally got their chance to bring a not deer into custody. The Green Stags were able to capture an instance of SCP-6448 with the help from MTF Nu 7 Hammerdown and their Heavy Vehicles Division, as well as some experimental shock rifles. One not deer was knocked unconscious in the conflict, and its body was loaded onto an armored helicopter and flown straight to Site-44 in Essex, England. At the site, it was then placed in a reinforced steel containment cell and heavily sedated. This entire process went off without a hitch. As the entity began to regain consciousness, cryptozoology specialist F. Oz watched it through a one-way glass window and attempted to speak to it through the intercom. "Greetings, SCP-6448, Researcher Oz began. At the sound of his voice, the creature jumped to its feet, staring at the intercom. "Can you understand me? We've seen your genus speak English just fine in the past." The animal did not answer, but began licking one of its legs and behaving as if it were an ordinary deer. Researcher Oz sighed impatiently. "Please, we know your secret." The not deer stopped what it was doing, freezing completely still as it listened to the words. "Admittedly, it wasn't exactly well kept. If you just look at yourself for more than a few seconds, it is very clear that you're not normal." At this, the creature, which had been facing away from the window, swiveled its neck 180 degrees, breaking its own spine with an audible crack. It stared unblinking at the window and directly at Researcher Oz. Oz turned to the containment staff, suddenly anxious. "I thought you said this was one way." The staff assured him that it was, and there was no way the not deer could see him. Still, its eyes were locked directly on his face. He shook off the sense of unease and continued his line of questioning. "Are you something imitating deer? It is clear that if so, you possess basic anatomical knowledge of them, though details are clearly faulty. In fact, a better question would be, how? If in fact you are not what you pretend to be." The not deer opened its mouth at this, revealing unusually sharp teeth. It moved its jaw as if attempting to speak, but only a choking sound came out. Shall we move on?" Oz asked. "What I'm more concerned with here is why you take our people. Is it a vendetta? Spite? Food?" For the first time in the interview, the not deer blinked. It was an unnatural movement, forced and deliberate, like the creature was attempting to engage in an ordinary behavior rather than actually experiencing an involuntary impulse. "Responding is mandatory," Researcher Oz prompted. The creature did not react. "If you will not comply," Oz's tone grew stern, frustrated, "maybe you'd like to see your brand new containment cell." At last the entity spoke. Research. Its voice resembled a distorted version of Oz's. "Research? What kind of—" Oz wasn't able to finish his question. "July 7th, 1947, the creature said before ramming into the one-way glass and cracking it. As Oz stumbled backwards from the force, the creature collapsed on the ground, seizing and screaming as its abdomen. "Get the stags in here now!" Oz cried out, but it was too late. A black mass of something shiny and tendrilled leaped out of the not deer, scuttling around the cell before shattering the window and leaving the empty shell of a deer behind. The Site-44 breach system activated and attempted to initiate emergency containment protocols, but the mysterious black mass escaped its sector, made its way toward the main exit, broke through the glass of the front exit door, and vanished into the shrubbery outside. The escaped anomaly could not be found and recontained. Ever since this incident, there have been a record-breaking number of chronic wasting disease cases identified in deer in the surrounding area, as well as an unprecedented increase in UFO reports. Further research is currently ongoing, but it is unknown whether we will ever truly know what these creatures are. Only one thing is for certain: they are definitely not deer. In 1997, a massive gray cloud of gas and smog settled over the ordinary town of Daleport, New England. Phone lines were cut off, and any attempts to enter the town were met with failure. There was a complete and total blackout of information coming in and out of Daleport. Whatever was occurring, it was anything but normal.
and clashed with the town's easygoing and peaceful atmosphere. An anomalous event of this size and scale was impossible to miss, and naturally caught the attention of the SCP Foundation before it did the outside media, who would report on the mysterious occurrence and draw unnecessary amounts of attention to the town. The Foundation was lucky enough to maintain a hold over the situation little over 3 hours after it had begun, and they were already starting their usual cover-up story operations, keeping the situation in Daleport well away from the public eye. Still, they were unsure of what was occurring and what they were dealing with themselves. If they were going to get to the bottom of this mysterious smog covering an average New England town, they were going to be safe and have to play it resourcefully, as the SCP Foundation is known for doing. The status of Daleport's residents, whether they were alive or dead, was completely unknown, and so the Foundation began their rescue efforts. A containment perimeter surrounding the town was established, and relevant witnesses outside of the town were detained and amnesticized, with convincing cover stories already being deployed. For the Foundation, even an entire town undergoing an anomalous event was something they were well prepared to deal with, having handled similar situations multiple times over the decades. The Foundation began its research on Daleport by observing what exactly the cloud of smog covering the town was. The Foundation wasn't keen on sending its personnel, even the so-called disposable D-class, to their death, so the first exploration into the cloud was carried out by an unmanned ground vehicle, operating under the call sign UGV-1. This unstoppable carrier was equipped with all the stops, including atmospheric sampling sensors, audio-video recording equipment, and an open-circuit biological sampling instrument, which contained skin tissue and several live brown rats, whose reactions would indicate to the Foundation whether or not the smog was safe to be exposed to or not. The ground vehicle departed, and when it returned about a half hour later, it brought with it a whole host of data about the gas covering Daleport. As it turned out, the smog was composed of sulfur, nitrogen, and carbon oxides concentrated at a level where irritation would occur upon contact with humans, but it wasn't lethal. Neither was it anomalous, as the samples the vehicle carried in with it were unaffected in any anomalous manner. The video recording displayed a flat, empty wasteland inside the gas cluster, with little discernible features. After a certain point, radio communication with the vehicle became degraded, and the Foundation returned the carrier to the town's perimeter. As more resources and supplies arrived on location, the Foundation ramped up its research efforts. This time, 2 D-class were sent into the gas cluster, both aboard another ground vehicle carrier. This time the truck was equipped with a higher wattage radio transceiver than the first one, which the Foundation hoped would be enough to maintain communication throughout the anomaly. At a kilometer from beyond the boundary, the D-classes departed the vehicle and were asked to remove their protective suits. They experienced no anomalous effects from exposure to the gas, but medical telemetry showed that one of the D-classes was having difficulty breathing. The duo reported the same flat, featureless terrain the first vehicle's recording had captured. When radio interference occurred again, the Foundation pulled the vehicle back, and the 2 D-classes were recovered safely, with no abnormal effects occurring as a result of being exposed to the gas. Still, there was no indication of what was actually occurring in Daleport. It was only that lifeless gray horizon, and the Foundation wanted answers. A third expedition was carried out, this time manned by mobile task force operatives equipped with all of the latest gear, as well as several large vehicles. The vehicles split up, but communications quickly pointed out differences between the team's surroundings. One spotted an upward incline, while the others only saw the same terrain as before. Minutes later, the incline team reported that they were going down an incline. The team that hadn't seen the incline reported that they were now seeing it, and they were following the other vehicle downwards. Another team noticed red and blue patterns in the sky, while voices on the radios began speaking in an unknown language. After minutes of radio interference, the Foundation picked up the sound of a firefight, with mobile task force operatives giving wildly varying descriptions of the attacking forces. Whatever was happening was incomprehensible, and for whatever reason, the Foundation was entirely unable to communicate through their radios. After around 30 minutes of noise, an unknown voice gave a mysterious, gibberish-filled message to the Foundation. It's a little silly to hear, but there's certainly some strange undertones within. The voice said,
conceals there the shivering mist. I am the knife, currently covering the town of Daleport. While traversing my flank, your men have been attacked. Some have become younger, but the rest are in safe hands. Evil has been summoned to this town by a society of Hillcrest. The world shall be contained within me by Vultium and Thunrock, but the town and its people will not remain unaffected. A great battle shall rage, and a victor must be decided. In time, those who can stop the Ere will be here in time and see the Hillgraf in Lachter. Please do not send any more soldiers into me, as I cannot keep them from the shock. When outthrowed before the victors, I shall leave, and the shock will be yours again. I hope you shall survive it.
It was clear that something had taken over the town of Daleport, and that this mysterious voice, while threatening sounding, was apparently protecting the people inside. It mentioned that the Foundation's men were in safe hands, and that evil had been summoned to the town. The Foundation didn't know what to make of the message, or if they could trust the entity that made it, but they didn't have much of a choice. They attempted to send more unmanned operations into the town, but they were unable to reach their destination, somehow always winding up back where they started shortly after departing. After a week and a half of fruitless expeditions and no new information, the gas blocking the town of Daleport dissipated completely, leaving the town accessible and able to be explored fully by the Foundation. A containment crew fully set up a perimeter around the area, with secure cameras and an entire facility on the outskirts of Daleport, named Area 37, to oversee and support the Foundation's research efforts inside the town, which was now officially categorized as SCP-1736. With the gas now dissipated, the Foundation began to investigate the anomalous effects left in its wake. The town itself was altered, with buildings physically differing from their previous states, and a large portion of them having become topologically inconsistent. There were rooms that would appear bigger or smaller than they should be, with some growing so small after they had been entered that they trapped occupants inside and prevented them from moving, resulting in a number of unretrievable Foundation personnel becoming stuck and lost inside the anomaly forever. Other doors would lead to different locations at different times of the day, or corridors that led to multiple locations at the same time, despite only leading to one. These difficult-to-describe spatial anomalies were so dangerous and unpredictable that the Foundation forbade any exploration into SCP-1936 without explicit authorization. But while the town itself was affected, what about the people inside it? The normal people who were caught up in the anomalous fate of Daleport? What happened to them? The Foundation was unsure, and while no survivors were found within the town itself, a large number of human remains of Daleport citizens were recovered during the exploration efforts. Most of these remains demonstrated anomalous properties, presumably gained as a result of the devastating anomalous disaster that plagued the town a week prior. Some of the remains the Foundation recovered were incredibly strange, such as a smear of entrails found alongside a small plant that gave out a constant flame. The pile of viscera picked up radio transmissions from up to 6 miles away, with sound being created through vibration of tissues. Another was a torso embedded in the wall of a building. Slight movement of the torso was visible when investigating personnel spoke, and blood continually manifested in mid-air, 15 centimeters above the torso. On the main street of the town, several corpses were discovered, with their flesh, skin, and bone all removed from a circular portion of their foreheads. Skin and brain tissue surrounding their wounds had undergone severe charring. Outside of the public library, several floating torsos manifest at certain times each day, simulating the motions of running alongside the road. After 3 minutes, the torsos attempt to leave the road and fade out. A young woman's body floats steadily upwards when any force is applied to it,
regardless of the force's direction. The body is currently suspended 57 meters above the ground, floating over Daleport. And these are just some of the strange anomalies found within SCP-1736. While it's unknown what happened to these civilians, their bodies were clearly affected by whatever occurred the week prior, while the Foundation was unable to access the town of Daleport. Something in that strange, anomalous gas triggered a highly destructive event that had grave consequences for ordinary people, and the Foundation was none the wiser as to what it was. Still, they continued their search of the area, and over the next few weeks, they discovered a number of recovered materials from the wreckage and debris of SCP-1736. The first were a series of written documents composed by the town's previous inhabitants. These were recovered from laptops and journals, but read in that same nonsensical tone that the mysterious voice spoken during the Mobile Task Force's expedition. One note said that the writer was running out of canned food, and that there was constant screaming coming from outside their house, and something trying to break into it. The note talked about the town's reverend, described as having too many spaces in him, who was walking past the writer's windows and ranting about total nonsense. The note also read that the writer was fearing that, as they put it, one of the big guys was coming their way, and that they could hear the pounding, constant sound of drums. But one note remains consistent, found in multiple locations throughout SCP-1736, predominantly in public toilets and stitched into the internal organs of the Daleport residents' bodies. It reads, "I am so sorry that I could not save you." Signed, Pangloss. The Foundation had heard rumblings and rumors of the entity known as Pangloss, who was supposedly a god with a helpful affinity for humanity, but there was no concrete evidence pointing towards the being's existence. Whatever happened in Daleport, was Pangloss trying to stop it? The message certainly reads that way. Surveillance footage from a gas station painted an even more terrifying picture. An ordinary gas station cashier was doing his job ringing out a customer's items when the window next to him smashed open and an impossible-looking tentacle-filled entity made its way into the building. The tentacle creature lashed out at the two of them, brutally murdering the customer with the force of the impact of its slippery, writhing appendage. The cashier hid behind the counter, but the footage shows the entity also making its way behind the counter, and the gruesome visual of blood splattering the walls behind the register as the entity quickly took the cashier's life. But then, mysteriously, an individual enters the gas station, wearing a bowler hat and a waistcoat. The footage distorts as they enter the shot. Then their face is revealed. Instead of ordinary features like a mouth or eyes, they have a triangle branded into their skin. The tentacle entity moved back in fear of this well-dressed individual, clearly afraid of them. Then a series of multi-jointed appendages burst forth from various points on the individual's body, and they lunge forward, attacking the tentacle entity. The footage cuts off there, with the individual throwing the tentacle creature through the wall of the gas station. Whoever this individual was, it was clear they didn't take kindly to the rampaging tentacle entity. Some Foundation researchers began to speculate that the individual was Pangloss themselves, who was trying to save Daleport as best they could, but there was obviously no way to be certain of the mysterious person's identity. More footage showed a car crash outside of a public library, which resulted in a spectral translucent entity breaking free from the broken lamppost that the vehicle collided into. The car's passengers immediately ran, but the ghost-like entity chased after them. This continues until the ghost emits a large blue shockwave of unknown energy, which passes over the people, turning them completely transparent and causing them to fade away. The Foundation recognized that it was another mysterious, surreal entity rampaging through Daleport. Clearly, whatever happened here was anything but normal. Another collection of footage, this time focusing around Daleport's town hall, depicted the building in complete ruin. The roof was collapsed, the front doors were missing, and the entire structure was toned in a blue-violet hue. In front of the building was a convoy of vehicles, civilian trucks and cars, as well as the ground vehicles of the Mobile Task Force squads that went missing after they were sent into the anomaly. It was clear this footage took place shortly after the Foundation attempted to enter the gas surrounding Daleport and lost connection with the task forces that were sent in. The footage shows the Foundation soldiers, as well as the civilians of the town, fighting against another strange-looking entity, this time shaped like a fractal structure. Eventually, they retreat into the town hall building, narrowly escaping from the strange creature and directly into a circular blue-violet vortex. After all the civilians and personnel have escaped, the phrase, "Pangloss grants you sanctuary," is burned into the stonework above the town hall's entrance. It was this footage that gave the Foundation a better idea of what occurred in SCP-1936, though the strangeness of the visuals didn't clear much up. Whatever disaster happened in Daleport, whatever resulted in these absurd hostile entities being unleashed upon the town, was actively combated by Pangloss, the deity who was trying its best to move civilians to safety. But one question remained. If Pangloss was transporting civilians to safety, where did they wind up? Why did the Foundation not discover any survivors inside Daleport? Well, their answer came a few weeks later, when in a shocking turn of events, 94 live civilians and nearly all of the missing Foundation personnel manifested inside the Area 37 facility. Pangloss's emergency escape method worked, and the civilians were confirmed alive and without harm. It's not very often that missing persons are actually recovered in the Foundation's line of work, so hats off to Pangloss for managing to do some good in this horrifying situation. Interviews with the recovered individuals indicated that they all suffered memory loss regarding the events of Daleport, so unfortunately there was no new information to be gained from their recovery. But inside the anomaly, Foundation expedition teams uncovered more documents and pieces of evidence, this time referring to a cult named the Victory Society, which the Foundation began to believe was the cause of the mysterious gas arriving over Daleport and the town's destruction. Little is known about the Victory Society, but it is believed to be a religious organization that was localized to Daleport. One note recovered from the body of a Victory Society member was a list of things that the cult needed, which included a strange and ridiculous combination of items, including 2 trout, a bottle of milk, beetles, ice, dead bodies, human eyes, and assorted souls. In the margins of the note, there were more personal thoughts, which the writer lamented the difficulty in acquiring some of the objects. Another note was found on the inside of the book, this time detailing a great religious battle between gods and entities that the Foundation had never heard of. Once again, it was written in that lofty, nonsensical tone, detailing an all-encompassing mist that would descend upon the world, which would prevent those from entering the location the text described as the place where an event known as the Awakening would occur. If this text was to be believed, Daleport was the center of a battle between incredibly powerful extra-dimensional anomalous entities, who clashed together with little regard for the residents of the town. It seemed that Pangloss, the entity who saved the civilians, was just trying their best to move as many people as they could to safety, away from the havoc of the surreal battleground that Daleport was becoming. More documents, this time from the Victory Society's Reverend leader, detailed the cult performing a ritual. Again and again, the Reverend stated in his notes that the ritual was for, in his words, the good of everybody, and that the victor would walk from the rubbles of man and restore clarity to those who remain. The notes also included a transcription of a speech given by the Reverend, in which he addressed the Victory Society cult with haunting premonitions of what would come. His voice painted a harrowing picture.
Brothers and sisters, we come together to bid farewell today. It has been an honor to work with you all. I could not have hoped for a better group with which to secure the future of mankind. From the dawn of time, terrible impossibilities have spawned from the darkness between stars, not hating life, simply being indifferent to it. We are as ants to these abominations, these demented gods. They are so far above us that we are but insects. Accordingly, we shall look as such. In order to gain the forgiveness and favor of the gods, we must learn to know our place before them. Each of these things seeks dominion over the laws of reality itself, imposing the nature of their twisted existence upon stars and planets and people. The only answer to this threat: these gods must be destroyed, the slate wiped clean. We could not do this, by no means, no! But we cannot allow these things to exist. A kingdom cannot have 1 billion kings. We cannot kill the gods, no. Only a god can kill a god. We will bring them here and bind them. Bind them until their bloodlust is satiated, until all but one is dead. Always a single god remains the victor, who returns to whence they came as the only god remaining.
And with that, the mystery of Daleport was solved. The Victory Society cult sought to wage war between the gods of the universe, until one victorious being would emerge. The town of Daleport was used as a battleground, with all of the anomalous effects occurring as a result of the combat between these terrifyingly destructive entities. And if you're familiar with the deities that go toe-to-toe with the SCP Foundation, you know these guys aren't a joke. The Scarlet King and his legions of devilish followers, the almighty Broken God, and the mysterious, benevolent Serpent of the Library are just some of the powerful religious entities the Foundation has researched and cataloged. And if what came to Daleport was anywhere near as powerful as those examples, it's a wonder the rest of the world is still here after the fact. Another piece of surveillance footage taken from in front of a church in Daleport Center depicts these violent deities in combat with one another. Beings of massive size and incomprehensible shape battling with one another in an ordinary suburban town. The Victory Society's goal may have been incomprehensible and difficult to understand, but the Foundation will never forget what happened in the town of Daleport, and the destruction these impossible entities caused. But a single question remains. We know that Pangloss transported some survivors from the scene, but what was the result of the battle? What happened? The Victory Society mentioned that a single entity would emerge victorious from the battle. But who was it? Which god was so terrifying, so powerful, that it slaughtered the others and crowned itself king amongst the anomalous pantheon? Perhaps some questions are better left unanswered. It goes without saying that the SCP Foundation has a storied history with ancient anomalous groups of interest. From the metal-worshipping Mechanites, to the fire-loving Brazen Heart, to even the brutal empire of the slave-owning Deva, who swear allegiance to the dreaded Scarlet King. But perhaps the most dangerous and downright disgusting of these groups are the flesh-worshipping, disease-loving, body-warping Sarkists. The Sarkists believe in returning humanity to a nightmarish primordial state. They utilize anomalies to achieve this goal, such as the horrible SCP-610, also known as the Flesh That Hates, a disease that converts human beings into mindless beasts of twisted flesh, driven to spread their disease further and further. The Sarkists were once a world superpower, controlling much of modern-day Russia and Eastern Europe from the holy capital of Aditum, a city ahead of its time, with towering blood-red temples, wide, winding roads, and the castle of Grand Karcist Ion, an immense blistering red and gold structure that was as beautiful as it was imposing. It would only make sense that the former area of the Sarkic Empire would host some of the most ghastly of the Sarkic anomalies. It should not be forgotten that while the Sarkists are a group of interest for the SCP Foundation, they are first and foremost a religion, one with ancient practices of blood and human sacrifice. While the SCP Foundation is famed for its containment procedures, when it comes to the likes of actual deity entities, containment isn't quite as straightforward. The standard put it in a box until it stops trying to get out technique just won't cut it. The deities require specific practices that sometimes go against the core values of secure, contain, protect. Take SCP-2845 for example. This entity, known as the Deer, is a being that requires an intense, deadly, and specific ritual to keep it properly contained. The SCP Foundation even had to outsource help in containing this anomaly. Anomalies such as these place the SCP Foundation at a crossroads of action or inaction. And when this issue is combined with a Sarkic anomaly, that could bring catastrophic results should containment fail. They need to make the difficult choice of letting the anomaly stay where it is without intervention for the safety of the world. This nightmare started in the year 1916, during the Battle of Transylvania of the First World War, as bullets flew and the smell of smoke pervaded the noses of the scared soldiers. Bloodlusting beasts were waiting their time to strike, staking behind the unnaturally curved trunks of the trees that lived in the nearby Hoya forest. Soldiers, armed with weapons and tactical armor, were quickly and brutally attacked and consumed by entities that would become known as the Pale Men. At the time, not much was known about these Pale Men,
and they were believed to be a myth among the local populace, meant to scare invading soldiers from stepping on Romanian land. But when 244 people go randomly missing in a single night, with no obvious signs of death, no bodies ever being found, and reports of pale men dashing through trenches and within the surrounding Hoya forest, the SCP Foundation would surely have to intervene. This would not occur until 1919, however, as World War I raged on, diverting Foundation attention away from these mysterious deaths. Agents Frederick Harper and Reese Gorman, posing as military officials and local law enforcement, began to speak with the locals around the Hoya forest and the surviving soldiers. While shell shock rocked the soldiers with guilt and terror, Gorman was able to ascertain that the soldiers' stories of the pale men were too consistent to be a falsehood created out of stress. The pale men were described as living vampires, more bat than human, and deadly fast, appearing in quick flashes before dragging the unsuspecting victims to their untimely deaths within the Hoya forest. Meanwhile, Agent Gorman spoke with members of a village within the Hoya forest near the battle site. Their demeanor was cold, which was expected. He was an outsider, speaking rudimentary Romanian in an obviously foreign tongue. The village people claimed ignorance, declaring that they had never heard stories of pale men and did not subscribe to fairy tales. Gorman, realizing he was unwanted, nearly cut his losses before the elder of the village stopped him. This elder, an old man draped in hand-knit scarves and red silks, invited the agent into his home and gave him the truth. These villagers were followers of Sarkicism. The home of the elder was decorated with Sarkic glyphs and paintings detailing the stories of Yaldabaoth, the primary god of the Sarkists, battling Mechane, the legendary broken god. On a lectern sat scrolls and dusty tomes detailing Sarkic history, from former kings to stories of battles that were waged against the Mechanites and Davites. The elder explained that there was a Sarkic god within the Hoya forest, known as the Mother, who sends out her children to feed and help her grow even larger. The village worshipped the Mother and tried their best to keep her at bay by conducting ritual sacrifices to her and her brood. However, the advent of World War I led to difficulties in containing their rituals, as they were living in an active war zone, and the Mother's children and their hunger were impossible to control, leading to the unfortunate deaths of the soldiers. Agent Gorman was eventually able to convince the elder to show them where the Mother resided, a temple superficially resembling other Eastern Orthodox monasteries, but this was no house of God that you or I would recognize. On the lower level, it contained an ancient beast, starving for blood and sacrifice. This place soon became designated SCP-2191, otherwise known as the Dracula Factory. New containment procedures were quickly enacted. 20 armed guards were placed around the temple, with strict orders to dispatch any entity that exits the structure. Standard containment procedures for anomalous buildings were enacted as well, preventing all non-Foundation personnel from entering SCP-2191 and authorizing the use of lethal force when necessary. Access to SCP-2191 has allowed Foundation biologists to research the entities that were known as the Pale Men. These creatures were found to be genetically human, but with a variety of alterations that should have resulted in fatalities. These entities were subsequently designated SCP-2191-1. SCP-2191-1 entities appear to be more bat than human, with large conical ears that end in sharp tips, upturned noses, and the ability to communicate via echolocation. This echolocation ability comes in handy, as SCP-2191-1 are completely blind. Their eyes have recessed into their skulls, and a layer of skin has grown over them. The entities also lack pigmentation, leaving them starky pale, appearing to be made more of porcelain than flesh or bone. These entities are predators, solely hunting living human beings, ignoring human cadavers or any non-human animal. They hunt by spreading through the Hoya forest and chasing their victims. Once caught, SCP-2191 entities will inject their victims with a paralytic agent by stabbing them with a sharp bone that has grown from their wrists. They will then unhinge their jaws, allowing a leech-like entity to exit their mouths and begin the feeding process by latching onto the victim's neck. This leech, designated as SCP-2191-2, will first inject the body with digestive enzymes, converting organ, muscle, and bone into liquid before consuming the resulting fluids. The feeding process can last anywhere from 20 to 50 minutes, depending on the size of its prey. These are highly skilled and sophisticated predators, and while they lack the higher intelligence of non-anomalous humans, they make up for it in ruthless ferocity. It would only make sense that the Foundation would enact strict containment procedures to avoid the loss of human life. But while these containment methods worked for a time, a series of anomalous events connected to SCP-2191 transpired over the next 70 years. The first event was in late September of 1932. The Irissos earthquake devastated the Chalkidiki Peninsula of Greece, leaving houses crumbled, civilians homeless, and causing 490 reported casualties. Surveys of the damage conducted by the Greek government found that 126 people who lived in the affected areas could not be accounted for. The question now arises: where are these missing people? 7 years later in 1939, this time in Turkey, the Erzincan earthquake struck the country, resulting in the catastrophic deaths of approximately 33,000 people. Among the survivors, reports of a great serpent were given from all who witnessed the event. The Foundation then intervened, posing as members of an international disaster recovery agency. Reports from the locals remained the same: a great serpent, a deep red and black in color and incomprehensibly massive, casting dark shadow miles long, rose from the ground at the onset of the earthquake and writhed in the air as the earth shook. For a period of 3 years, nothing related to SCP-2191 transpired, and the Foundation believed that the anomaly had gone dormant. That was until an earthquake struck Vranța, Romania in 1940. While casualties were low compared to the earthquake in Turkey, reports from local survivors had repeated claims that pale men attacked the fleeing people as the earthquake occurred, chasing after them and tackling them, never to be seen again. With a large-scale event like this and potential witnesses to anomalous beings, the SCP Foundation was risking a broken masquerade scenario should the information spread. Broken masquerade scenarios are considered an XK-class scenario by the SCP Foundation, and as such, they employed a media blackout and had newspapers state that the witnesses of these vampire attacks were nothing but superstition. In March 1953 in Turkey, the Yenisgoyen earthquake led to the deaths of over 1,000 people. The Foundation, once again posing as members of an international disaster recovery agency, interviewed survivors and attempted to find any connection to the preceding events. Reports from survivors again told a consistent story. They witnessed the arm of a blood-red octopus rupture from the earth when the quake began, behaving similar to the great serpent writhing in the sky, and reported that pale men were seen attacking survivors in the night as they searched for places to sleep. These sightings of pale men persisted for over a month after the earthquake, before amnestics could be distributed. Another event occurred in March of 1977 in Romania. It was a similar story to all the others, with over 1,500 civilians dying as a result of the Vranța earthquake, and 800 civilians being declared missing. Foundation officials embedded in the Romanian government were told that reports of pale men and tendrils pulling victims beneath the ground began to surface, leading to media blackouts and amnestic distribution as panic spread throughout the region. The Foundation couldn't figure out what was causing these events. When they began instituting the containment procedures around SCP-2191, no SCP-2191-1 entities were able to exit the temple without being quickly dispatched. So how were these events occurring, especially in areas so far away from the Hoya forest? Could it be that the large creature seen breaching the earth was responsible? The Foundation decided to return to the village that originally told them about the temple to interview their elder once more. Dr. Judith Lowe was given permission to conduct the interview. She was a senior employee of the SCP Foundation and had multiple doctorates in Sarkic history and Sarkic anthropology. Her expertise in the subject was unmatched. Dr. Lowe had written multiple studies on the Sarkic culture and understood the only thing that satiates Sarkic gods: blood. With this knowledge in mind, Dr. Lowe met with Draga Negrescu, the current elder of the village. Draga was an old woman, wrapped in the red silks and scarves as the previous elder. Dr. Lowe began to interview and jumped immediately into the subject, asking Draga what she could tell her about the temple. Draga replied, stating that the temple was home of what they called the Mother. The Mother was not unlike a queen bee, as she sends her drones out to collect blood much like bees collect nectar. Draga continued, stating that her village acted as the beekeepers to the Mother, helping the hive flourish and stay full before the SCP Foundation intervened. Draga expressed that it was imperative that they would be allowed to continue their sacred duty of satiating the Mother. Dr. Lowe needed more information on who exactly the Mother was. Draga Negrescu told her that the Mother was once a princess and the daughter of a Sarkic blood empress in Aditum, the ancient Sarkic capital. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, wearing the finest of clothes and had long, dark red hair, a trait common to those with ancient royal Sarkic bloodlines. When she walked through the streets of Aditum, all eyes turned toward her. The Grand Karcist Ion was struck by her beauty and kidnapped the princess, claiming her as his own. She became his mistress. While she first hated her position, she slowly grew to worship Grand Karcist Ion as a god. While Grand Karcist Ion is seen as a deity now, he was not during his reign as the king of the Sarkic Empire. The princess begged to bear Ion's children as a result. She was blessed by the Grand Karcist and was planted in the Koya forest to grow large and wide. Ion commanded the princess to bear as many children as she could muster, and she did. The princess birthed Ion's children, the Pale Ones, for all of eternity, and would let them feed as Ion would want. Draga stated that she and her village are no different than the Pale Men, as they were tasked with keeping the Mother fed and satisfied. Draga then let slip this chilling remark.
The Mother and the land are now one. Her earthen womb swells, and soon she will rupture. All around you is tinder for the gods.
It seems as though the Foundation's containment efforts led to the deadly earthquakes and deaths of thousands of people. By stopping the practices of this village to contain the Mother through ritual, they had potentially caused an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. One question remained though: where is the Mother? An investigation into the tunnel system located below SCP-2191 would lead to the answer. Mobile task force units that specialized in underground exploration, such as the Mole Rats, were sent to the tunnel system below the temple, armed with weapons to dispatch any loose SCP-2191-1 entities. These agents discovered a grisly sight: a massive writhing mass below SCP-2191. Researchers, believing Draga's story, ascertained that this was the Mother and designated it as SCP-2191-3. This entity is a massive blood-red organism buried deep beneath the earth, where SCP-2191 stands. The true size of the entity has proven entirely impossible to measure, but root-like appendages have been found to extend throughout the tunnels below the earth. These appendages were found to secrete a toxic, highly corrosive acid. SCP-2191-3 uses this fluid to create tunnels, which explains the odd tunnels below SCP-2191-2. Measurements place the area SCP-2191 spread to approximately 6,600,000 square kilometers under the Balkan Peninsula. For comparison's sake, SCP-3000, the amnestic-producing eel god Anatashisha, is a measly 900 kilometers in length at maximum. With that in mind, now we can see the gargantuan problem the SCP Foundation is dealing with. SCP-2191-3 is sapient, meaning it has an innate sense of understanding and self-awareness, and it exerts control over SCP-2191-1 and SCP-2191-2 organisms via the release of complex pheromones. SCP-2191-1 entities act as feeder drones for SCP-2191-3. It has since been discovered that civilians native to several isolated villages in the vicinity of the Hoya Forest have actively provided human sacrifices for SCP-2191 as a means of minimizing the seismic activity that occurs when it is famished, and this worked to satiate the entity and prevent further damage to the Earth and its people. The Foundation now stood at the crossroad between active containment and allowing the people who knew and understood the anomaly to contain it themselves. The Foundation motto is Secure, Contain, Protect. However, if they allow Draga Negrescu and her village to continue their sacrifices, they will be unable to fulfill any of these core values. But SCP-2191 will not be wreaking havoc. This dilemma led to the involvement of the O5 Council. A joint statement from them reads, "There are some who wish to believe that the Foundation has never nor will ever cater to the designs and desires of an anomalous entity. Foundation efforts to contain SCP-2191 are now thought to have inadvertently led to the deaths of approximately 40,000 people over 45 years. The obvious choice would be to neutralize the threat, and we've tried. The number of civilian and Foundation casualties being well beyond acceptable numbers. In order to contain the larger threat, we must allow it to feed. We are aware of the offense caused by this procedure. This is not the first time, nor it will be the last, that the Foundation has been forced to commit a lesser evil in the prevention of a greater one. We do believe that, in the end, our current method is the most preferable, with regards to both ethics and efficiency. We are fully aware that every sacrifice feeds SCP-2191-3, allowing it and its brood to thrive. But we are not about to sacrifice the entire Balkan Peninsula to neutralize that threat. Not yet." It was clear that the SCP Foundation had no choice but to allow the villagers who lived around SCP-2191 and the Mother to continue their practices. Upon their involvement, there was catastrophe after catastrophe that would only stop once the correct people, Draga Negrescu and her villagers, could return to their way of life and end this madness. A final containment procedure was ordered as a result. The SCP Foundation would maintain surveillance operations via the use of closed-circuit security cameras and drone footage. All personnel of the SCP Foundation would be prohibited from directly interfering with SCP-2191 or the ritual practices of communities within the vicinity of the Hoya Forest, which include blood or human sacrifices to SCP-2191. Exploration of SCP-2191 would only be allowed by remote-controlled drones. Lethal force is only authorized should SCP-2191 or any of the creatures that live beneath it breach containment. Should the Foundation fail in upholding the ritual practices that keep the Mother at bay, well, Draga Negrescu said it best.
All around them is tinder for the gods.
Morality tends to get lost very quickly when you start working at the SCP Foundation. During the whirlwind of basic training, site orientation, and learning the difference between Euclid, Keter, and Thaumiel object classes, you'll have to make peace with the fact that, as a new member of Foundation staff, you'll probably end up having to turn a blind eye to doing some morally compromising things. Then again, it's such a normal everyday occurrence at the Foundation that almost everyone working for them is desensitized to whatever ethically dubious or downright violent tasks they have to partake in. And at the end of the day, everyone knows that it's all for the greater good, to keep anomalies securely in containment for the benefit and protection of humanity. But the one part of Foundation life that Simon Bennett just couldn't reason with was the very existence of D-Class personnel. Now, anyone with previous knowledge of the SCP Foundation's dubious practices will, of course, be aware of D-Class. But to Simon, who had just been recruited as a member of site security personnel, the whole concept was not only alien, but completely abhorrent. D-Class personnel, as he'd come to learn, were completely expendable. Their ranks were filled with convicted felons, almost all of them guilty of violent crimes. The Foundation seemed to have a habit of plucking inmates from the highest security prisons and penitentiaries in the world, covering their tracks by staging the deaths of these unwilling recruits into D-Class. From there, these criminals were essentially used as little more than human lab rats. And it was this part that really didn't sit well with Simon. The very idea left him torn. On the one hand, D-Class were arguably the worst of the worst. Most, if not all of them, were guilty of horrific and brutal crimes, some that could never be forgiven by anyone. But on the other, Simon struggled to rationalize taking these prisoners from their incarceration, only to subject them to anomalous creatures and entities. Most SCPs could do things to a D-Class that were almost as bad as what these convicts had done to their victims, and some could dole out far, far worse fates. Did their actions make their cruel fates justifiable? Did D-Class personnel deserve the amount of punishment for their crimes? Simon didn't know. It was a perplexing moral conundrum. Most days at the Foundation, those questions echoed around his head. He was probably better suited to a role in the Ethics Committee than rank-and-file security. He was uncertain if it was better to leave a violent murderer to serve their sentence in prison until their eventual execution, or abduct them and use them as a D-Class guinea pig. It wasn't long before his fellow security officers tried to dissuade Simon from questioning the Foundation's methods, reminding him how lucky he was to be selected to join them, and how an easy application of amnestics could take that all away, leaving him not only jobless, but his memory wiped as well. Ultimately, as weeks turned into months, then became years in the blink of an eye, Security Officer Bennett's moral compass was ground down. He started getting used to the idea of the Foundation's way of doing things, asking fewer and fewer questions to oppose how morally and ethically ambiguous a lot of their experiments and procedures were. Obedience to others slowly became apathy, and the Simon that had once been concerned with the ethics of D-Class experimentation soon began looking at them as expendable assets, just like the rest of the SCP Foundation did. He even started to resent a few of them that seemed to have gotten off easy. On a few occasions, a member of D-Class personnel got to interact with the friendly kind of anomaly. It didn't seem fair, Simon thought, that while he and the other security personnel had to put their lives on the line whenever a dangerous SCP breached containment, meanwhile a D-Class, who might have been a multiple murderer or domestic terrorist, got to sit in a testing chamber with a friendly entity, like SCP-999, the Tickle Monster. Keeping up to date with the special containment procedures for the various anomalous objects and beings held at the Foundation was an essential part of a security officer's job. Ongoing testing and new discoveries that were about an entity often led to them needing new, updated measures to keep them securely contained. But it was during a routine check of these procedures that Simon came across something strange. Well, maybe not so strange when you work at the SCP Foundation, but definitely a noticeable level of strangeness. Reading through the containment procedures for one of the anomalies housed at the site, Simon found a list of instructions, fairly standard stuff for the Foundation. The strange part was that he was sure that he had never read this list before, but at the same time, it wasn't a new update recently added to an entry in the SCP archive. It was paradoxically brand new information. A detailed description of containment measures, yet also seemingly something that had been written and archived ages ago. Reading through the instructions, they described a process that was essential to keeping one of the site's anomalies secure. It had even been given its own name, the special containment procedures referring to the whole practice as a monthly termination. The more that Simon read, his eyes would widen further as he learned exactly what the steps of this process entailed. In his earlier days, he wouldn't have thought of this so-called monthly termination as excessive, a needlessly cruel act even by the standards of the SCP Foundation. But that was the old Simon, a man who hadn't yet become jaded by his work, before he had come to adopt the same apathy and disregard for life as his fellow Foundation personnel. Reaching the end of the passage describing monthly termination, Simon alerted the other security officers, making sure they read the procedure too. Some unknown feeling stirred deep within Simon, telling him this needed to be carried out, and it had to happen right now. Before long, members of staff had been told to read the entry on monthly termination, each one passing it on to their colleagues. Then, Simon and a large detachment of other guards began marching towards the cell blocks where D-Class personnel were imprisoned. Almost a third of the site's incarcerated inmates were rounded up. It couldn't have been any more than a few hundred. Simon wasn't sure. He couldn't see all of them from where he was standing, but mostly, he didn't care. All he could focus on was following the monthly termination procedure to the letter. Together, he and the security detachment escorted the collected D-Class personnel through the facility single file, all marching in efficient and perfectly synchronized motion. It was almost like a choreographed military display. If he hadn't been so preoccupied with thinking only of the procedure, Simon might have realized how strange all this was.
All the personnel were moving at once in such flawless timing, even though this hadn't been planned in advance. And yet he and the other personnel had only just learned about monthly termination, and yet they were carrying it out as if they had done it 1,000 times before. The security officers continued ferrying the D-classes through the facility, eventually leading the convicted felons to the main entrance. The doors were opened without question. Nobody who had read the monthly termination instructions saw what was going on as anything out of the ordinary. A long, winding row of inmates in Foundation-issue orange jumpsuits were then guided out of the site's main doors, instructed by the security to keep walking even further. None of them knew how far they'd really walked. A lot of D-class personnel complained and moaned, but the few that tried to leave the single-file line were quickly put back in place by the security department. Most of them were directly verbally aggressive, cursing and threatening the security officers, but they seemed compliant, walking the way they were told to. It was as if they had to obey, almost like their legs wouldn't let them resist. One begged to be let go, turning to Simon and pleading not to be taken wherever it was they were going. "I'm sorry," Simon replied plainly, with barely any emotion behind his words. It was a lie. He didn't feel sorry. In fact, he hadn't even been sure why he apologized at all. The reply had happened almost unnaturally, like something else was speaking through him. He wasn't even sure how far away they'd gotten from the facility. It might have felt like miles if he hadn't been thinking about it, but he wasn't. None of the officers were. They were following their instructions, totally unaware that they'd been walking for so long that they were starting to get blisters. They all somehow knew they had gotten far enough, beyond the reach and sight of the Foundation facility they started in. So far, in fact, that the surveillance systems wouldn't be able to see them. Still moving with the same complete synchronous timing, Simon and the other security officers herded the D-class personnel towards a wooded clearing. They formed a ring around the inmates before pushing them down onto their knees. A few of them hung their heads, some even shedding a tear. They had already figured out what was about to happen. Those that hadn't quickly caught up when they saw the security officers covering or deactivating their head cameras, then reaching for their sidearms. When they returned to the facility, Simon and the other officers would all give the same story. They collectively led a third of the site's D-class to an area out of surveillance range, and executed them all with their handguns. At least, that's how they all remembered the incident. But what they thought they'd done didn't quite match what had actually happened. Naturally, the Foundation higher-ups quickly got wind of what happened, and of such a massive expenditure of their expendable D-class resources. The incident forced the SCP Foundation to launch a full-blown investigation into the actions of Simon, the other security officers, and additional personnel on site. They quickly recognized the pattern of behavior. They had seen it before. They already knew not one of the guards had actually fired their weapons. In fact, none of them had been acting of their own free will. Simon and the others had no idea that the monthly termination procedure didn't exist in the Foundation's records, and was actually the symptom of an SCP-2193 event. All those D-class that had been rounded up and marched out into the middle of nowhere were still gone though. Not shot point blank like the officers thought, but the prisoners were still no longer alive either, although he'd never remember it. When Simon had been stood amongst his fellow officers, one of the D-class had begun floating upwards. Lifted off the ground by some invisible force, the convicted felon drifted about 3 meters in the air without warning. The prisoner was then launched up, practically fired towards the sky like a rocket, traveling into the upper atmosphere at several times the speed of sound. One by one, the members of D-class all began experiencing the same thing, floating off the ground only to be catapulted up into the stratosphere with such speed and force that they vanished from view in seconds. Meanwhile, all Simon and the other security officers did was stand by and watch, keeping their head cams covered or switched off. The last of the D-class prisoners stood in the clearing, the one that had asked Simon to be set free. He was still asking, begging to be helped down as his feet were hoisted up against his will, practically screaming for someone, anyone, to do something. His eyes locked with Simon's for a split second before he too was sent hurtling into the sky. Moving that high and that fast isn't something a human being is at all likely to survive. Now rid of the D-class that they had led to their deaths, all the gathered security personnel looked up. It was night. Starlight cast across an inky canvas of dark sky. But Simon was fixated on the moon. They all were. None of them could take their eyes off it as it slowly appeared to blink, like a watchful eye hanging in the space above them. Not one of them would remember what they had seen or what they had truly done. No member of D-class was a saint, it's true,
They were murderers, criminals, and dangerous individuals. Maybe some of them were so bad that they did deserve to be used as test subjects, to die at the hands of anomalous entities. But then again, does anyone really deserve to go out like that? Little is known about the point of origin of SCP-2193. While it affects the documents stored within the Foundation's database, it does not function like a computer virus or artificial intelligence. Instead, SCP-2193-1 is an anomalous piece of information, or an info hazard, as SCPs like this are known. It has been known to infect digital files, specifically the special containment procedures for various entities, objects, and creatures that the Foundation has recorded in its archives. Even their most talented computer engineers and anomalous researchers cannot determine how this info hazard is able to accomplish this. It seems to infect files at random, without any repeating pattern in its timing or the type of SCP files it appears in. Upon infection, a file now containing SCP-2193-1 will include references to a monthly termination of D-Class personnel, making it as an essential process for keeping an anomaly secure. Anyone that reads this suffers from what is known as a mimetic effect. Essentially, they will believe what they have read and believe that they have always been aware of this information. On top of that, a person infected by SCP-2193-1 will accept it as true that the monthly termination is a legitimate and accepted practice within the SCP Foundation. They can't be convinced that killing hundreds of D-Class personnel is anything less than justified. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking that uninfected personnel can easily explain to those who have been affected by SCP-2193-1 that the monthly termination isn't an official Foundation policy, but this info hazard has proven itself to be particularly infectious when spreading its mimetic influence. Any member of Foundation personnel not yet exposed to SCP-2193-1 can be easily convinced that the monthly termination is both morally acceptable and a Foundation-held procedure that is absolutely necessary for anomaly containment. If anyone that has read and therefore believes the monthly termination process, then they will display a lack of cognitive dissonance whenever someone attempts to present them with information that conflicts with SCP-2193-1. While no document within their internal database has a record of the monthly termination procedure, back in January of 1999, the Foundation was able to witness the process secondhand via one of its agents. During an SCP-2193 event, Agent Yusan's head camera was left uncovered, recording excerpts of the precise and perfectly choreographed execution of numerous D-Class personnel. Much like the event Simon was a part of, an unknown anomaly caused the Earth's moon to appear to blink. It is believed by some within the Foundation that this is the result of a form of eldritch entity, a being that demands a substantial human sacrifice every month. This being, as of yet, remains unidentified. Just as unclear is this anomaly's intentions, motives, or how it is able to affect, or perhaps use, the moon. Of course, the SCP Foundation has its own personnel stationed up there. However, during recorded instances of SCP-2193 events, their agents at Luna Area 32 have reported no unusual activity or abnormalities at the corresponding times. The running theory among some personnel is that the moon isn't this unidentified being's actual eye, but some kind of ocular device like a spyglass that allows it to observe the monthly termination. Whatever this being is, it apparently possesses an immense level of power. How exactly it is able to create SCP-2193-1 and infiltrate the Foundation's internal database with that info hazard is still unknown, as is the exact reason why it goes to such trouble, such incalculable lengths, seemingly just for the purpose of killing so many D-Class inmates. The immediate assumption, albeit admittedly a morbid and cynical one, held by most Foundation researchers studying SCP-2193 is that this entity needs this almost ritualistic monthly sacrifice in order to sustain itself. One idea suggests it could be a creature that opposes how the Foundation uses its D-Class personnel. Maybe it, just like Simon used to, questions the morality of convicts being used as expendable guinea pigs, and as such, it uses its eldritch levels of power to remove them from the Foundation's reach for good. Or perhaps despite its subterfuge, this being feeds on those who have wronged others, making D-Class personnel prime candidates. That would certainly explain why the monthly termination procedure causes security officers to only bring the Foundation's force of expendable convicts. And after all, there are benevolent
benevolent SCPs out there, even friendly ones. So it stands to reason that this being could be trying to rid the world of people who are bad enough to be put into D-Class. But then again, this world is rarely so kind. SCP-2193-1 makes Foundation officers bring D-Classes out to where they can't be seen, causing them to cover their head cameras and believe a phony story about execution by sidearm, so nobody knows what really happens to them. It even hides the info hazard detailing the monthly termination procedures at random, moving it around to a new file whenever it's detected. Such great effort is taken by this entity to cover its tracks, which would suggest a far more nefarious goal. It is entirely possible that this being does all this simply to amuse itself, expending countless lives and Foundation resources purely for a sick, sadistic form of entertainment. With no way of knowing the entity's true intention, the SCP Foundation can only sit and vigilantly wait, an artificial intelligence surveying their database for the next instance of SCP-2193.
He had been pacing back and forth all night. So many hours spent walking to and fro in his quarters that his feet were starting to develop painful blisters. Yet Jace couldn't bring himself to stay still after his unsettling discovery. Over the course of the night, it had driven him almost mad. But it wasn't just the fear of the inevitable calamity he had learned of that was keeping him up and worrying him into a state of near insanity. It was the lie, the smokescreen that had been used to cover up the truth, and it came all the way from the top. Jace Jacoby had been working as a researcher within the SCP Foundation for the better part of a decade. Sure, it wasn't an easy job at the best of times. In fact, it could be dirty, dangerous, and even downright deadly work. But Jace had learned to take comfort in the bigger picture, and it cultivated in him a loyalty for the Foundation and what they stood for. The reassuring knowledge that he was playing but one small part in protecting the world from anomalous threats usually helped him sleep a little easier at night. This was not one of those nights. Completely by accident, the researcher had learned of a terrible truth. He'd seen a lot of horrible things while working at the Foundation, from one horrific, endlessly regenerating omnicidal reptile to a monstrous creature comprised primarily of giant teeth protruding from its body. But what he had uncovered in the depths of the SCP Foundation's own archive terrified him for a whole different reason, because it seemed to undo every good thing Jace and all the other personnel had done in the name of the Foundation. He believed that they were the good guys, that their efforts were to prevent total global destruction. Instead, it turned out that they were just pawns. Being familiar with a whole filing cabinet's worth of special containment procedures for various anomalies, Jace was familiar with the term 220 Calabasas. He'd even almost been considered to receive high enough security clearance to be given the full details as to what it entailed. He was aware already that it was the name given to a process that was required to be performed by Foundation staff as a way to keep SCP-2317 actively contained. SCP-2317 was a wooden door leading to another dimension, or at least, it appeared to be. After accessing some restricted files, a suppressed secondary level of information hidden underneath the SCP-2317 entry, Jace discovered what was really going on. SCP-2317 was, in part, a door to another world, as its nickname suggested. But that wasn't the whole story. Beyond the door lay a barren salt plain, the only structures visible for miles being 7 identical stone pillars with ancient symbols carved into their surface. Frequently, a small group of Foundation personnel and security staff would be sent into SCP-2317, each one of them given a specific role to undertake as they performed 220 Calabasas. That process required for active containment was more like an occult ritual, involving holy water, an obsidian-edged knife, chants that invoked ancient powerful gods, and a chicken to act as a live sacrifice. If Jace had just learned those specifics of 220 Calabasas, he wouldn't have realized that the ritual was actually a phony, even a pretty convincing one at that. Buried beneath the pillars was chained something of unspeakable, unknowable power. It had gone by many names, each invoking a particularly nasty sense of trepidation. The Sire of Tyranny, Kural Irbrav, or simply the Devourer of Worlds. The 220 Calabasas ritual was supposedly a way to keep the beast locked below,
to strengthen the 7 chains, each latching the ancient monstrosity to the pillars above. Except it didn't. It was a smokescreen. The ritual did nothing to keep the shackles of the Devourer intact. There was but one chain remaining, one more tether keeping the ancient beast caged. And over the years, no matter how many times the Foundation performed 220 Calabasas, it was eroding, getting weaker and weaker. It was inevitable. The Devourer of Worlds would one day be free. And yet, that wasn't even the worst part about what Jace had uncovered. What could possibly be worse than learning an eldritch deity intent on unfurling doom couldn't be contained with the one method the Foundation had? Well, it was that the Foundation knew. It had known for a long time that 220 Calabasas was nothing more than a charade, with all the effectiveness of a band-aid over a broken leg. As if that wasn't bad enough, Jace had traced the source of this cover-up right to the very top, to the highest operational level within the SCP Foundation's hierarchy. The O5 Council was responsible. They had known for a long time about the ineffectiveness of 220 Calabasas, and yet hadn't pursued any more permanent solutions to the looming threat posed by SCP-2317 and the Devourer. After a sleepless night, Jace could hold it in no longer. He had to tread carefully. Given how far up the chain this conspiracy went, it was hard to know who to trust. Something had to be done, that much was clear to him, whether that involved sealing or outright destroying SCP-2317. But if those tasked with overseeing the entire Foundation were in on this cover-up, then Jace had to be extremely careful about who he went to for help. There was only one person he was certain he could rely on, and share his findings with in secrecy. Senior researcher Ellis had long been a good friend of Jace's. In fact, he'd even go so far as to say Ellis was his only real friend within the Foundation. The more experienced member of personnel had practically mentored Jacoby from his earliest days as an SCP researcher. Ellis had helped him get to grips with certain difficult containment procedures, and even taken the fall for Jace after some of his early mistakes nearly caused a containment breach. Researcher Ellis's seniority meant he only got away with a metaphorical slap on the wrist. But most crucially for Jace right now, Ellis wasn't a high enough rank to be even close to any of the upper echelon Foundation doctors, like Dr. Bright or Dr. Gears. Nor was he senior enough to have any direct dealings with the O5 Council. If there was anyone working at the Foundation that Jace could possibly confide in about his findings regarding the truth behind SCP-2317 and 220 Calabasas, it was Ellis. And maybe, between them, the pair could put their heads together and avert the catastrophe of the Devourer's inevitable escape. Jace was nervously pacing back and forth while Ellis's eyes were glued to the terminal in his quarters. He had shown him a saved copy of the full archive entry on SCP-2317, detailing everything. Not just the steps required to perform 220 Calabasas, but the additional information about the ritual not working, and that the O5 Council knew it. After a long, painful wait for researcher Ellis to scan through the entire file, he leaned back from the terminal screen and sighed. "Well, this is hardly ideal," he stated matter-of-factly. "Hardly ideal?" Jace echoed, his fear of what all this meant manifesting itself as a frustrated outburst. "I think you might be underestimating it a little there, Ellis. This isn't just some mild inconvenience we've now got to live with. We're talking about the end of the world as we know it, XK class. And on top of that, the Council knows it's coming and are doing nothing about it. Instead, they're making these high-clearance personnel go and pointlessly slaughter chickens and recite meaningless prayers about 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King." "Jacoby, calm down," Ellis replied sternly. "Let's talk about this rationally. For all we know, this file here could be a part of SCP-2317's containment procedures." "That's what I'm saying. The procedure is ineffective," he argued. "Let me finish," the senior researcher responded calmly. "We know of dozens of other anomalies that employ infohazardous or mimetic effects, and sometimes it's not uncommon for entities of such nature, with capabilities to infect information itself, to be combated via the use of deliberate, necessary misinformation. This file might not even be an accurate description of SCP-2317. It could easily be a method for containing something else." "No, that doesn't..." Jace paused, holding his forehead. "Sorry, all of this is giving me a headache. Could I trouble you for some water?" "Of course," Ellis answered. He got up from his seat and filled a plastic cup from a cooler in his quarters. While his back was turned, Jacoby didn't see Ellis slip something into the water. "Thanks, Ellis." Jace said as he gulped down the whole cup. Like I was saying, that theory of it being a mimetic threat doesn't make sense. You've seen SCP-2317 from a distance, we both have. It's a physical dimensional gateway. I mean, a door to another world is literally its code name, for God's sake. Why would there be a real door with an intangible info hazard behind it? Ellis stroked his chin, pondering quietly. For a moment, Jace's vision seemed to get a little blurry, but he blinked it away. Okay, so if we take everything in the SCP-2317 file as gospel, then answer me this. What do you propose we do about it? His mentor asked. We have to think radically. Together, I think you and I need to come up with an alternate permanent solution to the impending threat posed by SCP-2317. Then we present it to the O5 Council, storm into their chamber if necessary, and demand them to implement it. The next 220 Calabasas is scheduled for a few hours from now. We need to bring them something that will actually work, not just that performative pantomime they put on as a smokescreen. Otherwise, Alice... Jace paused for a moment, hearing his own voice crack with despair. If we don't, the Devourer is going to destroy everything. You said the words permanent solution. Elaborate for me, please. Ellis responded. Look, I think we have only two options, the frightened researcher said. Jace noticed he was starting to feel drowsy, lightheaded even, needing to shake himself to stay upright and conscious. We either find a way to seal SCP-2317, or we destroy the door to another world outright. The 220 Calabasas procedure? Ritual. They take a 1 kiloton nuke in case of containment failure, right? We detonate one of those inside the dimension, pray that it kills the Devourer worlds, then we shut the door and blow that up behind us too. Suddenly Jace's legs gave out underneath him, like they couldn't support his body weight anymore. He landed on the floor with a thud, while Ellis loomed over him with a sympathetic look on his lined face. He drugged me? Jace barely managed to get the question out. I'm sorry, Jacoby, Ellis sighed. Believe me when I say I would have preferred to talk you out of these seditious thoughts. But duty to the Foundation comes first. You understand. The door opened, the heavy clomping of boots against the floor. Jace could barely turn to see the squad of security guards entering the room. They lifted his body up off the ground, getting limper by the second, and began dragging him out by his arms. With all his waning strength, he kicked and thrashed his legs as they trailed beneath him. Being taken away by the guards, Jace yelled for his mentor's help. He kept trying until his voice became slurred, imperceptible sounds, not even words anymore. The world around him started sinking into darkness, as whatever he'd been dosed with took full effect. As Jace was hauled off struggling, not once did Ellis dare to look him in the eye. Jace had no idea how much time had passed, only that he'd been chemically knocked unconscious for most of it. Opening his heavy eyelids, he had no idea where he was. The room around him was in pitch darkness. For a second, he'd wondered if he'd been executed by the Foundation and was currently dead, his consciousness trapped in an endless inky void. Then another concerning thought pushed its way into his head. Had they thrown him into the Devourer of Worlds prison? It was a cruel, callous move, even for the SCP Foundation, to offer Jace up as a sacrifice for daring to look further into the truth behind SCP-2317. A column of light cut through the dark from somewhere above him, gleaming down so bright that it was hard to look directly at it. The spotlight did little to illuminate the rest of the room. Although squinting in the dark, the researcher could detect the outlines of several figures sat in a circle facing him. 13 of them, to be exact, with one extra taking their seat. He was just awake enough to remember a crucial detail that explained where he was. There were 13 members of the O5 Council, along with one administrator. Hello again, Researcher Jacoby, came a voice from one of the seats encircling him. Tell us, do you know why you're here? You... Jace stuttered before his fear once again erupted in an explosive outburst. You all knew about SCP-2317. You had us perform 220 Calabasas time and time again, knowing that it was doing nothing to keep the Devourer contained. If that creature gets loose, no, when it does, it will destroy everything and everyone. The Foundation is meant to contain anomalies, not pretend to. We have a duty to every adult child on this planet to protect them from this entity. Do not exposit the Foundation's mandates to us, Jacoby. Another of the council members' voices replied, sounding not in the least bit concerned. If anything, they sounded bored. The SCP Foundation acts in accordance with what the Council dictates, not by whatever moral framework you have chosen to impose on this organization. But the Devourer of Worlds is coming, Jace pleaded. You all know as much. I've seen it in the SCP-2317 file. Inevitable. You used that exact word. We are aware of the threat faced by SCP-2317-K, or the Devourer as you called it, a third council member interjected. But rest assured, at the time 220 Calabasas was established to provide an illusion of containment. We calculated it would take several decades for the final chain holding the creature to give way. That time might have already elapsed, the researcher argued. And in the meantime, we have no countermeasures prepared, no strategy, and the rest of the personnel have no idea that this threat is coming. Almost exactly the same wording as last time, one council member said, not addressing the rest directly, but still just audible enough for Jace to detect it. What do you mean last time? He asked, thinking back a few short moments to the beginning of this exchange. Wait, why did you say hello again when I woke up here? There was a horrible, nauseating silence throughout the room for a moment. Jace had already worked out the answer. Why would the council bother telling him the truth now? I've figured this out before, haven't I? He said. A handful of times, one of the voices replied. If not you, then another member of personnel. Every now and then someone snoops, uncovers something they shouldn't, and you make them forget it. Jace finishes their sentence for them. Before we apply the amnestics, the voice said, observe. Today's 220 Calabasas procedure is already underway. A huge curved screen blinked to life. It filled half the circumference of the room, but wasn't enough to give Jace any clearer of a look at the O5 Council. Each one of them was cast as shadowy, silhouetted figures against the images now appearing on the screen. It was footage being streamed live from one of the personnel cleared to enter SCP-2317. They were already in the middle of performing the phony ritual, spritzing holy water over the 7 pillars, unaware that one of them was still linked to a chain keeping the Devourer imprisoned below. Suddenly, there was a rumbling, a shaking reverberating through the ground on the video feed like an earthquake, or something moving underneath. Oh my god, Jace breathed as he watched in horror. It's happening! The Devourer is coming now! Get them out of there! Some of the O5s mumbled awkwardly to themselves. We shouldn't act with too much haste. It could just be the creature reacting to the ritual, one hypothesized. It's been imprisoned for a lot longer than a lot of us have lived. It's bound to get restless, another concurred. Besides, the security team are armed with a nuclear device in case the worst should happen. On the screen, the tremors were continuing. The personnel member in charge of applying the holy water dropped the silver aspergillum and asporium containing it, spilling its contents over the salted earth below. Without any further warning, the ground started to crumble in the feed, an enormous clawed hand bursting up from underground. It was followed by the hulking shape of something much larger breaking through the salt plain, sending a tidal wave towards the personnel member whose body cam footage was being displayed. The feed cut out, and the room was dark once again. It's too late. Jace stared at the council in a mix of terror and disgust. You did nothing, and now it's too late! Before any of them could reply, another tremor rang out. This time beneath Jace's own feet, the Devourer of Worlds was here. It was bursting through the wooden door of SCP-2317 and tearing the Foundation facility apart with its immense size as it emerged. The walls cracked, the entire building beginning to crumble around him and the O5 Council, who were all hurriedly exiting the chamber to whatever plans or bunkers they had to ensure their own personal survival. Suddenly, the huge weight of something dropped through the dark and collapsed on top of Jace. Standing up amongst the wreckage of the obliterated building, the Devourer of Worlds drew itself up to its full height. It was an impossibly large creature, humanoid and obese. Its entire body was covered head to toe in thick, armored scales, with horns atop its jawless head. From one of them hung the final chain, a withered shackle no longer keeping the monster held within its underground prison. The 7 chains had all failed. The ritual, 220 Calabasas, had failed. In fact, it never worked in the first place. Far below, his arms pinned painfully under a heavy slab of concrete, Jace stared up at the towering form of the Devourer. He had felt scared as the building came down around him, and even now, there was a lingering fear of his own death. But there was something else there too, a sense of feeling oddly relieved. Not necessarily glad to be right about the impending doom, or even pleased to know this ancient trap deity was about to destroy the whole planet, but at least the Devourer of Worlds was honest.
he thought. There was no subterfuge, no rituals acting as a smokescreen, no more lies. Just an honest simplicity of a creature whose only goal was to bring an end to everything. As Jace watched, the Devourer raised its hands up, reaching the highest pinnacle of the sky, then brought them straight back down to Earth. It plunged both deep into the skin of the world, deep enough to crack the very surface open. Mantle and magma were spewing everywhere, like blood from the gaping wounds it left in the planet. Jace Jacoby closed his eyes as the ground beneath where he lay trapped ripped open, plummeting him into the dark. It had been a long day. Expeditions like this were normally tiring, but with the intense heat of the Egyptian sun bearing down on them, every minute felt like hours, and every hour a lifetime. Seth and Kayla were determined not to quit. They had traveled halfway around the world to get to this site, and they weren't about to let the elements stop them from uncovering the secrets they were searching for. The rumors had dated back centuries. Stories of a hidden tomb lost somewhere out in the desert. And as a likely pair of budding adventurer and an accomplished archaeologist, neither one of them could resist the chance to try and hunt down the tomb. If they could uncover it, they'd have one of the greatest archaeological finds of the century on their hands. Both Kayla and Seth would forever be remembered as the ones who discovered a supposedly unfindable ancient tomb. Having found their way to some ruins, the remains of a temple that had been all but razed to the ground, ravaged by the forces of time, Kayla and Seth had started searching for the tomb's entrance. The reason it had stayed uncovered for so long was the amount of sand that had covered it over the centuries, storms from the desert constantly rearranging the grains and piling on more. But right now, the skies were clear, and all they could do was keep digging, until, at long last, their shovels struck stone. Clearing a path to the entrance, Kayla flipped on a torch as she led her archaeologist friend down a flight of stairs carved into the stone. Seth followed her as they traversed further and further down, the air getting stale the deeper they went. The whole while there was a gnawing concern at the back of both of their minds that the rocky ceiling above could give way at any moment, trapping them both underground. But before each of them could voice their worry out loud, they arrived at a large stone door, left wide open about 20 meters beneath the surface. "Is this really it?" Kayla asked in disbelief. "It might be," Seth replied, the excitement in his voice like that of a kid on Christmas morning. Standing before them, beyond the threshold of the open entrance, was a chamber of stone. Its ceiling was secure, about 7 meters high, and the walls had been covered in hieroglyphics. Immediately, Seth shot over to the nearest wall, pulling a battered journal out of his bag to start to try to translate what had been written. While he was doing that, Kayla's attention fell over the rest of the room. For a tomb, there was a surprising lack of a sarcophagus, nor any other similar resting place for a body, with no signs that anyone else had already been here to remove one either. All there really was within was a few bowls, randomly placed around the chamber. Kayla's torchlight fell over one of the bowls, and she knelt down to take a closer look at its contents. It was filled with bread. They were all holding different foods: dates, figs, dried fish, and lentils. Of course, it wasn't uncommon for offerings to be left with the deceased during an ancient Egyptian burial. But strangely, none of these perishable foods seemed to have decayed in the centuries this tomb had been lost for. In fact, it all looked quite fresh, like it was still good enough to eat. Although the temptation to actually eat any of it quickly disappeared when Kayla reminded herself that, while it might not look it, the food down here had to have been hundreds, maybe thousands of years old, despite how perfectly preserved it appeared. "I think I've got something," Seth called enthusiastically. "There's definitely a story in these hieroglyphics." "You sure we're in the right place?" Kayla asked as she crossed the room to where her colleague was. "For a tomb, it doesn't seem like anyone was ever buried here." "I've got a theory," he replied. "This place might be more of a metaphorical tomb." "Right, that makes complete sense." Her sarcasm was unmistakable. "Look here," he said, pointing to one of the drawings on the wall as he spoke. It depicted a figure laying dead in a square space. "I think that's meant to be this room. Someone dies here, and then..." Seth's finger moved to another of the hieroglyphics, one that Kayla recognized. It showed a being with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, taking the dead figure down into the afterlife. This was Anubis, one of the ancient Egyptian gods associated with the afterlife.
According to legends and other texts gathered from the pyramids in Giza, Anubis oversaw the process the Egyptians would perform to embalm their dead, preserving them for their trip to the next world. Anubis takes whoever they are to the judgment hall of the afterlife to be brought before, Seth explained, only to be cut off. Osiris, god of fertility, the afterlife, and the dead, Kayla interrupted. She had already spotted the next being depicted in the glyphs, a tall figure with a distinctive headpiece, holding a symbolic crook and flail. Oversaw resurrection, life, probably many other things. Yeah, he was a god with a few different hats, Seth attempted to joke. Well, just the same one hat he's always shown wearing. Also, technically not a hat, the atif was a type of crown, and so, hold on, Kayla interjected again. Didn't Osiris only bring the pharaohs in for judgment? Who was this person that died? I mean, the Egyptians never went to this amount of trouble for their average Joes, and the gods wouldn't pay them any mind unless they were important somehow. I'm not sure, Seth answered earnestly. At any rate, this could all just be a myth. That's why I think this tomb is metaphorical. It wasn't built to house a dead person, but to keep people believing. She finished his sentence for him. He then pointed out the next part of the glyphs, the dead figure arriving in the afterlife, carried by Anubis for judgment, and then handing an object to Osiris. Seth explained there was a certain myth surrounding Osiris and his resurrection, a story that told of all of his dead body parts being found except one. Without it, the god could not be fully resurrected. My theory is that is Osiris's missing appendage, as it were. Seth's face was red as he tried to keep his composure. After our mysterious friend handed it over, the hieroglyphs showed the nameless dead figure being taken from Anubis's hand by Osiris, who then placed them back in the room they had started in, the same chamber Seth and Kayla were standing in. It seemed they had been resurrected after death. Giving Osiris something that the god had wanted had earned this figure a free pass back to the land of the living. The glyphs also showed bowls of food around the tomb, like the ones Kayla had found dotted around the room. There was a type of aura drawn around the unknown figure now, almost like a personal shield. According to the drawings and symbols on the walls and Seth's hastily translation of their meaning, this was some form of protection granted by Osiris himself. The aura was meant to prevent the figure from harm, meaning they couldn't die again. However, the next portion of the story showed Anubis damaging the shield, possibly out of jealousy or spite, or perhaps defying Osiris, tampering with the natural order of things by protecting the figure from death. As well as causing damage to the aura of immortality that Osiris had bestowed upon them, Anubis drained the figure of all of their blood, which then caused them to go and do the same to others. Seth continued interpreting aloud. It would find people, drink their blood to sustain it, like, don't say it, Kayla sighed. I mean, it's a lot like a Egypt gave us mummies. They can't have another native monster from horror B movies, she interrupted. Well, maybe the legend found its way here somehow, or at least a more ancient Egyptian version of it. Her counterpart tried to reason. It looks like here the figure was far healthier after consuming blood. See how the aura around them is repaired now? But Seth, look at what they're standing on, Kayla whispered. One of the final images in the glyphs did display exactly what Seth had described, but beneath the feet of the figure, who now seemed replenished, was a mass of bodies, a pile of human corpses with one person standing at the very top. Who'd want to live forever anyway? Kayla muttered almost inaudibly. Hey, come and have a look at these. Leaning over, she picked up one of the food bowls from the floor, brimming with offerings of dates. She handed it to Seth, who marveled at how well preserved the food was. That's incredible, he remarked. This bowl looks like it's at least several thousand years old. I guess maybe 2500 BCE, but the dates... He picked one out of the bowl and sniffed it, put it back, and then did the same with another, making sure it wasn't a fluke. The conditions couldn't possibly have kept them fresh. So, how is it there are bowls of food all over this room that still look edible? She asked. I honestly have no, he began to say, but the sound of heavy grinding stone interrupted Seth's sentence. Both he and Kayla looked in horror as they witnessed the entrance of the tomb being sealed, the heavy stone door dropping moments away from sealing them in. Seth, we need to run, Kayla urged, grabbing her bag. If we move now, we can get out of here before we get shut in. But, Seth protested, looking around the tomb, the glyph walls that had only just been discovered. Nobody would know that he and Kayla had found them if they ran now. He looked around the room, pondering for a moment, his eyes darting from a bowl of bread to the bowl of dates in his hands. We should at least take photos. No time. Our lives aren't worth proving what we found. Better to make it out than be buried alive, Kayla shouted, darting towards the entrance, ducking under the slowly lowering stone door. Seth, come on! She called from the other side. Despite her calls for him to move, her fellow explorer didn't follow. He just stood there, watching the door get lower and the only way back to the surface get narrower. By the time it had completely closed, Kayla's voice sounded so much further away that Seth could barely make out what she was saying. I'll get help! Find some way to get you out! Kayla screamed at the wall, now separating her from the tomb. If you can hear me, Seth, ration the water in your bag. Take small sips every few hours. Seth already knew that the human body could survive around 3 weeks on just water and no food, and he trusted Kayla would have figured out how to get him out by then. He gave another glance to the food bowls scattered throughout the tomb. The idea of eating any of it, knowing how old it all potentially was, did turn his stomach a little. But if it came down to having to eat just a bite in order to survive a little longer, Seth was sure it looked fresh enough to still be edible. It couldn't hurt to take a bite, right? Over the next few days, Seth's focus was spent entirely on photographing and transcribing more of the hieroglyphics, occasionally stopping to take swigs of water from his canteen. If anything, it was more to combat how warm and stuffy it was being locked inside the stone chamber 20 meters underground. Meanwhile, unseen to Seth, outside Kayla was working tirelessly to try and figure out a way to get the door open. She had been searching for days for any sign or some kind of switch or lever that would unseal the chamber entrance. There had to be some mechanism that had caused the stone door to shut itself in the first place, but there was nothing around that looked like it fit that description. As much as she urged Seth to abandon his archaeological finders keeper's pride, Kayla was hesitant to make the long journey back across the desert to Cairo to get help. Anyone she brought to the dig site might claim the discovery as their own, and more to the point, the more time she spent traveling across the desert for help, the more time Seth would spend trapped, succumbing to gradual dehydration and starvation. Little was Kayla aware. It was already too late. Seth hadn't been observing her warning about managing the amounts of water he was drinking, and pretty soon, his canteen was empty. He cursed himself, annoyed for being so involved in his discovery that he'd now potentially put his own life at risk. But then he remembered the food bowls. Kneeling down, he picked up the nearest one, the same bowl with all the dates in it. Shaking his head at the thought, he put them back down again. The longer he waited, the more Seth began to worry that maybe Kayla had abandoned him. And if she had, then he was faced with the inevitability that he would die down here, lost and forgotten in an ancient tomb underground. He couldn't help but find something ironic about the whole thing. He was going to die in a tomb whose walls told the tale of a dead person being brought back to life. Maybe in a few hundred years, more archaeologists would find this buried room and think he was the one the tomb had been constructed for. Even trying to put an ironic spin on things wasn't enough to give Seth much peace when staring down the possibility he might not see the sun and walk above ground again. And getting closer to death is what made him want to avoid it, tempting him towards the bowls of food. Every time he tried to remind himself not to touch any of it, the pain in his stomach swelled, even greater, reminding him of his own hunger. With no clear view of the sky, Seth had little clue just how many days he'd been trapped in the tomb, although he was sure it was approaching the day 4 threshold. He couldn't survive much longer beyond that point without eating. As the days dragged on, he abandoned his research and note-taking. It was impossible to focus on translating hieroglyphics when he was in so much pain, aching from the heat and having no food or water, exhaustion causing him to pass out, his body trying to conserve its already limited reserves of energy. Eventually, Seth started trying to rationalize eating at least a date or two. The food hadn't decomposed or rotted at all. Even introducing air from outside when the tomb was first open hadn't changed the state of any of it at all. Not the dates, nor the bread, or the fish. It still looked fresh and edible, and after God knows how long without eating, it was beginning to look all the more appealing to the starving archaeologist. Who cares if it had been there for 1,000 years or longer? If Seth didn't eat, he knew he wouldn't last much longer. The moment he chewed on the first date, feeling it pass down his esophagus, passing from his mouth to his stomach, Seth immediately regretted giving in to his need to eat. His mouth instantly went dry, far worse than it had been after this long without water. It was like the tiny piece of fruit had pulled all the saliva from his mouth. Seth tried to scream in panic, only to release a hoarse, dry-throated grasp as he felt his tongue shriveling up with his mouth and throat until it felt like the skin of a drum.
But it didn't stop there. It only got worse. Seth stared in horror at his own arms, the blue veins that ran underneath his skin rapidly draining away. His forearms and biceps shrunk, muscle and sinew shriveling like his body had been left in a water evaporator. All the while, the pain of having his entire physical form being reshaped was pure agony. The dehydration of his mouth meant Seth still couldn't scream, only dropped to the ground as he felt the same thing happening to his legs. Every drop of moisture in his body, every fluid from water to blood, saliva, and even urine was drying out, leaving Seth as little more than a dusty, desiccated husk. Before his own eyes, he could only watch as his skin lost its pigment, drying into a thin, leathery texture, drained of its original color as his blood stopped flowing. Outside, Kayla had been coming back to the tomb's sealed door every day and would stay until the late hours of the evening. She tried digging down from the surface to reach the chamber where Seth had been trapped, but it was too far underground. There was no sign of any way to move or reopen the stone door. That is, until she heard the heavy grinding of it opening on its own. Kayla raced down the steps towards the tomb. It had been 5 whole days since she and Seth got separated, and he'd need food and medical attention. Sprinting into the dark tunnel, she arrived just in time to see the entrance reopening, expecting to see Seth standing on the other side as the stone door lifted. What she saw instead was a nightmare. It looked like a corpse, an ancient and decomposing dead body. Kayla had seen plenty entombed in sarcophagi on her many travels exploring ancient ruins around the world, but she had never seen one standing up. It was still breathing, a wheezing, raspy sound escaping its mouth. Its skin looked almost brittle, as if it was stretched too thin, almost see-through enough to show off the bones underneath. The upright corpse's face was all wrong, too. Sunken cheeks and eye sockets deeper than they should have been. It looked so different that it wasn't until Kayla shone her flashlight on its drained face that she recognized who it was. Seth. He lunged at her immediately, racing towards her, snarling with his dry, desiccated mouth. Kayla turned and ran as he came after her, bony fingers swiping at her clothes. Her flashlight gripped in her hand was all but useless as she sprinted back the way she'd come, swinging back and forth in her arm, barely illuminating much of the cavern that led to the tomb. The whole while she was running from it, she could hear the wheezing behind of Seth behind her, terrified of whatever he had become and why he was chasing her. Then she saw it, the stairs, her one shot at getting out and getting away. If she could make it to the surface, she could put some more distance between herself and the drained, dehydrated corpse. All she had to do was make it up. The last step. She had just made it when she felt the shriveling hand grip her ankle, tripping her over. Falling face first in the sand, Kayla scrabbled at the loose grains, trying to pull herself away as her body was dragged back down onto the stone stairs. She felt a searing pain and screamed into the empty desert as the corpse's fingers dug into her neck, its leathery dry skin against hers. Eventually, the screaming stopped, replaced with a dry, hoarse gasping, and then silence, as Seth drained her body of her blood along with the rest. Pulling Kayla's body by her ankle, Seth dragged whatever was left of her back down towards the tomb, SCP-3359, to feed on what was left.
Anomalous creatures in the SCP Foundation's universe are not a rarity. Dealing with anomalous sapient life forms is the Foundation's bread and butter, whether it's talkative sea slugs or a body-stealing swarm of ants. For those of you who haven't read their Ethics Committee guidebooks, sapient anomalies are defined as creatures who have a keen sense of self-awareness and can communicate. From the zaniness of Dr. Bright and his amulet to the neck-cracking SCP-1730, these sapient anomalous entities come in all shapes and sizes. But when does a creature become so sapient they can be considered anomalous? Take the humble octopus, for example, who also just so happens to be the subject of today's video. The octopus is a boneless, 8-legged creature capable of shifting the color and texture of its skin, and will blast predators with a black substance to blind them. If I read that in an SCP Foundation file, I might think those researchers found an alien creature. But no, octopi, or octopodes, are, as you know, real living, breathing creatures you can see at any aquarium. Another interesting quirk of octopods is their intelligence. These creatures are smart, extremely smart. Hell, they'll even use fallen coconuts as a sort of armor against enemies. If tool use isn't intelligence, I don't know what is. You may be wondering, how can you make an octopus more anomalous than what I've already described? Well, today on SCP Explained, we'll be taking a look at SCP-2967, the sapient cephalopods, to answer that exact question. We've all probably been to aquariums. Dark, ambient rooms where the only light comes from behind the massive tanks filled to the brim with colorful fish and crustaceans. They can be fun to explore, but when you've seen a bunch of exotic fish once, it's not like you're clamoring to get back in soon. This was the problem faced by the Galaxy Aquarium in May of 2010. Attendance was low, and profit was lower. The owner of the aquarium was a man by the name of Mark Hemphill. He was young and extremely ambitious. Mark had an interest in marine life since he was a child and dedicated his life to studying the creatures of the sea. When he opened the aquarium, he had just gotten out of college. He hoped his passion and his aquarium would inspire even just one child to pursue the study of marine life as he did. Mark's ambitious personality was not going to let him watch his life's work go to waste. At a nearby auction house, the anomalous group of interest Marshall, Carter, and Dark were organizing a showing for their new batch of anomalous creatures available for bidding. Seasoned viewers of SCP Explained have likely run into anomalies that Marshall, Carter, and Dark have had a hand in. For those not in the loop, Marshall, Carter, and Dark are dealers of anomalous goods and services, selling anomalies to the highest bidder, no matter who they are. From the average Joe to a tyrannical dictator, Marshall, Carter, and Dark only care about cold, hard cash and getting as much of it as they can. Mark, hearing whispers of a massive auction coming up, decided to attend. He entered the auction house, an old dilapidated warehouse on the sketchy side of town. Not exactly inspiring confidence, but Mark thought maybe, just maybe, there would be something for him to add to his aquarium to get more attendees. Mark walked through the heavy metal doors to an immaculate auction space. The building was loaded with well-dressed individuals who gazed over the items they had for sale. Wooden tables lined the walls of the warehouse, and on top of each table were tanks and cages of creatures Mark never thought could exist. From dogs that smelled like candles to purple frogs that telepathically communicated with the people around them. Mark was convinced that there was something here he could use. A staff member approached Mark almost immediately. It was as if the staff could smell the willingness to spend money on him. She was an older woman, dressed in a fine purple-hued suit. She spoke with a comforting candor to Mark, asking him about his day and what brought him to the auction house. She introduced herself as Jay and said that the auction house had just the thing for Mark before he could even get the words out. They walked to the opposite side of the building, where a purple curtain was erected. Walking through, it was as if Mark had returned back to his aquarium. What were the odds that this place would have a marine life section? Oddly, for such a well-designed room, there was only one small tank placed in it. Within it was 6 octopods, a pale yellow in color. Mark immediately recognized the species as the common octopus. The Galaxy Aquarium already had a cephalopod section with much more rare species than the common octopus. Dejected, Mark almost gave up hope before Jay approached the tank and kneeled. Jay seemed concerned, then called out the name Levi. From under the table on which the tank stood, a massive octopus slithered into sight, startling Mark. It was at least 5 feet in height and length. That's impossible, Mark thought. There's no way that an octopus of this species could get to be this large. The octopus's size was not the only oddity it held, though. Jay began to scold Levi for leaving its tank and asked what it had to say for itself. She threw a Sharpie marker to the ground for Levi, who uncapped it and began to write out the word, "sorry," on the concrete floor. This couldn't be, Mark thought. There was absolutely no way that an octopus can learn to understand English, let alone write it. Jay turned to Mark, encouraging him to talk to Levi. What's your name?" Mark asked sheepishly. He couldn't believe he was trying to talk to an octopus. As soon as the words left his mouth, the octopus spelled out Levi with its marker. Mark couldn't believe it. This had to be some trick, right? Some sort of marketing gimmick to get him to buy an overgrown piece of calamari. There is no way that an octopus could have self-awareness. Mark knew they were smart, of course. He had studied these things for years. But knowing its name, that's not possible. "What are you?" Mark questioned, hoping to figure out if it was an animatronic instead of a living, breathing animal. Levi began to write on the floor again. Not a word this time, but a symbol. The octopus first drew a large oval, then 8 lines coming from the bottom. A crude drawing of an octopus. Behind Levi, the other 6 octopodes were watching him as spectators, seeming to clap when Levi finished the drawing. Jay, with a smug grin on her face, asked Mark if he was impressed. The look on Mark's face already told the story, so Jay began to go over the pricing of the creatures. Levi and the other 6 octopodes were a package deal, with a starting bid for all 7 placed at $3,000. Mark, without a second thought, asked if he could outright purchase Levi and his compatriots for $10,000. Jay's smile grew wider, and she shook Mark's hand without another word said. Levi and the 6 other octopodes were delivered to the Galaxy Aquarium the next day. Within that time, Mark had already prepared an unused section for the arrival of his new attraction. The cephalopods were placed in their tanks without much difficulty and settled into their new home. Advertising began for the Galaxy Aquarium's newest attraction, the Talking Octopus. Mark even splurged on a billboard on the nearby highway. This investment was meant to save the aquarium, and for the next few months, attendance skyrocketed. Now we know why the SCP Foundation keeps a heavy watch over anomalous entities in the public, because all it takes is one ambitious person before the entire world knows that anomalies exist. With the popularity of Levi, it was a matter of time before the SCP Foundation heard of it. It was time for an investigation. Site-12 was a site dedicated to marine life, and as such, many of the personnel stationed there had the appropriate expertise to deal with the anomaly. Agent Hooper volunteered for the investigation. He was ordered to pose as an animal behavior specialist from the Sea Coral Pacific Federation. Real creative there, SCP Foundation. It just so happened that at the same time Agent Hooper was getting involved, Levi was beginning to give Mark a hard time at his aquarium. It was a late night in January 2011. The aquarium had since closed after another day of almost full attendance. Levi was not sleeping, however. He was hungry, and by coincidence, the section of the Galaxy Aquarium next to Levi's tank was a potential all-you-could-eat buffet should his plan come to fruition. The next day, aquarium staff awoke to the filtration system of the crab enclosure being blocked by one of Levi's friends. It was quickly removed and placed back into its proper tank. It wasn't out of the ordinary for octopodes to escape their tanks. As I explained, they're smart creatures. Aquarium staff began the process of moving the crabs to a temporary tank, while repairs and cleaning on the original tank were taking place. As their attention was drawn to the damaged filter and contaminated crab tank, Levi managed to escape and enter the unguarded temporary tank of crabs. Broken shells and water splattered the floor of the temporary tank room as the feast began. It was a massacre. Levi ate 20 of the 40 crabs and another 10 were dropped off into the octopus's tank for Levi's comrades. Satisfied with its meal, Levi returned to his tank as if nothing had happened. An hour passed before the leftovers of Levi's dinner were discovered, and it didn't take much guessing on the part of aquarium staff to deduce who was behind this. Agent Hooper arrived the next day and asked to meet with Mark. Hooper explained that he was from the Sea Coral Pacific Federation, and his place of employment had heard of Levi and wanted to study him. Mark, like a moth to a flame, eagerly took the opportunity to describe the remarkable events of the previous day. Hooper nodded along with the story and promised to figure out why Levi was acting this way. Agent Hooper was escorted to the Talking Octopus section of the aquarium and asked for some privacy, which he was granted. Levi was sitting on a large mound of sand, while the smaller octopods sat in front of it as if they were intently listening. Levi was apparently lecturing the group, using a sharp rock to carve words and pictures on the plexiglass walls of the tank. Agent Hooper knocked on the glass, startling the group. In anger, Levi swam to the front of the tank and stared at Agent Hooper. With a tentacle, it knocked hard on the glass and then endeavored to return to its lecture. Agent Hooper didn't catch the hint that he was unwelcome, and stayed uncomfortably close to the glass until Levi couldn't ignore the agent any longer. The octopus held up 5 tentacles and made a shooing motion towards Hooper, who was incredibly surprised. Hooper recognized the motion as the phrase, "go away," in sign language. Hooper responded, asking Levi, "Sign language?" in sign language. In response, Levi once again held up 5 tentacles and created what appeared to be a fist, then bobbed it back and forth like a head nodding. An octopus that knows sign language. Not the most dangerous or extraordinary anomaly that the Foundation has ever discovered, but still. this anomaly could not remain out of containment. Hooper quickly contacted the research head at Site-13 and explained the situation. He needed a containment van for an aquatic anomaly, a containment force, and Class A amnestics immediately. This request was granted. Foundation Mobile Task Force Lambda-12 Pest Control stormed the building and wrangled the aquarium staff into a closet so they couldn't interfere. The agents were dressed in their tactical armor and held large rifles, but this was only to show that they were meant to be taken seriously and not to be used for force. A white unmarked containment van arrived soon after. Foundation researchers ran into the building and transported Levi and his students into the temporary tanks of the containment van and made sure they were securely closed and locked multiple times. When each octopus was secured, an airborne version of A-class amnestics was distributed throughout the aquarium by the Mobile Task Force agents, leading to all knowledge of Levi being forgotten by the aquarium staff and Mark. For further containment, the SCP Foundation distributed liquid amnestics into the city's water supply, so that anyone who saw one of Levi's performances would forget that it ever happened. The SCP Foundation classified Levi as SCP-2967 and discovered the full extent of its anomalous attributes. SCP-2967, of course, has the ability to communicate through written language, is able to recognize and identify colors, symbols, and individual figures of other species, and holds an abnormally high intellect, almost comparable to an average human's intelligence. The 6 comrades of SCP-2967 were designated as SCP-2967-1, as they do not seem to be at the same level of intellect as SCP-2967. Through behavioral analysis and research, it was found that SCP-2967 will refer to SCP-2967-1 as its students, friends, or army. Dr. Reynard, the head researcher on the SCP-2967 anomaly, began hosting intelligence checkups on SCP-2967 every 2 weeks. These consisted of Levi talking to Dr. Reynard through the use of a waterproof magnetic slate, while the doctor asked Levi questions. On one such occasion, the Foundation discovered that there may be more creatures similar to SCP-2967 and its students. Dr. Reynard began by drawing a crab, an octopus, and SCP-2967's toy. He labeled them Crab, Friend, and Toy. On its slate, SCP-2967 wrote, "like," and then a sketch of a heart. Dr. Reynard drew a check mark on his clipboard before rewarding SCP-2967 with a prawn. Following up, Dr. Reynard asked if there was anything Levi didn't like. To display this concept, Dr. Reynard drew an X over a heart symbol. Levi paused for a moment, seeming to think, then drew what appeared to be a bird with outstretched wings and an angular beak. Upon finishing the drawing, the octopus's skin changed to a deep red color. Levi wrote, "Don't know word" on his slate, then returned to its normal colorization. Reynard displayed a photo of a pigeon to Levi, who marked an X on his slate, signifying that there was something wrong, before shifting its skin black. In response, Dr. Reynard returned to a picture of a crow to Levi, who scrambled to write on its slate. "That word," it wrote hastily. Reynard responded, "Crow." With his newfound knowledge, Levi drew a heart with an X through it on its slate, then spelled out, "Don't like crow." Dr. Reynard was confused. How do 2 species of creatures who live in completely different habitats have a disdain for each other? SCP-2967 began to explain. Levi sketched an octopus, a crow, and what appeared to be a human. Over the head of the human, Levi drew an arrow pointing at the human, before drawing a check mark over the sketch of the octopus and the crow. Levi connected the check marks to the arrow above the human with 2 lines. It seemed that the crows and the octopod's disdain come from their common ability to connect and grow fond of humans. The intelligence check concluded after Levi explained this to Dr. Reynard, as the octopus claimed it was tired and wanted to return to its containment chamber. The next day, however, it seemed that SCP-2967 had correctly predicted what would happen at Site-12. On April 3, 2011, research staff at Site-12 reported a high concentration of American crows surrounding the building. Many were perched in trees or on the roof of the site, but some were simply hovering near the entrances, seeming to hope that the door would open. While the crows weren't aggressive to humans, they would fly to a window connected to the containment chamber of SCP-2967 and peck on it. This continued for hours, and it seems that the crows were threatening Levi and his friends. The Foundation deployed Mobile Task Force Lambda 4 bird watchers to Site-13. This team was not armed in your standard tactical gear and heavy weaponry. They wore camouflage clothing, with shoes that muffled their footsteps in grassy environments. They had jackets of thick leather to prevent injuries from talons or beaks, and they had specialized pellet guns they used to incapacitate anomalous birds. They began by shooting the birds away and capturing a few using nets for further study. As they concluded, all but one of the crows dispersed. This crow was, similar to Levi, much larger compared to non-anomalous members of its species. The large crow flew 10 feet from the entrance of the site and spat the decaying remains of one common octopus out onto the asphalt parking lot before retreating. The birdwatchers attempted to follow the group of crows, but the flock was impossible to track. What was found, however, was an area in a nearby forest that contained an abnormally large number of feathers belonging to the American crow species, as well as numerous small makeshift huts made of sticks and dying leaves, and a collection of various litter fashioned into basic tools, such as hammers made of bolts and toothbrushes. The most surprising item retrieved during this exploration was the torn remnants of a copy of the documentation for SCP-2967, kept in the largest hut. As is standard, the SCP Foundation enacted surveillance procedures on this location, placing hidden cameras and microphones as well as traps. The large crow has been classified as SCP-2967-B. So it seems that the animal kingdom is at war for the favor of the human race. While the Foundation only knows for sure that octopodes and crows are at battle, there may be many more species out there who look to curry our favor. Who do you think will be the victors should battle commence?
Call them what you will, be it myths, urban legends, ghost stories, or just fool yarns. The fact is, we've all heard at least one. Traditionally, stories like that were just shared around a campfire, but nowadays they have ended up spreading far and wide across internet message boards and creepy threads. Everything ranging from unsolved missing persons cases actually being the result of alien abductions, to haunted videos carrying an unforgiving curse, or some missing unaired episode of popular TV shows that had somehow been unearthed by an online sleuth. We're always quick to share these ideas, these stories, but deep down a part of us knows that there's no truth to them. Urban myths are speculation that someone has turned into a tale of terror for nothing more than to give some quick scares to whoever they tell it to. But then that person passes that tale on to someone else, and suddenly, the story had become a widespread legend with no discernible point of origin. Sure, they might still be fictional, but through sharing these stories, we as humans bring them to life. Not literally, of course, that would be outlandish. After all, when was the last time you heard of a fictional story becoming reality? Growing up with exposure and unfiltered access to the internet in the late 2000s, Paul Jacobs and his friends had been fascinated with, and admittedly pretty terrified by, the notorious legend of the Slenderman. It began as whisperings in an online forum, a story that was intentionally designed to be a modern-day urban myth. And just like so many others before it, the myth spread. What had started as a forum post became unnerving photoshopped images of a tall, faceless figure in a suit lurking in the woods, next an indie video game, and even a real-world tragedy. Given how young he was at the time, still being in high school, Paul and a few others had bought into the Slenderman myth wholesale. He believed it to be real, this towering, expressionless boogeyman. The more he learned about this malevolent creature, every story, blog post, or creepy YouTube video made about Slenderman only added more and more to his legend and kept young Paul awake at night, afraid that every noise outside his bedroom window was the faceless horror. Of course, if you take away that belief, the possibility an urban legend might be true, then it simply loses its power. It's that potential, that maybe, towing the line between fantasy and reality, that can allow these stories to go on and incite fear forever. But that wasn't the case for the Slenderman story, and the craze for it quickly died down after it was debunked numerous times over, casting it permanently back into the realm of fiction. But the profound effect the legend had on Paul at a young age ended up informing his future.
As he grew older, his past fear of certain stories became a keen interest in how these tales could influence people. Could any story have that same impact, or only those that walked the line between fictional and maybe being true? Did these urban legends become more real to people because of their subject matter, or did human beings give them that power to transcend the constraints of fiction just by believing in them? As Paul got older, he began to study the truth behind certain urban legends, attempting to trace them back to their origins. Some were often inspired by real events, but with specific details that had gradually been altered from the original story the more and more people passed it around. Ghost stories seemed to be the most changeable, but with some roots in the real world. A person might have died 100 years ago, and the story of them haunting their old home or final resting place would start to circulate. Then, shortly after, another similar story might emerge, and the two would overlap. Whoever was telling each story might have added or omitted certain details or combined elements of more than one tale, until what was left being passed around was neither the first story nor the second, but a hybrid of different versions from different storytellers. There was one legend that Paul felt drawn to more than others, and it was a rather obscure one to say the least. During his self-conducted research into stories of this nature, he learned about a tale that told of an ancient sect called the Davites. According to legends, some that dated so far back that they preceded almost all of recorded history, these Davites were a callous and cruel civilization. They had emerged from a book, so the story went, and sought only to wage war on other cultures and enslave their enemies. But Paul also uncovered one detail of the story that intrigued him more than any other. It referred to something known as the Eternal Text, and was regarded as some kind of deity or figure of worship by the Davites. The legend stated that this text had helped create the book that they had emerged from. Of course, this all sounded like highly fictitious nonsense to Paul Jacobs. He knew that things of such nature didn't exist in the real world, they were only part of stories. But he had noticed that this particular story seemed to have passed its way through the ages. Searching further, Paul had uncovered the works of an obscure author from the United States who had only a few works that were known about during the 1940s and 50s. Even then, most of his stories weren't widely published, only a few shorter pieces making it into a magazine that had long since stopped being printed. This writer had died in 1957, having never seen his career in fiction come to fruition. But despite his short-lived career and being considered a somewhat subpar author at the time, the writer's work had garnered its own little cult following online, mostly comprised of amateur authors. It was through them that Paul managed to obtain some scanned copies of the anonymous writer's stories, particularly some that he felt bore a striking similarity to the Davite legends of the Eternal Text. One story in particular, written in a style lifted directly from H.P. Lovecraft, was based on a supposed encounter the writer claimed to have had with something that closely resembled the Eternal Text. Paul also studied the writer's own personal journals that he had managed to recover scans of. The entries from it seemed to imply that the author came across what he called the written God, and that this compelled him to write a fictional version of those events. It was only after writing about this new encounter that what he had depicted in his stories seemed to come true, exactly as he'd written them. This led to a recursive process of the writer creating these encounters, only for them to occur, thus causing him to write about it and then make it happen. The entire prospect not only confused and bewildered Paul, but intrigued him further as well. Although he had no way of confirming what this writer had claimed was true, Paul believed that on a smaller scale, the author had achieved the same effect that occurs during the passing down of urban legends, but the difference here was that it had all been done through himself, via a singular person telling variations on the same story, allowing it to continue and perpetrate recursively. Of course, Paul didn't actually believe in this written God or eternal text. Those were all just part of the fiction, but he wanted to experiment further and see if he could achieve the same process for himself. Taking an empty notebook, Paul started to write the first things that came to mind, basing a short story off of the anonymous author's own tale. He intentionally changed a few key details, noting down things that weren't in the original. "The written God appeared behind me," he wrote, adding on a whim the line, "It had no face." The whole intention of Paul's experiment was to pass his new version of the story on to someone else, and then try to get them to write it from memory. He wanted to observe if their mind would change certain details subconsciously, or if they would misremember elements when they retold their new version. If enough people could spread the story around, each time altering or adding new parts to it, what effect could it have? As he finished his rewritten version of the author's tale, attaching it to an email to send to one of his fellow writers, Paul was blissfully unaware of just what he'd done. A heavy knocking rang out, somebody's fist pounding at the front door loud enough to wake him. Bleary-eyed, Paul checked the alarm clock next to his bed. It was the middle of the night. Stumbling out of bed, he staggered his way towards the repetitive noise, unsure who or what would be calling this late. Paul froze for a second, casting his mind back to the story he had written earlier. Surely not. It couldn't be right. It was just a story after all. But the author, he had described how the things he'd written had come true. There it was, that possibility that maybe, what if it was behind the door right now? Suddenly, something much heavier than a hand bashed against the wooden surface of the front door, causing it to fly open, the catch of the lock being ripped out of the wall by the force of the impact. A group of black-clad figures rushed in, one of them tackling Paul to the ground before he could even process what was happening. The weight of another person pinned him down and kept him from moving, despite his attempts at struggling free. Then the feeling of something sharp poked at the exposed skin of Paul's neck, a needle filled with, he wasn't sure. All he really knew right now was how dizzy he was. Unable to stop himself from slipping away, the sedative quickly put Paul back to sleep as the agents filed into his home. The floor he woke up on was freezing cold. Blinking his heavy eyelids until they opened again, Paul did his best to stand. His head was still spinning, making it hard to keep his feet still, and to make matters worse, the room around him was hardly lit. Only a few low fluorescents dimly illuminated the tiny space.
Mr. Jacobs,
a voice boomed over a crackly intercom, the pitch lowered to distort it further.
We need you to answer a few questions for us.
What? Paul responded in confusion.
Where did you first learn about SCP-582?
The voice questioned, barely giving Paul a moment to think. About what? What's an SCP? He asked back.
You wrote a story earlier today, correct?
Boomed the unseen speaker. Meekly, Paul nodded his head.
We monitor online activity for any mentions of SCP-582, or anything using any of its known aliases.
You mean that written God eternal text thing? Paul replied, catching on to what the voice had been referring to. I read about it in some stories by this old author. He died ages ago. Most of his work is pretty niche. It's actually hard to track down.
Enough!
The voice interjected bluntly.
When did you specify SCP-582 would manifest?
Manifest? He raised an eyebrow, confused again. It was just a story. That's what I was doing. I was examining stories and how they change when they get passed on.
Mr. Jacobs.
It sounded as though the voice had shifted. Still distorted, but now calmer, more collected. Somebody else was speaking.
It is important you answer our questions. Your life could be very well in danger. Now, do you remember when you wrote that SCP-582, when it was going to appear?
What do you mean, in danger? Paul retorted in a panic. Who the heck even are you people?
Calm down, Mr. Jacobs.
He looked down to see his hands were trembling, suddenly aware of the sweat coating his forehead. Paul took a series of deep breaths, trying to collect himself. I don't remember, he sighed, his voice now shaking as much as the rest of him was.
What about a location?
The voice pressed him.
Can you tell us where it's going to appear?
I didn't write a location either, Paul answered. I just said it appeared. The words he had written earlier quickly came crashing back into his head, almost like an urgent warning. Behind me. As he spoke, Paul could sense someone standing near him. That same sensation you get when you know another person is in the room, even when you haven't looked directly at them yet. Paul tried to keep his head forward, only tilting it slightly to the side, seeing something dark looming just behind his shoulder. He couldn't rationalize any of what was happening. He was too scared to turn all the way around. Doing that would have admitted all of this was real, and not just some horrific nightmare. Not just a story. For the first time, the voice over the intercom sounded uneasy.
We think you need to turn around, Mr. Jacobs.
Telling himself he'd wake up any second,
Paul rotated with his eyes screwed shut, snapping them open once he was facing nothing, a blank space lacking any expression, and all of the normal features was looming over him with an empty, eyeless stare. It had no face, just like in Paul's story. He opened his mouth to let out a scream, only for it to be interrupted by the crunching sounds of neck bones twisting the wrong way. As Paul's lifeless body dropped back down to the cold floor, SCP-582 vanished just as quickly as it had arrived. The thing about some anomalies is you have to be very careful about how you talk about them. Not just because they could be listening in and might hear you, but because what you say about them might just have a nasty habit of coming true. That is the case with SCP-582, otherwise known as its rather apt nickname, a bundle of stories. What's so fitting about that title is its accuracy. That's all SCP-582 really is, stories. But therein lies its true power. This entity has a way of propagating and perpetrating itself, continuously adapting and spreading like a mutating virus. Except it doesn't pass from person to person as an illness. There are no symptoms. It transmits via stories. SCP-582 is a subject to a process of passive reality manipulation. It doesn't necessarily directly change the world around it, but can itself be changed by certain factors. What this means is anything said or written about this entity, even if pulled out of thin air, a fictional account of its deeds, all becomes real. Let's say, for example, you told a story about SCP-582 sneaking up behind a Foundation researcher when his back was turned. Telling that story would cause those exact events to be carried out in the real world. When SCP-582 manifests, it will do so in accordance with any details given in a fictional account about it. The same time, the same place on Earth, it would appear in the exact form that the tale specified. If any of those details were omitted or purposely left vague, then the entity would still be able to manifest and would do so in a way that fits the rest of the narrative, appearing wherever and whenever it has an opportunity to. As far as the researchers at the SCP Foundation can tell, the actual abilities of SCP-582 are usually left vague when people write about it. One of the few consistencies is that the entity can disappear and reappear at will, to any place or time. Another is that no method of harming or even killing SCP-582 has ever worked, even if written down as fiction in order to be made fact. Any other details or abilities that someone assigns to the creature will, however, become a permanent addition to its growing myth, meaning it is able to perpetually increase its power the more people write about it. On the rare occasion multiple different writers' accounts of SCP-582 contradict each other, or don't fit into the entity's own canon, it can easily adapt to these contradictions. This usually results in conflicting information having no effect on the bundle of stories, or having so little impact that it is almost like they didn't happen at all. In short, if one author's story doesn't quite match up with another's, then the effect these additions have to SCP-582 and its ongoing story are lessened, so that they can all either logically occur or be negated completely. It is because of this adaptability, and that it has been described by multiple sources, that portrayals of SCP-582 tend to be generalized. This even extends down to its appearance. It's currently unknown what the entity's true form is, or if it even has one. However, the fact that it is usually depicted as a deity or god means that this bundle of stories has been known to manifest as one of several avatars. The most common of these appearances is that of a humanoid being, standing well over 6 feet tall. When manifesting as this particular form, SCP-582 is dressed in thickly layered robes, made from burlap or hessian, complete with a hood. However, no face is visible underneath the creature's hood, and when presenting as this avatar, it is often described as carrying sacks of unknown contents, sometimes even appearing to bleed heavily. There have been a number of other incarnations of SCP-582, including a 6-legged form that is made out of pure molten tar and will attack any nearby human beings on sight. This avatar would normally appear as being fused with the first. In other instances, it has appeared as a plant, capable of producing both light and enough radiation to kill anyone in its radius within a few hours of exposure. Other times, it has been a vaguely human-shaped shadow,
and even has one form that exists within more than 3 dimensions. Due to this form existing on higher dimensions, this made it impossible to properly perceive it with the naked eye, and resulted in the deaths of anyone who even looked partially at it. Who knows? Maybe at some point it has even been described as a tall, slender figure in a dark suit, with pale skin and a face with its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth all missing. Actually, it's probably best that nobody writes it down. We don't want it becoming real now, do we? The question is, how can you hope to contain or even fight something that can be anything, anywhere, and have any strength that someone claims it has? Well, just to be on the safe side, the Foundation uses its own fictional narrative to keep the entity contained. It is their hope that, by describing it as powerless, it will turn the creature's own reality-altering properties against it, and actually cause SCP-582 to lose its abilities. What thoughts, if any, that flow through that alien mind are not mine to know. It remains silent and still within its chamber, entrenched in the persistence of its own memory. It remains, but only as a shade of what it was, its power spent, or at least come to rest. So remember, SCP-582 possesses no actual consciousness or free will. Anything it has ever said or done is because someone wrote that it would. And yes, we're only saying that because we don't want to write that it's broken free from containment and is currently standing behind you. If we did that, it might just come true.
Who doesn't love a party, right? A lot of us jump at the chance to leave all of our troubles behind and get together with friends and family for a good time, celebrating a special occasion while unencumbered by the weighty responsibilities of everyday life. Parties give us an excuse to kick back, to meet new people, as well as catch up with old acquaintances, and mark a holiday or someone's birthday in the most memorable way possible. Or at least they can be when you're one of the guests invited to a party. But when you happen to be one of the poor souls tasked with organizing one, they can change from an exciting and much anticipated social gathering to a dreaded time sink of organizational and logistical chaos. Can you tell I needed to organize 05-1's 141st birthday party recently? I'm still recovering from the stress. But I'm not the only one suffering from this particular kind of anxiety. For a young man named Alex, planning an upcoming shindig was turning out to be that particular kind of absolute nightmare that anyone who has ever tried to organize a party will be all too familiar with. It had seemed like such a long time away when Alex had first drawn that short and oh so unlucky straw. 2 months on paper sounds like forever, plenty of time to get everything ready, but the list of jobs that needed doing before the dreaded party date only seemed to get longer and more complicated with each day that passed. You see, normally Alex thrived at keeping himself organized, every part of his life usually running like clockwork. The trick, as he found, was to pay attention to what he could control. Naturally, in life, the unexpected usually tends to happen, but Alex had learned that by regimenting his daily routine, having specific times for certain tasks, and scheduling the week's events on his calendar, he could keep himself pretty on top of everything. It was that organizational mindset that meant that Alex's friends decided to nominate him as the sole planner for an upcoming surprise birthday party. Of course, being organized and in control of one's own life goes completely out the window when trying to coordinate all the various moving parts needed for a party. It had been left up to Alex to sort out when this celebration was going to be held, along with who would be attending, the entertainment, food, and drink, setting up group chats to update everyone along with a whole cavalcade of other important party factors, each one fraught with its own potential problems. From the beginning, it was an uphill battle. The first venue Alex had booked had to cancel. The whole building needed to be fumigated because of a rat problem. Guests were RSVPing at a sporadic rate. Some would confirm their attendance only to back out days later. With the party date drawing closer and closer, the planning had become a perfect storm of problems that were all out of Alex's hands. In an effort to regain some control, he raced out only a week before the party, stocking up on finger foods and beverages that were all extremely overpriced. But by now, The party was only a few days away, and Alex was acting in a blind panic. You see, it was in that panic that he reached for something, throwing it into his shopping cart without fully thinking about it. It was a piñata, a hollow papier-mâché animal designed to be filled with candy and hit with sticks until the contents burst out. Sure, it was a childish party game, and in the back of his mind, Alex wasn't sure why he'd picked it up. Maybe part of him thought everyone would find it amusing, a bit of quaint, nostalgic entertainment. He barely noticed how it didn't even seem to resemble any known animal, and was instead shaped like a strange cross between a unicorn and a llama. Alex was too lost in everything else he still had to do to think about the piñata for too long. His biggest mistake was deciding not to put it back in the corner of the party store where he'd found it. Arranging for the surprise to take place at one of his friends' houses, Alex's party seemed to be coming together at long last, but still he was in a state of panic, with only a rough estimate of how many people were going to be there, and no clue who might show up or not. Gradually, the guests filled in, and the more of them that did arrive only caused Alex further worry that he hadn't bought enough food and drink. Much to his frustration, a few who had canceled managed to change their other plans last minute, and made it despite saying they wouldn't be able to. Despite everything coming together, the whole event still felt like an unmitigated disaster. Even after the guest of honor arrived, the surprise was sprung and the evening was in full swing. Alex's brain was still in organization mode. If a drink got spilled, he dashed in and mopped it up to avoid any lasting mess. The same happened if food was dropped or chairs were knocked over. Truth be told, it was actually stopping Alex from being able to enjoy the party he'd spent so much time organizing. "That's your problem, man," Milo, one of his friends, told him. "This is a party. Stop trying to control everything. Stop worrying. You never know, you might just have some fun tonight." "I suppose you're right," Alex sighed a reply. "No way, you got a piñata?" Milo spotted the brightly colored animal covered in what looked like tissue paper. Instantly, Alex felt embarrassed that he'd picked it up, fully expecting to be a laughingstock for bringing it to a party. Surely everyone here had outgrown a party game like that. And yet, to Alex's complete surprise, minutes later, his friends were taking turns being blindfolded and swiping at the piñata with a bat, trying to break it open so its candy contents would come spilling out. As he watched Milo take a huge swing and miss the piñata by a mile, Alex couldn't help but laugh, not even noticing himself relaxing and enjoying the night's celebrations. Soon enough, it was Alex's turn to be blindfolded. Eyes covered, spun around, unable to see anything but total darkness. He took a wide swing at the piñata, miss. Pulling back the bat, spurred on by the chorus of his friends laughing around him, he gave it another go. This time he felt the hit. The vibrations traveling down the bat and into his hands told him that it connected. Aiming blindly for that same spot, Alex gave another swing, this time with much more power behind it, certain he'd break open the candy-filled cardboard creature. The bat connected again, hard enough to knock the piñata off the string, keeping it in the air. Hearing his friends cheer and whoop, Alex lifted the blindfold to see the piñata lying on the ground, a few meters away, then turned to the group around him. "One more to break it open?" he asked, met with laughs and nods of approval. Lifting the bat again, Alex brought it swiping down towards the piñata with, he was sure, enough force to break it open. But as he struck it, something strange happened. Or rather, what was strange was that nothing happened. The piñata still didn't break. It shouldn't have been possible. After all, Alex was sure it had only been made of flimsy cardboard and papier-mâché. The whole thing should have come apart by now. And yet, the bat had lazily glanced off the piñata, the inanimate animal seeming to resist the oncoming bat as if it were nothing. By now, the other guests at the party were looking somewhat bemused at Alex. They too had been expecting the piñata to break, and a shower of candy within to come spilling out. Not wanting to lose face, Alex made the instinctive decision to take one final swing at it, only to find he couldn't. His arm wasn't moving. It had less than 30 seconds ago. He'd been able to lift his arm, but now it was rigid, locked in place. Alex's lower body was in much the same state, unable to move as if his feet had been stuck to the ground, legs too stiff to take a step. The only part of his body Alex could still move were his eyes, which now darted frantically over the faces of the party guests. Their looks of bemusement or excited smiles were all rapidly washing away into stares of confusion and concern. Some of his friends started asking what was wrong, but he couldn't reply. When Alex tried to speak, his jaw stayed clenched shut, teeth pushed together so hard they might shatter, tongue and tonsils frozen still. Some of the guests drew closer, waving hands and clicking fingers in front of Alex's face, trying to elicit some kind of movement from him. A few thought it was a joke, waiting for him to suddenly move and shout and frighten them for a cheap laugh. All the while, Alex was trapped in his own skin, locked in a body that had somehow become a prison the moment he'd stepped closer to the piñata. His eyes caught sight of Milo, dashing into another room and returning with a phone in hand. He punched in 3 numbers to call the emergency services. Although it did little to calm the rampant internal panic Alex was feeling, the paramedics arrived at a record speed. By the time the ambulance pulled up at the house, most of the other party guests had either stepped back from Alex, still standing frozen in place, or had left the party altogether. As the EMTs rushed in and started asking if he could hear them or say anything, Alex tried with every ounce of strength to get his mouth to move.
Yes,
he wanted to say, to scream, just to let all the mounting panic out.
I can hear you. I'm awake. I'm in here. I just can't move.
Despite their best efforts, the paramedics couldn't get Alex to move, instead trying to lay his rigid body down to begin CPR. One of them gripped his hands together, about to start chest compressions while everyone still at the party watched in silence. The paramedics gently pushed down on Alex's chest when, just like the piñata, it burst open. For a microsecond, Alex's eyes widened in pain and shock before rolling back. His chest split as if it were made of paper mache instead of skin and bone. Inside, where his lungs should have been, was a pile of candy. The party didn't end with a bang that night, but with a horrified scream. Later that night, after the rest of the party's guests either fled home or were urged to leave by the confused paramedics, the police were called to the scene, roping off the room where the apparent accident had happened. Although, curiously, it seemed that the piñata had somehow vanished. Maybe someone removed it. After all, it's not like it just got up and walked away, right? Meanwhile, Alex's remains were taken to the local mortuary and handed over to the pathologists for an autopsy. They noticed despite only having died recently, the body seemed to be severely dehydrated, to the point where the limbs, the outer skin, and various internal organs were brittle. The pathologist that examined the body made another startling and confusing discovery when they opened up what was left of Alex. More candy was growing out of his organs. There were over 1,000 sugary pieces, each one individually wrapped in unmarked foil, without any logos or branding. Needless to say, the pathologists examining Alex's corpse were understandably left baffled. They had never seen anything like this in any cadaver, barely able to come up with a cause of death. How had his body gone rigid and left him completely unable to move? How had candy been able to start growing from his internal organs? And most importantly, who or what had done this to Alex? Well, here's what happened. Something that Alex had presumed to be nothing more than a harmless party favor filled with delicious treats was far from just an ordinary piñata. You see, it was actually an instance of SCP-956. Although we can hardly hold Alex entirely at fault for assuming there was nothing different about this particular piñata. On the outside, SCP-956 does appear to be an unassuming cardboard creature made of paper mache, or at least that's what it feels like it's made of. But the surface of SCP-956 is actually constructed of unidentifiable fur, glue, sugar, and most unnervingly, human tissue. SCP-956 is an entity that normally remains in an inactive and docile state, displaying no intelligence or active hostility. At first glance, you wouldn't even know that it can move, unlike any ordinary piñata you might buy at a local party store, which are designed to break upon impact. SCP-956 manages to maintain its structural integrity against most forms of external damage. Whether bludgeoning it with a bat or applying crushing force with fists or kicks, the piñata will show virtually no change in its state. The only effective way to leave any lasting damage is through the use of flames or gunfire, and you might have a hard time finding any of those at your average piñata party. However, when an unwitting human victim comes within a 5-meter range of SCP-956 and for a long enough time, the entity's further anomalous qualities will activate. The piñata will render its victim totally paralyzed from head to toe,
diminishing their motor functions and leaving them unable to move any part of their body, save for their eyes. This doesn't kill the victim, however, just immobilizes them. They retain full awareness, just like Alex did, but can only helplessly look around while being unable to flee. And why would they need to flee? Well, because once it has frozen a victim, that's when SCP-956 begins its approach. The Piñata will switch from being an inanimate object to a creature capable of movement, and proceeds to physically attack its immobile, vulnerable human target. It doesn't stop, continuously bludgeoning at the victim until, eventually, their chest ruptures and a pile of candy comes tumbling out like an avalanche. As for why SCP-956 didn't try to attack Alex this way, maybe someone else at a party knocked it aside without noticing, or perhaps the paramedics managed to make it to the scene before the Piñata had its chance. Whatever the case, the candy produced by a victim of SCP-956 seems to be formed using their internal organs and bodily tissues. It is unclear how quickly this candy begins growing after a person is exposed to the Piñata. However, it appears that the amount of candy produced is dependent on how much time the victim spends in close proximity to SCP-956. The longer they're close to it, the more pieces of candy come spilling out when they're opened up. As for the candy itself, commonly referred to as SCP-956-1, as you might expect, it's far from anything you'd buy in an ordinary store. And its negative effects aren't just limited to toothache or sugar rush. The pathologists that performed Alex's post-mortem were lucky none of them made the grave mistake of actually eating any of this cursed candy. If they had, they could have experienced violent seizures upon consuming the sugary confectionery. Within 3 minutes, the candy that had come bursting out of Alex's insides would have made a person drop to the ground unstoppably convulsing, with a chance that they would also experience a potentially fatal cardiac arrest. Animals will usually also suffer these effects upon eating instances of SCP-956-1. In humans, however, the effects of the SCP-956-1 candy seem to vary. In most cases, those who consume it will experience the aforementioned seizures with an additional 5% risk of heart attacks, but other instances have shown an entirely different side effect that somehow manages to sound even less appealing. The second of the candy's side effects begin with a process very similar to the immobilization caused by exposure to SCP-956. A person, after having consumed the candy, will lose control of their body's motor functions, becoming unable to move. However, the first key difference is if they remain in a standing position, with their arms resting in front of their body. The next is the rapid and grotesque sequence of bodily changes that follow. Firstly, their hair rapidly begins to fall out, shedding in clumps until it is replaced with paper mache that grows over every inch of skin. Next, their bones and muscles are forcibly rearranged, crunching and contorting unnaturally until the affected person can no longer stand the same way they used to. In fact, by that point, they aren't a person anymore. Within 9 minutes of eating the SCP-956-1 candy, they will have been transformed from a human being into a Piñata. From that moment onwards, they are another instance of SCP-956. As you may have already guessed, the Foundation has done us all a service by rounding up existing instances of SCP-956 and all the candy produced by the pernicious Piñata. And that is a lucky thing too for any of you would-be party planners out there. After all, nothing is harsher than coming to a celebratory atmosphere than a Piñata that fills people with human candy that comes bursting out of them. Just ask everyone at Alex's party. Although, maybe it'd be a good idea to avoid buying a Piñata for your next get-together, just to be on the safe side.
Being on SCP-173 detail isn't easy. These duties of strict observation fall on a bi-weekly basis when SCP-173's enclosure needs to be cleaned. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a natural output of SCP-173, a combination of feces and blood. While the Foundation has put up with a lot of depraved behavior from its SCPs, it draws the line at poor hygiene. They routinely send in a crew of 3 D-Class personnel to clean up the mess. But the bigger chore isn't the scrubbing and mopping at all, but rather keeping SCP-173 docile. To do so, the line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter the container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. If this protocol is not followed, SCP-173 attacks by snapping the neck at the base of the skull. It is, at its core, a high-stakes staring contest. The crew is intelligently divided into their tasks. Only one of them actually has janitorial duties, and even then, the mopper's most relevant skill isn't even related to cleaning at all. His greatest strength must be his ability to trust other people. As he takes his mop to the floor, he hands over his life to his crew, who protect him with their focus and attention on SCP-173. It is without a doubt one of the cruelest and most stressful jobs anyone could ever have. But not every horror story is found in the trenches of terror. Those with mops on the front lines have their work cut out for them. But even the researchers with their warm lab coats and boring bureaucratic obligations aren't safe from danger. This is the story of Jake Skoll, a researcher who, for reasons we will tactfully tease you with until the video's witty end, has been reassigned to SCP-173. Director Fordham brought the bad news like a bag of coal. "You're being reassigned," he said, with a slight smirk on his face, continuing to be preoccupied with his paperwork, as if this news was secondary to what he was doing right there and then. But it wasn't secondary to Jack Skoll. It was the center of their life. No, not even just the center. It was the center, peripheral, and outer bounds of their life. Their assignments were everything, and everything was about to change. A pregnant silence followed the announcement. Jake Skoll couldn't find a response, and they weren't even sure there was one to be found, no matter how deep they dug. What came out wasn't as much of a retort as a reaction, that involuntary bodily response to events that weren't expected, that awkward and afraid muttering of fear and confusion. What? I'm to be reassigned. Is that what you're saying? Researcher Skoll blinked a few times, confused. Their feet sunk into the deep forest green shag on the floor. A spectrum of thoughts cascaded through their mind as they searched harder and harder for a reason, digging deeper and deeper, only to find another treasure chest full of nothing. Is my work not sufficient on SCP? Director Fordham looked up and gave them the fixed, pointed stare they'd grown to dread over the past 6 months. Of course not, Jake. I recognize what you've done, and we want to put you somewhere I feel you deserve. And serve the Foundation, of course. We're putting you on a very important and special object. Again, Fordham gave that smirk. That damn smirk. Sure, his words and tone presented themselves as the truth, but his face said otherwise. The devious positioning of his lip suggested that there was a layer of sinister subtext to his speech, but Jake Skoll couldn't pick up on the cues. There's no room to read someone else's poker face when all of your attention is on the crappy hand you've just been dealt. Jake Skoll's eyes fell to the desk. Reassigned. The word rang like church bells. Why, God? Their work with SCP-3872 as a consultant chemist was going slowly, to be truthful, but they didn't think it was to the point that they needed reassignment. All right. Which project am I assigned to? The time between the question and the answer was the longest of Jake's life. The uncertainty felt like an eternity. Fordham tapped a few symbols accessing Skoll's profile and added an entry in their security clearance. He hastily swiped away all the other files listed and turned back to face Skoll. You have access to it now. Please get on the first plane to Site-13. Your dormitory contents are already packed up. Jake reached into their pocket to check the notification on their cell phone. SCP-3872, file removed. SCP-2593, file removed. SCP-173, file added. They turned around and walked slowly through the corridors, towards the transportation hub on the outskirts of the site. They opened the file on their phone and quickly scanned the oddly phrased report, attempting to make sense of what they were reading. Skoll's eyebrows raised to the heavens as they noticed the timestamp on Containment. SCP-173 was one of the first, one of the few objects that the Foundation came to possess through some organization or another without losing its information. They tried their best to remain optimistic in their interpretation of these new life events. And for a moment, they thought, this might be a good thing for me. Swiping down, they came to the section about assigned researchers, the people whose steps they would be following in, and where were those steps leading them? The list was impressive, from Dr. Kondraki to Dr. Bright. These people were all legends in their own right, and so if they could just follow their footsteps, they reasoned they would end their journey in a good place. They imagined their new career path straight to the top of this mountain of success. Maybe they would become the face of the Foundation. Maybe they would accomplish so much that they'd had a statue erected in their honor that people travel far and wide to visit and take pictures with. Maybe this would be a good thing, they wanted to think. "I need the first plane to Site-13, they said with confidence. "I've been reassigned." And so Jake Skoll took to the air and clung to this dream as long as they could. But no matter how heavy a sleeper, reality shakes everyone awake eventually. 6 years later, Jake Skoll could hear the years pass, but not only could they hear it, they could feel it. Their body was decaying in a way inconsistent with our biological understanding of age. SCP-1730, the legendary object. The first, the original, the statue. It was chipping away at the soul of Jake Skoll. It was carving a statue of its own, hacking at stone until it was nothing. And that's what Jake Skoll felt like. Nothing. It was torture. When they arrived, they quickly reviewed the research materials. Every word had become burned into their memory, all 233 words of them. The additional research materials turned out to be a few scribbled pages by bored researchers. A few had made hypotheses that had all turned out to be nonsense. There was a locked filing cabinet, but every time Skoll requested it be opened, maintenance told them that the control room was designated low priority, and they would get to it eventually. Over the past 6 years, Jake Skoll had made 18 separate transfer requests. They wanted out, but all of them had been denied. It was as if they were in high school again, asking dates to prom and getting hit with no thank yous, feeling none of the politeness backed into their syntax, understanding only the brutal reality of the phrase, no. They were stuck here, technically a level 3 staff now, but without any rights to view or work on any other objects. They were given a promotion, but it withheld all the perks and benefits that come with it. They were stuck in a loop of pats on the back. People extended them their hand, but it was always with an empty palm, giving them nothing to hold on to but a gesture. They were assigned a staff of 4, 3 D-class, all of which were older men, and a lazy level 2 security officer who slouched in his office chair, meeting the bare minimum requirements to be considered a living human being. The D-class were all quite docile. They came in once a week, mopped the floor, mumbled "clear" to each other, and left. They lived within this exact structure. No new days became an unspoken motto. These recurring 24 hours passed slowly. If there were no clocks to prove the passing of time, they would have every reason to believe it had frozen over. But occasionally, ever so occasionally, the day would deviate just slightly. They'd hear something, a scrape, and the sounds of movement. Jake would flip open the observation ports on the double concrete lock and examine SCP-173, but Jake could take offense to such language. Examining might be the wrong word. More accurately, they would just look at it, because there was nothing to examine. There was nothing to observe. SCP-173 was already understood. Michael Jordan doesn't take a microscope to the ball every time he plans to dribble. He knows every detail of it by heart. His fingertips know the grooves. His hand-eye coordination knows how to control it. His right arm's built-in apt for physics knows exactly how much force to put into each shot and at what trajectory to aim. We are told to learn something new every day. But the truth is, there comes a day when the learning stops, when we know all that we will ever know. And this felt true to Jake. They understood SCP-173. There was nothing more for them to see. It was just concrete, rebar, and some spray paint. That was it. And that was all that it would ever be. There was nothing to find, nothing to determine, nothing for the researcher to research. Their job was done, but they kept having to work it. Their identity no longer fit, but they kept having to put it on each and every morning.
When Jake first got there, they collected samples of the concrete, some of the rebars, some spray paint. They were determined to find something worthy of research. After 4 weeks, they'd gotten sick of getting no replies from admin, and they cracked the locks on the filing cabinet, finding the research notes of all the previous researchers. All of the legendary doctor's notes turned out to be doodles and random to-do lists which had nothing to do with the object. After 6 weeks, they gave up on taking samples. After 8 weeks, they brought a Game Boy. After 10, they started bringing in anything they could to pass the time. A yo-yo, a collection of short stories, a packet of hot sauce they felt bad throwing away, a piece of string to cut off circulation to their index finger for no other reason than to make sure they were still a human relying on blood. Oh yes, Jake Skull was bored. So very bored. They thought if anyone could bring the phrase "bored to death" to fruition, it would be them. These days, they shuffled in, waved at the guard, and sat down at their little control room where there was a terminal, which, by the way, didn't have an internet connection, and tried to stay sane. Fast forward a few years and Jake barely fit into his chair. To clarify, no, they did not purchase a new tiny chair out of boredom. They got fat out of boredom. Their life brought them no joy, and so what they couldn't get from living, they searched for in eating. But there was no fulfillment to be found at the center of the Tootsie Pop. Jake stood with a grunt as the light came on, and the 3D class were escorted to the control room with the mops and buckets in tow. "Thanks, Jimmy," was the only conversation they had with the new security staff. The old guard had retired sometime in the 8th year. Honestly, Jake couldn't even remember. The D-class had gotten older too, most of them now gray-haired but still assigned to the project. The security guard walked over and thumbed towards the break room. "Hey Jake, I'm gonna get coffee. If anything happens, seal the door, you know the drill. Just keep an eye on the D's." Jake buzzed the doors open and stood inside the doorframe, keeping their eyes on the statue most of the time, but wandering over the containment chamber. A long time ago, they might have been concerned, but the D-classes they worked with weren't very violent. Frankly, they had worked with these men long enough that they extended a small measure of trust. All of them did their jobs without complaining and never had made a mistake in 10 years. While the years of repetition wore them out, the job itself didn't even feel like labor. They had perfected the art of the staring contest. They were confident, and they had reason to be. As the years went on, although they collected no new data on SCP-1730, they did collect evidence that they were capable of containing it. While they learned nothing new of importance about SCP-1730, they learned about themselves. They learned that they were a good crew, and it was because of this confidence, even if rightfully earned, that success crumbled. When in a room with SCP-1730, you have to assume everything will go wrong, because anything can go wrong, and eventually it will. And when that time comes, you have to be prepared. Procedure said Jake had to have someone armed in the room with any D-class. Jake looked down at their hip, double-checked the pistol there. They knew how to use it, but figured he never would have to draw it. The routine cleaning began. Clear, clear, clear. It was the same old, until suddenly it wasn't. Clear, clear. Oh no, I think I'm having a snap. What? Hey Nick, are you? Snap. Oh god, no, I don't wanna. Snap. Jake's eyes shot up as the statue stood inches away. Its green eyes stared directly into their soul. In their periphery, Jake could see the 3D class with their head turned at odd angles. Jake desperately reached out for the emergency containment button on the wall. They hadn't ever had to use it, and it was supposed to be easy to find, but of course, it wasn't. They recalled the manual saying, "Move your hand anywhere along the right-hand wall. The button takes up most of the wall. It will seal off the containment chamber and SCP-173 from breaching containment." They moved their hand exactly how their memory of the manual instructed him, but it wasn't there. There was nothing to press. There was nothing to save them. Jake's hands grew desperate and their eyes began to water. Just as they started to close, a last thought crossed their mind. Move your hand anywhere along the left-hand wall. The button takes up most of the wall. It will seal off the containment chamber and SCP-173 from breaching containment. Of course, a classic mix-up. 50-50 chances never favored the flustered. Their fight-or-flight instincts were contradicting each other. Was reaching for a button fighting, or was it flighting? They were in their head, deep in trenches of overthinking. Finally, they regained their composure. Their hand darted out to the left, and they started to push down on the button. The red of the emergency button filled their vision as the green eyes of SCP-1730 slipped just barely out of snap. Director Kinsley stood outside of the meeting room a few minutes before the weekly briefing in the Site-13 administrative wing. Fordham, do you remember Jake Skoll? Oh yeah, sure do. Just got a report from 19. Looks like there was a breach and they bid it. Fordham waved off a few colleagues who were about to enter the meeting room. His conversation with Director Kinsley wasn't over. He went on to tell him that he was just about to approve Jake Skoll's transfer. After all these years, Jake had been sending requests to leave SCP-173. Their wish was about to be granted, but instead they were reassigned to the grave. What a cruel twist, isn't it? That is, of course, if it were actually true. Fordham gave his patented smirk. Just kidding. The only researchers to ever get out of that post needed friends in very high places. Skoll, to his detriment, did not. So what exactly did Skoll do to deserve this? It is known that those who are sent to SCP-173 have made mistakes. If you disrespect your boss, you might be reassigned to SCP-173. If you don't follow Foundation policy, you might be reassigned to SCP-173. If you leak information to the public, you might be reassigned to SCP-173. If you are Jake Skoll, however, it doesn't take quite as much. So I will pose the question once more. What horrible thing could Jake have done? Could they have been plotting to help an array of SCPs escape? Could they have been smuggling dangerous equipment from the lab and selling it on the black market? Could they have somehow been responsible for every casualty in Foundation history? Or could it have been something much, much smaller? Like occasionally parking in their boss's favorite spot on Site-13. A lot, you must understand, which doesn't have assigned parking.
The tiny carnivorous snowmen are relentless, sharp fangs dripping with blood as they crawl en masse towards the mobile task force, opening fire on them with their assault rifles. Who would have guessed that a mere hour or two earlier, a young boy was joyfully playing around in the snow here? How had things gone from frosty to freaky so fast? Let's rewind the clock. There was a chill in the air, that lingering, biting cold that would gnaw at your exposed skin if you dared to step outside in anything less than a thick, warm coat for protection. The ground was still coated in a heavy snowfall, a holdover from Christmas just past, weather that had refused to let up well into the early days of the new year. Everyone reaches an age where the cynicism of life, the weight of expectations that keep you anchored in the real world, they all coalesce to rob you of the childlike wonder of the snow. As you get older, the snow loses its novelty. It becomes a source of inconvenience, something that you need to shovel off the driveway to take your car out. Whereas, turn the clock back to youth, and it's like a tiny miracle. It coats your whole world in a clean blanket of freezing frost, turning the ordinary into a wonderland. Robert and Michaela Anderson were glad that their son Michael was still at an age where he could enjoy the snow. After all, Michaela getting to take her son out in his sled or seeing him hurling snowballs at Robert was able to provide them with a little bit of warmth during the freezing cold, snowier months in Missouri. Optimism was never enough to melt the snow, however, and maybe that's what drew in those creatures, the snowmen. It was early 2019, not even a full 2 weeks into the year. By now, Michael had gotten used to the fact that after Christmas and New Year's Day, a begrudging return to school would soon follow. As much as it clearly brought down his mood, nothing lifted his spirits like still getting to be out in the snow. And after a long day of helping his mom take down the tinsel and pack up the lights while his dad disposed of the tree, Michael was itching to go outside. "Please, Mom?" he begged as a box of decorations was placed back in the attic. His hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. "Please, please, please, just 5 minutes. I won't go further than the front yard." Michaela sighed, partly from exhaustion, but a smile crept onto her face. It was hard not to find her son's love for the snow endearing. "All right, but only for 5 minutes," she insisted firmly. "And I want to see gloves, hat, and a scarf, not just a coat, mister." With the speed and excitement that she and her husband had long since lost, She watched Michael race off to gather his warmest winter coat. "Remember when we were like that?" Robert heaved a sigh as he appeared from chopping up that dried-out, dehydrated remains of the Christmas tree. "No, do you?" Michaela replied with a light chuckle. Before long, Michael had donned his gloves and coat, almost a size too big. His scarf was almost wrapping up his entire head, save for the little bobble hat that poked out at the top. Robert opened up the front door, and his son stepped out into a world that had been whitewashed with clear, cold snow. Given that the Andersons lived on a small street in Grain Valley, there weren't many other people around, especially not with another flurry of snowfall moving closer in the clouds up above. But it wasn't the next snowfall that the residents of Grain Valley, Missouri should have been worrying about. It was the previous one, the one that had already fallen, and what was now hiding among the snow in the Anderson family's front yard. Having few other kids his own age to play with and not being allowed to venture too far from the front porch, Michael was content to spend his precious time outdoors making snow angels or practicing throwing snowballs. He had long been trying to get one to clear the roof of the small house he and his parents shared, leaving a few scattered patches of snow embedded on the roof shingles. A few meters from the front door stood a snowman. Granted, that was hardly a rare sight at this time of year, especially in the cold weather, but what was so unusual about it was that Michael hadn't remembered making a snowman recently. His parents hadn't let him out in the snow on his own since the start of the new year, given how badly the downfall and icy winds had been for the first week of January. Sure, somebody else could have made it, taking a pause as they passed by the Andersons' front yard, although not Michael nor either of his parents had spotted anyone doing that. The snowman itself was featureless, the white of its ice-cold body smeared with mud and dead leaves, debris that had been packed in with the snow used in its crude construction. It was featureless, too. Whoever had made it hadn't gone to the effort of giving it a face, nor draped an old scarf over it or given it a hat. It just stood there, but not like any other snowman. There was nothing welcoming about it. In fact, it was, fittingly, cold. Given how far away it stood, it was almost as if it was watching the house. Curiously, Michael began to approach the snowman. Being only 9 years old, his imagination was immediately running with the possibility that this snow and mulch construct could be alive, much akin to the likes of Frosty the Snowman. Little did young Michael Anderson know that he wasn't far away from the truth, although this particular snowman wasn't quite the happy, jolly soul from the much-covered holiday song. He hadn't got that much closer to the snowman when he heard something move nearer to where he stood. There was the rustle of leaves and the snapping of small twigs coming up from a bush next to him. Michael couldn't see what it was, but it was far too low to the ground and too close to the house for it to be a bird. Maybe a possum or raccoon had gotten trapped in the thin branches and was now scrambling to try and free itself. Diverting from approaching the snowman, he walked closer to the plant. As he did, the rustling got louder, more frantic, almost hungry. There wasn't just one creature lurking out of sight beneath the leaves, but lots of somethings. Robert and Michaela had been sitting indoors watching the TV when they heard a spine-chilling scream coming from outside. Instantly, they were both up on their feet, racing toward the front door. Robert threw it open, and Michael dashed inside in floods of fearful tears. "What happened, sweetie?" Michaela asked, concerned, brushing snowflakes from her son's coat. "Are you okay? Did you slip?" Through crying and sniffling, shaking uncontrollably with how afraid he was, Michael couldn't find the words to answer. Instead, he pointed through the still open door directly at the snowman, still standing at the edge of the front yard. "How long has that been there?" Robert wondered aloud, taking a single step outside. "Don't, Dad!" Michael screamed, but it was already too late. Something small and speedy had leaped out of the snow in the front yard and latched onto Robert's leg. He howled as he felt searing pain, bitten by rows of tiny pointed teeth, as sharp as needles and as bitterly cold as ice. Stumbling back, Robert Anderson fell over and landed on the floor in the front hallway, inadvertently carrying whatever had attacked him into his home. Both Michaela and Michael screamed in fear as the tiny creature clawed its way up Robert's leg while he swatted at it frantically, trying to brush it away before it could get closer. With a blind swipe of his hand, he knocked the creature to the floor and clambered to his feet, arms outstretched, keeping his wife and son behind him, while staring in disbelief at what had bitten him. It was barely more than half a meter tall, a tiny, white snowman. Bulbous, bloodied eyes bulged from its head, much like those of an insect. Directly between the eyes was a hole, a mouth not unlike a lamprey, lined with rows of sharp teeth that all pointed inwards. It reared up and lunged toward the Anderson family in a display of aggression that caused all three of them to jump, warily backing away from the snow creature. It was then that Robert and Michaela noticed what had frightened their son so much. Out of the corner of their eye, they both simultaneously caught the sight of the open front door and the yard beyond. Wriggling through the snow, shifting as they moved, were even more of the creatures, slithering towards the house like piranhas catching the scent of blood in the water. And standing ominously just beyond the driveway was the Snowman, as if it was the general commanding its troops to storm the house. The Andersons raced upstairs as the swarm of snow creatures came spilling into the house, crawling from the yard onto the floor and piling on top of each other, like ants to climb the stairs. Naturally, Michaela's first instinct, as well as protecting her son, was to call the police. While Robert held the door to the bedroom shut, Michaela held Michael close and pleaded with the local Grain Valley Police Department to come and help them. Although they only seemed to take the call seriously when Michael started screaming again. One of the snow creatures had pushed its way under the door frame and was sneaking its way towards Robert to attack him, leaving a trail of water behind it. Stepping back and thinking fast, Robert grabbed a hairdryer and switched it on full blast. The sudden rush of electrically heated air caused the toothy snow creature to retreat into a corner. Refusing to let up, Robert got closer and kept the hairdryer trained on it, eventually causing the creature to melt until little more was left than a damp puddle. But the victory was momentary. There were still more of them crawling up the stairs after the Andersons. With their sharp teeth, they were gnawing at the wood of the bedroom door, trying to force their way inside. Fortunately for Robert, Michaela, and their son Michael, they wouldn't be able to recall the horrific events of January 12, 2019 for much longer. By the time the local police arrived, it had become clear to the officers responding that they were well out of their depth, especially when one of them was injured, suffering a bite from a snow creature. That was what led the SCP Foundation being called in, and within 15 minutes, they had dispatched mobile task force operatives to secure the anomaly. Being some of the Foundation's most highly trained agents, it didn't take long for the MTF to neutralize the carnivorous snow creatures. However, they quickly realized that the mysterious snowmen that had seemingly spawned the swarm could not be melted by any conventional means, nor would it deteriorate naturally on its own. A cover story was issued that Michael had suffered an accident and fallen down an open pothole that had become obscured by heavy snowfall. As a result, police officers were dispatched to help him, although the injury sustained by one officer due to a bite from a snow creature was never explained. Following this, the Anderson family was administered amnestics, meaning they quickly forgot about the whole terrifying ordeal. Maybe it was for the best, however. Young Michael seemed irreparably changed. He never went out to enjoy the snow again, repeatedly suffering from nightmares about the cold. Meanwhile, the anomalous snowman was recovered and thus designated as SCP-4230. Immediately, the SCP Foundation did as their organization does best and commenced testing, with a human subject, no less. They quickly discovered that SCP-4230 seemed to generate a sort of field around itself that could trigger a distinctive physiological change in any human being or animal that came within 6 meters of the snowman. This process became known under the designation of SCP-4230-1. It appeared that Michael Anderson had managed to unknowingly escape this fate purely by not getting too close to SCP-4230, staying just far enough away so as not to trigger SCP-4230-1. The Foundation placed D-19375, a member of their D-Class personnel, within this 6-meter radius of the snowman, and observed the gradual changes he underwent over the following week. For simplicity's sake, we'll refer to D-19375 as Frost, a rather fitting moniker, and you'll soon see why. Within a day of exposure to the snowman, Frost complained to a senior researcher that he felt a lot colder than usual, although he exhibited no other observable symptoms beyond the coughing and sniffling of a common cold. By the following day, Frost was far worse for wear, appearing to have lost significant body mass to the point where he'd appeared to have been malnourished. His cold-like symptoms had continued, accompanied by disorienting dizziness, and as if all that wasn't bad enough, his skin tone had seemingly lost its natural pigment, reduced to an unnaturally pale shade, as white as snow. Day 3 saw Frost's body continue to change rapidly at an alarming rate. He was internally producing an unknown chemical that looked to be responsible for enacting certain alterations, namely the dissolving of his femur and fibula. The cold and dizziness were also now made all the worse by the addition of pain to the man's lower body. Frost even reported to Foundation researchers studying him that every movement he was able to make caused him to suffer extreme levels of physical pain. But yet, rather than attempt to cure his condition, the Foundation apathetically observed, noting down the process of SCP-4230-1. Within 5 days of exposure to SCP-4230, naturally occurring substances within Frost's body had traveled downwards and solidified. This was followed by the most shocking stage of the SCP-4230-1 process so far, and one that made the Foundation realize that these weren't just changes, it was a transformation. When Day 5 saw Frost's skeleton physically reshaping itself, his head becoming a sphere and his arms extending outwards like brittle twigs, it soon became clear what was happening to him. He was turning into a snowman. Rendered immobile and blind, a week after SCP-4230-1 began to take effect, Frost had started to secrete an unknown substance. This liquid lowered his body temperature, freezing almost instantly, and turning his skin into an icy white mass, worryingly similar to snow. Sure enough, on the 8th day, the extent of the SCP-4230-1 process was made evident. Frost had already perished, his body now looking identical to a plain, featureless snowman. No eyes or face, just a blank, cold slate. But underneath the outer layer of snow, Frost's bones and the rest of his organs were still contained inside. From the outside, though, he wasn't even human anymore. Just an instance of what became known as SCP-4230-A. However, being turned into another snowman by close proximity to SCP-4230 wasn't even the worst part. By now, you might be wondering, what were those snow creatures that attacked the Andersons? You'd be forgiven for thinking that perhaps these were rodents or other wild animals affected by SCP-4230-1. After all, testing has shown that the process doesn't just alter human physiology, but these carnivorous needle-toothed creatures are known as SCP-4230-Bs, and they are nasty little critters, to say the least. When a person or animal is turned into a snowman during SCP-4230-1, becoming one of these instances is far from the full extent of the transformation. The tests the Foundation conducted on Frost, and presumably on numerous other D-Class personnel as well, led to them discovering the further alterations made when someone becomes an SCP-4230-A instance. Their freezing, snow-encased bodies become hosts for white, spherical eggs. After a subject like Frost becomes an SCP-4230-A snowman, these eggs will hatch within 72 hours, producing up to 19 instances of SCP-4230-B creatures. The Foundation was quick to examine these bizarre snow spawn, gathering up as many as they could for testing. They found that instances of SCP-4230-B matured to adulthood remarkably quickly, reaching adulthood in 15 seconds. Destroying the eggs containing these creatures seemed to be an effective way of preventing swarms of SCP-4230-Bs from getting loose, although the snowman each egg came from would also have to be destroyed to achieve this result. Also, the lifespans of the smaller snow creatures only lasted for a total of 24 hours, and they would melt away after a full day of life, regardless of the surrounding temperature. SCP-4230-Bs seem uninterested in food that was presented to them. Specifically, one test involved giving a snow creature a head of lettuce and a watermelon. The creature regarded the fruit and vegetables with little interest, even refusing to eat either despite prompts from the researchers. This painted the SCP-4230-Bs as exclusive carnivores, which explained why they attacked the Anderson family. They were trying to eat them, hunting the Andersons as a pack. Further testing into SCP-4230-Bs revealed they had a weakness to heat above a temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit. During another test, a D-Class was sent into a cell with 10 of the carnivorous snow creatures, armed only with a simple lighter, an emergency flare, and 1 gallon of gasoline. Immediately, all 10 of the SCP-4230-Bs crawled toward the man, hungry, and determined him to be a new source of food. That is, until they noticed the lighter he was carrying. The D-Class frantically clicked the spark wheel until the flame danced from the lighter, causing 7 of the creatures to back away from the heat source cautiously. The D-Class was able to kill the remaining 3 instances in self-defense, causing them to melt with little effort. He was far luckier than the subject of the next test would be. Another D-Class was placed in a holding cell with 3 of the snow creatures, and much like before, they instantly acknowledged his presence and began approaching him. However, the Foundation had sent this member of D-Class in completely unarmed, without even so much as a match to defend himself. The carnivorous beasts made short work of their helpless victim, feeding on what was left. The Foundation was able to dispatch instances of SCP-4230-B with relative ease, even without waiting for them to simply melt after a day. The use of flamethrowers or drawing them into warmer areas seemed effective enough at destroying the small snowman that hatched out of SCP-4230-A bodies. However, some bright spark at the Foundation decided to test what would happen if the opposite element was used against SCP-4230-B creatures. Were they vulnerable to the snow despite being made from a snow-like substance themselves? Another test was conducted to answer this, which involved a small snowball being thrown at one of the SCP-4230-Bs. The result of that incident has been entirely expunged from the Foundation's archives, but it's a safe guess to ask why. Evidently, when attacked using snow or ice, SCP-4230-Bs are seemingly able to adapt in some way that is determined to their attacker. Do they add snow to their mass or become even more aggressive? It's hard to say given the redactions, but the result of that final test were deemed so catastrophic that the Foundation banned any further testing that involved SCP-4230-Bs. As for where SCP-4230 first came from, the Foundation is still baffled. The first reported incident involving the killer snowman and the carnivorous creatures it produced came when the Andersons found themselves under siege by hungry SCP-4230-Bs. Maybe the snowman is just a freak of nature, or the result of an unknown pathogen or microorganism carried in a snowstorm one fateful night. Or perhaps SCP-4230 is something far, far more vicious. Whatever the case, we would recommend waiting for the sun to come back out and the snow to melt, just to be safe. It's hard to believe it's been over 3 whole months since those monsters came to town. If only I had known back then what they were really doing here. Maybe I could have stopped it. I don't know. So much of this is beyond me. What could I have done? Even if I had known about it, could I have stopped what happened to all those people? Sickness, sarcasm, the SCP Foundation. It's all such a blur, but for a while, I can still remember how I spent 100 days infiltrating a Sarkic cult. It all began on a pretty ordinary day. I live in a small lumber town. Most of the area is cut off from major cities, connected only by miles and miles of winding road through the forest. It's a quiet rural place and a low-tech way of life. Our main business has been timber, generations of tree cutters. Even in the modern age, we keep that going. Although my home has always been off the beaten track, we often had our fair share of visitors. Hikers and wanderers who would sometimes stumble upon the town quite by accident, yet be so enthralled by all the natural beauty on offer that they just have to spend a night at the only hotel in town, the Woodsman's Lodge, run by my friend Andreas. That's what we thought they were at first, just visitors. That's why we welcomed them when they arrived, because not one of us had any idea who these people really were, what they really were. We could have never known that they had chosen our town specifically. They had come here on purpose. Many of the warier among our town thought these newcomers were strange. They were a group of 5, very obviously full of cash, but less obvious was their reasons for coming here. When friendly townsfolk tried to drum up conversation with any of them, they all seemed to report the same thing, that these strangers were aloof, and each one gave a dramatically different answer as to why they had come to our quiet little logging community. One said their group was just sightseeing, another said they had gotten lost. Someone else from their group told a local man that they were here on a mission from someone called Karcist Varus, and was rumored to have been quickly silenced by another in the visitors' party. But the one thing they all seemingly agreed on was that they wouldn't be any trouble. They insisted on that, in fact, and said that the 5 of them were just looking for somewhere to sleep, bed and board in exchange for cash. And so someone pointed them in the direction of Andreas's hotel. I was often there myself, not as a guest, but helping my friend maintain the place. He'd inherited the hotel from his family, but it was always in need of repair. Luckily, my background was in carpentry, and I was more than happy to help Andreas out. It wasn't one of your fancy furnished hotels, you know, the kind you'd find in the big city, all slick and sleek and owned by a big chain. It was homely, a more bed and breakfast type of place. It was, anyway.
Whenever I was working over at the Woodsman's, I'd observed the strange group of visitors from a distance. They didn't seem to me like average tourists or sightseers. To me, they looked wealthy, very wealthy. It wasn't hard to picture any one of them as a politician or a businessman. The way they dressed and carried themselves made it pretty clear they were people of influence. Of course, that begged the question, what on earth were people like that doing in a town like this? I first got to speak with one of them after a few days. The 5 newcomers were down a man and didn't seem at all happy about that. The remaining 4 were grumpy, looking angered and agitated. I wondered if maybe their 5th compatriot had left in the night, but when I asked around town, apparently nobody had seen him. Unless he's crazy and decided to hike through the woods on his own in the middle of the night, one of my friends scoffed, after telling me that no one had even heard any cars leaving the night before. I decided to ask one of the visitors when he passed me in the hallway of the Woodsman's Lodge, trying to broach the topic as tactfully as I could. "Sorry to see you're down a man," I told him. He stopped in his tracks, like I just caught him doing something he shouldn't be.
Yes,
He replied, not turning around to face me.
it is a terrible shame indeed. But he had to leave us. It was for his own good. He knew that. We all did.
Following that odd encounter, things got all the stranger the following day. I arrived at the Woodsman's again, expecting to start another day of work. I'd gotten a call from Andreas earlier that morning. He was complaining about some kind of squelching noise coming from the basement under the hotel. That had only started last night. I told him I wasn't a plumber, but that I'd take a look. So imagine my surprise when I saw Andreas loading most of his worldly possessions up into a truck outside of the front of the hotel. He excitedly explained to me that he'd been bought out, that the remaining 4 newcomers had offered to buy the Woodsman's on the spot. "But that's your family's hotel, Andreas," I reminded him, as if it was already too late. "I was never gonna keep it afloat forever," he shrugged. "When they told me how much they were willing to pay, I couldn't refuse. Would have done the same, Ingvar. I've never been offered so much money." This all made it very clear. These guests were here to stay. It had taken less than a week for me to grow suspicious of these people. It wasn't in my nature to pry, but so much about them just didn't make any sense. They were clearly rich enough to buy Andreas's hotel like it was nothing. Just like an ordinary everyday purchase, like buying a loaf of bread. But they were far too insular to seemingly want to run a hotel for our friendly logging town. It left me scratching my head over the whole thing, making the question of what they were really up to stick out like an unignorable splinter. Were these just careless rich folk with more money than sense? Had they somehow grown disillusioned with their wealthy, affluent lifestyles, and were now using this hotel to learn how to connect with people on a more fulfilling personal level? Or did they have a different agenda? Something else that they were trying to hide? It turns out, they did. I decided to formally introduce myself to the new owners of the Woodsman's. After all, I knew this place well. It always needed something repaired. Plus, if I could keep my little side job of working there as a handyman going, then maybe I could find out exactly what they were doing. I was greeted by the man I'd spoken briefly to the other day, looking at me with a scowl as I stood in the doorway. "Hello, sir," I greeted warmly, met with silence. We met the other day?"
What do you want?
"Oh, well, I continued, disarmed by the bluntness. I understand your group just bought this place. I had a gentleman's agreement with the last owner. I'd help him out, fix things that need fixing. I just thought I should offer the same service to you if you'd be interested. Might help get this hotel up and running nice and quick for you, so you can start making a return on your investment." With that, the door was unceremoniously slammed in my face. At first, it certainly seemed like my options for uncovering more about this strange group were all but depleted, or at least doing so through any legitimate means. But just as I was reaching a desperate point where I was considering donning a balaclava and breaking into the hotel in the dead of night, opportunity reemerged from behind that closed door.
We were sorry to turn you away yesterday.
One of the other visitors apologized somewhat insincerely, but we would be delighted to take you up on your offer, provided you accept a few conditions. Conditions? I echoed. What would those be? We would need you to start on repairs immediately. We want to open up the hotel's doors to guests in the next few days as a matter of urgency, he explained. But you will need to be discreet. Privacy is very important to us, so we hope to maintain that for our guests. It all seemed like a lot of hoops to jump through. Certainly more than Andreas had ever given me when he used to run the Woodsman's. But it felt like the right call, if at least it got me closer to answers. In hindsight, I should have turned them down. Over the course of the next week, things seemed to run relatively normally. I'd be given a checklist of things to fix around the hotel, and for the most part, just focus purely on the tasks at hand. but whenever the strange new owners were near, I'd try to subtly listen in on their conversations. They seemed to mostly talk about running the hotel though, like they knew I was around. A few tourists started showing up, in fact. It seemed to get much busier than usual pretty quickly. I asked one of the odd owners about it, and he just brushed it off as the result of their group's marketing the Woodsman's Lodge more widely on the internet. I didn't see much of the hotel's guests staying out of their way as I'd been instructed to, but it did strike me as odd how few of them seemed to leave. Some I spotted around town, usually those traveling as a couple or in a larger group. Any that were staying alone though, they didn't seem to venture beyond the Woodsman's. None of them checked out either, but their rooms would be empty and often needing repairs, mainly scratch marks on the wooden floorboards. 2.5 weeks after that weird group had arrived and bought up my friend's hotel, I got a call from someone I knew who lived next door to the Woodsman's. "The hotel! Someone was screaming!" she said frantically over the line. "Get her quick, they might need you!" I checked the time. It was the dead of night, so late that it was almost the start of the next day. Racing quickly over to the hotel, I was greeted by one of the owners. He had rushed to the door wide awake like he hadn't even been sleeping. When I told him there were reports of blood-curdling screams, he reprimanded me. "You were told our guests' privacy must be maintained," he scolded. "If you must know, one of the hikers staying with us tripped over and had a nasty fall. He landed downstairs in the basement, and he's in a lot of pain not to be moved. We've already called for an ambulance." I wanted to take what he said at face value, but the fact he wouldn't let me see the injured man felt suspicious. I spent the night with the person who lived next door to the hotel, watching the Woodsman's Lodge for any sign of ambulance. It never arrived. That was when I remembered. He had said the guest fell into the basement, the same basement Andreas had heard a strange squelching coming from. And not once had these new owners asked me to take a look down there. Already, I was even further suspicious of the new owners now. I had no idea what they were up to. The wild theories in my head range from them being a group of sadistic serial killers using the hotel to lure victims, or a shadowy government black ops team up to something nefarious. Enough was enough. I needed answers. I couldn't wait for an opportunity. I had to create one. While as few people were in the hotel as possible, I snuck into the main office. Not to steal anything or even peek just yet, but break the legs off a desk. If they asked me to fix it, then I would be able to spend longer in the office with no supervision. Sure enough, they soon asked me if I'd be able to fix the desk, and that was my way in. I started rummaging through the filing cabinets, rifling through whatever I could find. Old expense reports, legal documents left behind by Andreas, but there was nothing that could give me any inkling as to what was actually going on, until there was. You see, as much as it came as a surprise to no one more than me, I wasn't the only one looking into this new, strange group. One of the guests entered the office and quickly realized what he was doing. At first, he seemed to imply that I was somehow in a league with the new owners, but I was able to talk him around, telling him I was just trying to get to the bottom of what they were up to. That was when he revealed to me who he was. "Agent Clarkson," he introduced himself. "I'm here on behalf of the SCP Foundation." After he brought me up to speed on what the hell all that meant, we arranged to reconvene somewhere they wouldn't overhear us, meeting up at the lumber mill. He explained that these 4 strangers were a cult, a subsect of a strange religion I had never heard of called Sarkicism. But after Agent Clarkson described their practices, I wouldn't soon forget. Ritualistic sacrifices, cannibalism, and even far, far worse than that. It made me feel sick just hearing about it. Over the next few days, Clarkson agreed to let me help in his investigation, offering me the chance to help the Foundation and make it so that nobody in my remote little logging town would ever have to suffer the memory of what the Sarkic cult were up to. Little did I realize, he also meant me. I did my best to spy on the death and disease-worshipping cultists without drawing too much suspicion, and reported my findings back to the Foundation agent. But it quickly became clear that he was unimpressed with my current method of just eavesdropping. So instead, he suggested a more direct approach. Clarkson gave me a book on the Sarkic religion, telling me to memorize as much as I could, and then approach the cultists as if I shared in their twisted beliefs. Even reading the techniques of Grand Karcist Ion was enough to make my stomach turn. All the grotesque things that the founder of this cult's beliefs preached in order to achieve something akin to godhood. It was horrific. What was much more horrific, though, was that our plan went awry. I asked to speak alone with one of the cultists and instantly started explaining that I have observed them for a time, and I come to realize that we were one and the same. In a state of panic, I regurgitated anything I could still remember from reading about Sarkicism, their goal to achieve apotheosis through will, the consumption of gods, and sacrifice. but I must have said something wrong. One of them stuck up behind me and knocked me unconscious. I woke up in a daze, a splitting headache running through my skull. I was in a cage, in a part of the hotel I hadn't seen before. It was dark, absent of natural light. There were others too. I recognized one or two of the hotel's single guests, also trapped in cages. Agent Clerkson was nowhere to be found. The Sarkic cultists spent the next day asking me how I had found them. I told them the truth, and answered their questions the only way I knew how, but I couldn't make them believe me.
Liar!
One spat.
You did your homework, I'll admit. But the Foundation is known for working in broad strokes, missing out on the finer details.
We're Neo-Sarkites,
Another explained.
You were spouting the teachings of the proto-Sarkic religion. We believe the only way of becoming a god, achieving the apotheosis, is through sheer will. And in terms of sacrifice,
One of the other cultists chimed in.
we'll sacrifice many in service of us few, but you'll soon come to witness more of that.
They kept me in the cage for days, without food and barely any water. I felt so drained of energy before long, and I soon realized why no one had heard the captive guests calling out for help. They were so weak that they could barely gather enough strength to shout, and those that did, their voices were too weak to reach anyone above the basement. The cultists came and went all throughout the day, alternating between running the woodsman's lodge and coming down into the dark, cramped, and disgusting room below. The stench was foul, yet not one of the Sarkic cultists seemed to mind. They would just talk endlessly about the new age of flesh before dragging their next victim out of their cage at night and taking them into a back room. By this point, all the remaining hotel guests that had been caged up with me were gone. I could never fully see what went on in the other room, but I certainly heard a lot. There were muffled screams followed by chanting in a language I didn't understand. Then came the noise of something slithering. All the while, the cultists who had gathered in the room with their captive victim kept reciting their incantations. I had no idea what was going on in there, but the hotel guests never re-emerged, just the Sarkites. I'd read enough about their rituals to get a pretty good idea. I'd lost track of how long I'd been prisoner when Agent Clerkson appeared in the basement. The cultists' backs have been turned just long enough for him to slip downstairs undetected. For a moment, I thought I was saved, only for my heart to sink when he told me he couldn't get me out. I pleaded with him, but he insisted that he needed to know exactly what was going on down here. As he left me on my own, I cursed him under my breath. Before much long, the cultists decided it was my turn. They dragged me out of my cage and into the back room, strapping me to a chair. I had no strength to fight back, but I had plenty of fear. There were more cages back here. It was an old storeroom that they were now keeping nightmares in. The things in the cages were disgusting abominations, masses of bloody, gooey flesh that had once been human. I realized these were the hotel guests, the ones who traveled alone, who never checked out, whose fingernails had left scratches on the floorboards as they were dragged out of the rooms by the cultists. Using a cattle prod, one of the Sarkites started directing a creature towards me. The horrible mutant was getting closer, an appendage resembling an arm reaching out at me. It was going to turn me into one of them, and I couldn't stop it. Scared for my life, I mustered the little energy I had left to try and pull away from the sickening creature. But just as it was about to make contact, someone kicked down the door. Agent Clerkson had returned with reinforcements, members of a mobile task force that promptly arrested the Sarkic cultists and sealed the room containing the monsters for the time being. He sat down next to me and explained what had gone on, but I was barely awake enough to keep up with all the details. Something about SCP-1730 instances, and rare to see them this far out of Siberia, but he promised that the SCP Foundation would be ordering the creatures to be incinerated soon. The Woodsman's Lodge would have to be burned down as part of the cover story. As for me, I just want to forget the whole ordeal. The Sarkic cult, all the people they turned into monsters, the horrifying things they do, the SCP-610s, all of it. I want it all gone. Luckily, Agent Clerkson has given me something he says will help with that. He called it an amnestic. Want an anomaly of your own? Check out scpswag.com for high-quality SCP merch. Now go check out what does this secret SCP religion believe in? And I survived 100 days hiding from the SCP Foundation. Here's what happened. For more mysterious SCP offerings.